episode 232 of the longest running episodic whatever this is. Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Good evening. How are you?
Good. Let me turn this up. That's better.
No worries. Read a couple of comments here. Josh was first. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Live. True that.
That's right.
Good evening, Paul. Evening, all in Booby. We'll talk about him in a second. It's like, did the shore show up yet? We'll figure it out. Mike here. Happy Friday to you as well. Yes. Booby himself apparently is conducting a family function. He talked about something about dousing himself in mayo. I think it was something about dousing himself in mayo, so he needs a couple of minutes. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye out. Once a certain point, though, we'll start finding him and adding to the like button, as is our way. So, usual thing. So how's this week treating you, Bobby?
Oh, it's been a fast and furious week of lots of fun. Anyways, personal life stuff, but hey, I'm just the driver.
Right. Gotcha.
Nickname me Baby Driver. I don't know if you saw that movie. Anyways.
Hobby Champs. Great show, fellas. Good night. See you next week. I like it, Hobby Champs.
Done.
Philly Joe, you see? It's our best work yet. Philly Joe, good evening. Good evening to you. You won't mind us talking about him. We always talk about him. Especially when he's here. When he's here, when he's not here, we're consistent on this point. It's very important that we stay consistent on it. Secretly, Eric appreciates it because he just likes people talking about him. Good, bad, or indifferent. He'll take it.
Yeah.
It's just the reality of it. Good evening, Rob. So yeah, same kind of thing. It was actually funny. I was doing a little bit of I sat down and I just started jotting down, kind of thinking about what I might want to touch on for the episode this week. And what occurred to me was that news-wise, not very much. Hobby-wise, collecting-wise, pretty good actually. I booked my hotel for the Spring Expo. Got that done. I actually said that a little bit earlier. My regular hotel got booked up, and I was like, "What? What did y'all do?" I thought because it's like the spring, I thought I had time. I was like, "Okay."
You think, right?
Yeah, but it was like all booked up. And then the DoubleTree, which is the one that I had gone to in the past, that was kind of my standard one. I looked at it, and it was like $280 a night. I'm like, "We're not doing that. No, thank you."
No.
So I don't know. I don't know if there's another event going on at the same time, but I was like.
Well, there's the one hotel, right?
The one hotel always has this dance competition thing, and they book a lot of rooms, every single time, spring and fall. I think they do it twice a year or whatever. It happens to be the 2 times a year, and I can literally see it because I'll see that they'll have, and they do it all in the back of the hotel. So I was sitting there like, huh.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been the last couple of times, so I don't know, maybe they booked up even more spots, and they already had all the hotel rooms booked already. I was like. We're about a month out. I thought I had a little more time, but I was like, okay, well, apparently. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's in your best interest to look up the International Center and see really what's going on. I know the home show draws a lot of people, but there's some other shows that are really big too. You just never know.
Yeah, I have no idea. That was kind of it caught me by surprise. So in the end, I ended up going with one of the a second tier option, and but it kept the price more reasonable. Yeah, kept the price more reasonable. What was that?
2-star motel?
No, whatever the element is called. Whatever the element is.
Oh,
it's not bad, actually. Yeah, the element's fine.
That's fine.
And I like the restaurant downstairs, to be honest. So I was like, okay, yeah, the element's fine. So that I could do worse. I could certainly do worse.
You're close to the everything there.
Oh, yeah. Well, Zet's is literally right beside.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty good. It's actually a pretty good spot. Mm-hmm. Is Eric too important to show up now? Eric is not too important for anything. But he is unimportant enough that he needs to show up for a family function or else consequences.
Mm-hmm. That's why he's not here.
Other than dousing himself in mayo, there is a family function. And if he doesn't show up.
Zets was open I think 24/7.
It was at one time, yeah.
Prior to the pandemic. So that place was always busy. I don't know why it dropped off so much because you still have all the people from the conventions that go there. Everybody knows, and everybody knows for the last 20 years about Zets, so or 25 years at least. And then they just kind of shut it down that one time. So it's too bad because of the pandemic that all that happened. But unfortunately, well, now they're still open, but they don't do breakfast, which is really sucks. Because it was nice going in and getting, a good bacon and egg breakfast there. That's actually even breakfast for dinner was kind of cool in there. But anyways, we move on.
Yep, I have to assume at a certain point that if they stopped serving it, it probably wasn't selling enough.
No, it was
It
the
just,
pandemic and then they had new management because
yeah,
all the guys who were there, they were older guys. They were working there like hard. Those guys, man, that's a job per hour. Whew, that's a tough job. And once all those guys left, they had a new crop of people that came in that were totally different, and they just sacrificed the breakfast and they just started opening. I don't even know, in the afternoon, sometime later afternoon, just for the dinner crowd for the most part. But you have 24/7 going on right across the street at the airport. People, you'd always see flight attendants and everybody that from across the street, that you see all the guys with the uniforms on Air Canada, whether working shipping department or whatever. They were always there. It was the kind of place that you would line up. There'd be 3 people and then there's 40 behind you in like 5 minutes and go, what happened? It was always like that. Oh, nobody's in there. It's like, what happened? Where these 17 people come from in front of me? It's the way it was. But things are
yeah.
different now.
I think the folks from the different airlines are still around, but like I said, I think the business has dropped off a little bit for them. Good evening,
Yeah.
Dennis. Good evening, Jeff. Everybody listens to this live? No. Taped call-in show. Facts. Bruins are in town tomorrow, and I'm sure Eric's here. Eric couldn't afford to watch it on television.
Mm.
Paul says, Bobby would probably know better here. What do you guys typically see 3-row, either dime or quarter boxes sell for? Got 1 dime box and 1 quarter. I'm looking to dump at a local show tomorrow. So actually, it's an interesting question because dime and quarter boxes are kind of dead. We don't really have dime and quarter boxes anymore. Like if you have something, it's like a 50 cent or dollar boxes is like the minimum now.
So it seems, yeah. It depends really what you're selling.
I think the last quarter box I saw, I made.
If it's all 90s, maybe the diamond quarter box might work out.
Well, I did it at the one show we set up at. The last quarter box that I've ever seen, I made.
Yeah.
I had the quarter box, and it was just because I had all those singles that I was like from the boxes, and I was like, yeah, take them quarter a piece, go for
And
it.
people don't mind that. I think quarter, even
Yeah.
dime boxes, that'd be great. If you can 10 cents a cart, like, man, they can get stacks for like $5 and you'd be happy to get rid of a few 500 counts in the show. But it isn't very popular as it once was. No.
Yeah. I just think the issue is that for I will speak for Expo, for what the tables go for, I think that's the issue.
Yeah.
It's just too expensive, table wise, for someone to pay for what it costs to do a table now. Anything that it's got to be like $1 and above for those discount boxes.
Otherwise, it's not worth people taking up your real estate in front of your booth, searching through a 10-cent box or a 25-cent box.
Exactly. Agreed. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to try to switch. Mouse is giving me a little bit of trouble. I find occasionally it decides to do a little bit of a weird function. It'll act like it's right-clicking on everything.
Really?
Yeah, it'll literally just sporadically, and it only seems to happen mostly with StreamYard, and it'll just start doing it for no reason, and I can't figure out why.
Interesting.
Yeah, for the most part, it does its usual job, but it's kind of weird. So I'll see what I can do to figure this out. Anyway, so I'll just read the next couple of comments here while I work on this mouse. So Eric here says the show's stupid, but seems a little less stupid tonight. I can think of a reason why. Just paid the bill, heading home shortly. Hobby Champ says, so stalking Marcel Diana's family engagement now? Always was.
Yeah.
Always was. Paul says it's all 90s. Yep.
Yeah.
Carlisle here. Good evening. Took 2 days, but I figured out how to watch Braves baseball on TV. Incredibly painful finding MLB baseball nowadays. Yes. I think it's the great irony of this is that now MLB.TV is still coming out, but now they've got a bunch of regional packages for a lot of the baseball teams.
Yeah.
Because they stopped having some of the local basically some of the local networks stopped doing it. They had to have some kind of a deal with it. And the result of it is that now for certain teams, it's become a lot more complicated to figure out, okay, so how do I watch my team? Whatever it is. And that's basically the issue that people were running into. So they asked that question like, well, how do I watch this team play? And that was the issue they were having is that, okay, so you can watch it on this network sometimes, and then, or you could watch it on this. And then that's basically people would have to figure it out. It used to be easier. And it was kind of weird what happened with it.
Isn't that so true? We have so many channels and avenues, and there's still nothing on.
Yeah, well,
What was
Josh
that
is
old
touching
song?
on
150 channels and nothing's on, or something like that.
well,
But
well, Josh is touching
baseball was
on
on at a certain time, and it always was. And it was like,
yeah.
okay, this time that boom. Now it's
Well,
like,
that was different though because you had the game of the week. I'm talking about just in general. Even if you
yeah,
have like the package, like Josh is touching on for the Jays here.
yeah.
So Sammy Thunder, good evening. If there's a tape show, then we must be in the Matrix because a Neo has a good ring to it. We've already got a Neo, but
Hmm.
we transcend time and space in the longest running episodic, whatever it is.
Hmm.
My good says, good evening, all Carlos and Bobby. Good luck with your elections. Thank you. Josh says tonight the Jays are on Apple TV. So that's what I was going to say. So they've got a Friday night thing, Apple package, where they've got they'll do a double header on Apple TV. It's an exclusive game. You
Is
have
it
to
a
have
away
Apple
game?
TV Plus. I think they're at home for this for the opening series. It doesn't matter. It's not about their way or it's
Really?
that they've got these Friday night ones, and
Okay.
because and they'll pick two games per week, and they're exclusive to Apple TV, and you have to have Apple TV Plus to watch it. In this case, for this one, it was the Jays that actually got on one of the Friday games. Why? No idea.
I was on Prime looking for a movie, and I was just going, oh my God, oh, I got to have Stars. Oh, that one looks like, oh, I don't have Prime for that. Oh, God. It was just like, it's so frustrating. I didn't even want to watch movies. So I started watching whatever it was that Nicky Lauder, the Formula One racing car thing. Anyways, I didn't even get through it because there's commercials in it now. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's the thing. Like, they've still got the paid one, but they'll still have commercials in it. I had that. I finally got to see the last episode of Reacher yesterday, and it was good. It was a good finish to the season. Which is, it's if you've read the books, you already know exactly how it goes anyway. But at the same time, I enjoy their adaptation of it, and they gave everybody what they wanted because they had and I'm not spoiling anything. I'm just saying one of the characters is a guy who is a 7'3" bodybuilder. And Alan Richardson, who plays Reacher, like I said, is more appropriate to the character as characterized in the books because he's a big guy.
Is that 7'3" Swedish guy?
I don't know if he's Swedish, but I know, he's European.
European,
But,
yeah. Maybe he's Dutch. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dutch. I think Dutch is correct. You got to
Always
watch
the
out for the
Dutch.
Dutch. You got to watch out for the Dutch. I said.
I think he's from Holland, yes. Actually, he's actually a true giant, to be honest with you.
No, but that's what I mean. So he's a bodybuilder, but he's 7'3", like a legitimate 7'3". So you take Alan Richardson though, who is like a big guy,
yeah,
but he's like I think about 6'3". So he's bigger than most human beings, and he's built. But then you put him beside a 7'3" giant bodybuilder, and he like towers over him. So it really gives that emphasis. And then when they both stand beside normal human beings, they everybody is looking like at both of them, looking up at them. But then when they finally are gonna, and this is no spoiler because obviously at some point they have to have a fight scene, and they definitely had an epic fight scene. I enjoyed it tremendously. They set it up the entire season. They promised us this fight scene. At some point they were gonna have to fight, and then in the last episode they gave us the fight scene, and no spoilers, they did not disappoint. They gave you your money's worth on the fight scene that everyone was waiting on.
Very good, very good. But he's one of the few guys who doesn't have a pituitary gland problem or anything. He's just
he's just a big dude.
Natural tall dude. No problems with his anything that made him grow. Like giant morphism or whatever it is. None of that. So true giant.
Yep. It
Vikings.
happens sometimes. Hobby Champ says this show is far more intelligent and serious tonight. I can't put a finger on it. It's weird. It's tough. It's strange.
It is.
Carlos, did you say that? Dutch? Listen, I told you to watch out for the Dutch. I warned everybody.
Yeah.
People with those windmills are not to be trusted.
Nope.
We have reasons not to trust the Dutch. And then they've got a 7'3" giant. It's probably genetic experiments.
I would say.
I don't know what's going on in that windmill. I wouldn't trust it.
They're just grinding wheat down to flour. That's all they were meant to do, right?
That's it. Just saying. I got questions, man. I got questions. So anyway, what I was going to say was that obviously Spring Expo is coming up. So I did get the hotel booking for that. So it's the planning stages. Now I'm in the final planning stages. I'll talk about it more on the podcast episode this week, but the consolidation project is working. So I've been able to move a couple of items that I wanted to do, and that's starting to put a little bit extra in the coffers for the Spring Expo budget. So it's looking pretty good. I'm actually quite pleased with how it's been working out. I've even made money on some of the cards. My intention wasn't necessarily to make money. I was just going to get some of my money back on a couple of them. But I got some good offers, and it actually, even with fees, I ended up making money on a couple of them. I'm like, bonus, I like it.
Yep.
Listen, I'm not complaining. That's fine.
Yeah, I think the Spring Expo might be a surpriser. It does drop a lot. I would say in a percentage point, it's probably 25% less people that go to the spring opposed to the fall, due to the hockey seasons and what have you. And usually the Leafs are out, and Toronto is where it all happens. So I don't know, but this one, I hear a lot of extra people are coming that weren't coming before. Maybe we might be running good numbers, maybe, and maybe that's why it's sold out. Carlos, your hotel.
It could be. I don't know. Like something's going on. So maybe they just get really excited at the prospect of seeing Lawrence Taylor.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're just in there like it's like Lawrence Taylor, exciting.
Yeah, it's not like the signing guests are phenomenal or anything. So I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Lawrence Taylor's not bad. Like there's some good ones. Like there's some of the names that you would expect. They did seem to load it up though. Like it's actually pretty good for spring. It's a very good lineup.
Yeah,
because they got plenty of quantity. Yannick, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Good evening, Yannick. What's going on?
Running late, but I'm here. So
there you go. It's all good.
But go ahead. I'm never late. It's always someone else's schedule is not on mine. That's different.
That's the way it goes.
Good evening, Dan. Eric looks great tonight. Listen, we've been getting a lot of approval for Eric on this episode. Mm-hmm. He's been doing much better than normal. Like I expect him to maintain this going forward. This is going to be the new bar for him.
What's the like button at already? Have we blown out?
I have no idea. I have to check and see. Usually that's where I get. Usually that's where a couple other folks will kind of keep me tabs through the night. We are in double digits. It's pretty exciting.
Wow. No, Eric, getting the pay in advance, brother.
Lonely Basement baseball cards. Good evening. LT is the greatest defensive player of all time. All time. Well, there you
all
go.
Time. Yeah.
I think he's definitely up there, and I argue he's amongst the best football players just because of what he did and how disruptive he was. Like as a legendary football players go, he's right up there, and a great brand and a great marketing. And like I said, he was great in any given Sunday. Phenomenal. Just saying. Now, mind you, he was playing himself, but
and mind you, football.
I still enjoyed it.
In Toronto,
I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it.
Football's not the biggest draw for us here. So baseball, here. I'd say it's hockey, baseball, football. I guess. I don't know.
Well, right now, listen, baseball is going to struggle a bit until I see that team play a little bit better. We'll see how baseball's a little bit of a struggle right now at the moment being. Dan here says, just tune in. Are we going to talk about that Brian Gray fiasco live stream? So I'll tell you what, I will be happy to talk about it, but full disclosure, I didn't watch it.
Which one? The Brian?
Yeah. Brian. So what happened is Brian Gray went on off-centered with Dustin and Neo and Steve and Ham.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, so what happened was he was going to go on there. So here's the thing: I can still speak to it for two reasons. Number one, I knew it was going to happen. Number two, I'm on the Discord with Neo and Dustin and Ham and those guys, so I knew they were going to do it even before it was announced. That's why I alluded to it on the live. What's funny is that Amanda thought that I was going to be the one talking to BG, and I'm like, no, I don't care about repacks. I'm not going to talk to BG. Yeah, I did that already. Like I already did it. So regardless though, she and I literally said no one on the screen. And she's like, well, you're shit. It's like I wasn't looking at the screen. I wasn't sure if you were still on it. It's like sometimes you're shifty. It's like no, I was literal. I meant we weren't going to do it. I knew it was going to happen. But I wasn't going to announce it though because they hadn't announced it. So it wasn't my place to announce that it was theirs to say that was going to happen. But I alluded to it, obviously. And in that, I gave some phenomenal advice that they didn't follow. And what's funny, though, is I'm actually going to play. I have it as a clip, like a 1 minute clip. And I'm actually going to play in a minute. I'll play the 1 minute clip that I gave. And if they had watched that podcast episode, they would, if they had listened to exactly what I said, and followed my advice, it would have been 1,000 times better than what actually ended up happening. But I can still speak to it, and I'll talk about why here in a second. LT was the best. The game literally changed because of him. Teams no longer felt afraid to run a 3-4 because of LT. Yeah. No, Eric, does that mean you have to pay twice for the like button? 3 times. His off-the-field step is quite something, though. Yes, it is. Hobby champs. Brian Gray invented repacks, roots for the customer, loses money, and believes he should win a Nobel Prize. He believes he should win a Nobel Prize for a lot of things.
Nothing new there. Nothing new.
Yeah, no, that's standard.
I think he invented the Nobel Prize. So, anyways,
Yeah, all things are said. Yes. Okay. So tell you what, I want to play this clip first, because this was from the podcast episode. It's just 1 minute. It's 1 minute, and I want to make sure I play it because it'll give good context to what I'm about to say about even not having watched the live stream. I said this before the live stream, so that's why I want to give context and timing on this. So let me share it with you guys here, and I'll show you exactly what I'm getting at here. Chrome tab, share audio, perfect. All right. So this is, like I said, it's a 1 minute clip from the live stream. So I'm going to play it in real time here. Yeah, normal speed and everything. All right. So here it is. Probably the first 2 hours is me and BG. Just one-on-one, the two of us, just talking back and forth. I believe I interrupted him 457,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you have to do, by the way. If you want to get in a word in edgewise. So just a tip to whomever may decide to engage in this. You must be willing and be prepared to interrupt regularly. Because Brian likes to make his point, but he likes to filibuster and make his point over 10 straight minutes.
Yes.
And if you allow that to happen, then you might have forgotten what the original question was by the time you finish the 10 minute soliloquy. So you need to interrupt regularly. Eric can attest to this. You guys watch me do it. You have to interrupt regularly. Otherwise, he'll keep moving goalposts. The topic will keep changing. He won't actually answer the question, or he will answer the question, but then come up with a bunch of scenarios and angles and alternative realities where this different thing happens. By the way, nothing wrong with that. It's very entertaining. So I'll say this, as a viewer, it's extremely entertaining. But if you're actually trying to get an answer and have a conversation, then you must be willing to interrupt. So that was me days before the live stream. Again, the live stream hadn't happened, but my words were salient. Like I gave the blueprint. Their first mistake was you cannot have a panel show with BG. Cannot, because the host has to be in control. The reason, so for those that may not remember, mute him. You can, but here's the thing. When I did the bit with Brian Gray, it was a 4-hour live stream, but the last couple hours were us chatting about what we had already talked about. The first 2 hours was me and Brian Gray one-on-one, the two of us talking back and forth. And I did interrupt him. Yeah, and I did interrupt him a million times because it was required. And I was observing the chat, but I wasn't going line by line, comment by comment. I was focusing predominantly on what he was saying. Now, mind you, I was enjoying my beer because honestly, for me, it was easy to deal with the back and forth because I'm used to that kind of a thing. I came from a Latin household where no one shuts up. So it's not new to me. Yeah. It's fine. But the thing is, you have to interrupt constantly because he'll start going off on a bunch of tangents and be all over the map. So you can't have 4 people on the screen plus BG and then try to somehow monitor the chat. It's hopeless. You're doomed. Like you're dead in the water before. That's why I didn't watch it. I go, you're not going to get anything out of him. He's basically just going to give you an infomercial about whatever. It's a waste of my time. I did that video a while back where I talked about, watching the games and everything, how like I have a limited amount of time in my day. And I watch a lot of YouTube, but I'm not willing to sit there and just, even on replay, I literally challenged. I said in the Discord, I said, okay, I'll watch the replay, but was there anything worth me watching the replay on? I got a synopsis. And as soon as I got at the synopsis, I'm like, it's not even worth my time. I know basically what he said without even having to watch it. And I saved however much time they spent on it. I'm like, there's no hope because you have to, as the host, you have to take control. Otherwise, like I said, he'll just filibuster and he'll talk forever and you will not get a word in edgewise. And if you've got a bunch of people on the screen who want to say something and ask a question, no chance. No.
I turned it on. I was waiting in my car, basically for my Jeep to warm up. So I turned it on and I kind of was watching Neil watching TV. That's what it looked to me anyway. And that's as far as I went, probably 10 minutes. And Nobel Prize and everything. And that was it.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
it's bizarre. That. It's bizarre. That's why I say but the reason, Bobby, I wanted to play that clip is everything I said came to pass exactly. And I outlined the only way you could possibly have ever made it work. And they literally didn't. And they literally went away the exact opposite of the format that would allow you to have a chance to do that. Again, they got a decent amount of viewers. I saw the amount of concurrent viewers between all their channels was pretty decent. So it worked from a ratings perspective.
Was this on the repack?
That was what he wanted to talk about. Yeah, the repack thing. Oh,
because he wanted to slay everybody on the repack, and then he thought this group of 3 people gonna have some fun with him, and or
He was lit. Brian was gonna Brian would have gone on to anybody's channel that would have brought him on. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yep.
But they said, yeah, all right, we'll play along. And he goes, okay, Wednesday and blah blah blah. And yeah, I wasn't surprised. Like, of course he's gonna say yes because he's gonna do what BG does.
Yeah,
it's the person hosting that has to understand that and adjust accordingly.
Why doesn't he just take his money and ride off into the sunset? Honestly,
absolutely not. Never. Dan here says the only one of the four guys who confronted Gray was flipping Steve, and he could barely get a word in. Yes, and that was the kind of the. So Neo was giving me the blow by blow during, and so for the record, while that was going on, while that was happening, just to give you guys context, again, knowing that I knew what was going to happen before it was going to happen, and even without seeing it, I knew that this is the way it was going to turn out. I was catching up on my YouTube watch list, and then I watched the rest of the Dallas Star game that night. Because there was a Stars game in his own Sportsnet, so I could actually watch it. I was like, fantastic, I'll watch the rest of the Stars. So I enjoyed watching the end of the Stars game, and I caught up on my YouTube watch list. I saved myself some time. Best part of the stream was Mike Petty's comments, I'm sure. Good evening, Baz. Bubbles said, I tuned in late and saw Sports Car Dad and Ziggy get into it. Also not surprising to me. that was probably entertaining as a sideshow. Jeff here says, I lost count how many times the panel said you're going off topic. Exactly. So again, I know some of you saw it when I talked to Brian Gray, because he said he wanted to come on. And as soon as he did that, if you remember, I specifically, because it was one-on-one on purpose. I didn't invite Eric. I didn't invite Bobby. I didn't invite anybody else to come on. It was going to be me and him, because that way all my attention and all my focus could be on hosting that program and dealing with him directly. That's the only way that can work. You have to concentrate on the matter at hand, or at least have your beer, but you still have to be listening to it, because what'll happen is he'll say something that might be worthwhile following up on, but then he'll keep talking. So you have to literally stop and go, hold on, that thing you just said, hold on, elaborate on that, what you just said.
Well, sometimes he talks too much, and then he talks himself out of something.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
By sometimes you mean every single time?
I was being nice and generous, because he invented Repacks, so I got to give him that.
Oh, he invented
kudos,
yes.
You know. So yeah. Anyways, he's a perpetual motion person that just needs to be in the camera eye all the time. So, and it's, the grace of God, there goes Brian. So there you go.
Yep. Nugget, March Madness, ? I remember Super Bowl sadness. Why on earth the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball is beyond human comprehension. Been waiting a decade on an answer, and no one has one. Thank you, Nugget.
Ask Brian. He'll tell you.
It probably was involved in a repack.
Yeah.
Has Brian Gray announced his big announcement? Never. Long as the latest episode 2 of the SGC podcast.
He's already announced it, though.
He's the Repack King.
No, you don't understand. That's not the real one. If it's not big enough, then the next one is the real announcement.
Yeah. No, I think he's going to get into repacks.
He's going to announce his announcement. He needs to announce his announcement.
Yeah.
Press conference.
BG adores showing self-top. Perhaps. He's got big plans to save a big plan to save the hobby. I bet he does. I bet he does.
He really does.
That says, Carlos, you have to admit that inviting Eric just to make faces would have been entertaining. If I could have gotten him to if I would have muted him the entire time and just had him make faces, then yes. Mm-hmm. But as it was, it was mission critical because Dan, I actually wanted to get answers out of BG. And the only way I was going to get answers out of BG is that I needed to interrupt him constantly and consistently push back on everything he said, basically, every single time. And we were actually able to get somewhere because I kind of be like, nope, hold on, backtrack, repeat what you just said and elaborate. We're not moving on. Come back. We're coming back to this point.
Yeah. Needless to say, he talked himself out of whatever he did. So it was very interesting.
Brian Gray must have been an absolute treat to work with or for, perhaps. Paul says, so BG is Tony Khan? Absolutely not. Tony Khan is far more coherent. Mm-hmm. He talks too much too, and basically works everything into a promo for his business. But Brian Gray is still making his first point to this very day. And someday he'll finish it. You wait and see, and then he'll announce it. It's coming. Someday.
Well, it's supposed to be January, February or something. So now we're in.
Yeah, but he didn't say what year.
No, true. No, he said New Year. I think he did say in the New Year.
New Year 2026, 2027, maybe. 2048. Who knows? 22nd century.
Ever done.
23rd century.
There's one every year.
Yeah. BG working himself into a shoot, brother. It's true.
Brother.
But yeah. So yeah, but bottom line is that I didn't have to watch 1 second of it to know how it was going to play out. It was great.
Nope.
I guess.
Yeah. I was able to save quite a bit of time. It was pretty good. But yeah, you cannot. So word to the wise. If anyone else decides to take him up on his most generous of offers, I've given you a roadmap. My advice remains the same. I would strongly suggest doing a one-on-one style, and I would strongly suggest not focusing on the chat, focusing predominantly on what's in front of you, and be ready to interrupt regularly, all the time. If you need to, turn down his volume and turn up yours. Like whatever you need to do to make sure that he can hear you enough to be like, I need you to stop talking now.
Poor Brian. Just doesn't get it.
Yeah. Otherwise you'll be listening to a soliloquy for an indeterminate amount of time. It will take a very long time, and you may not remember by the time it's done what your original question was. So, like I said, just speaking from experience on that one. Your best bet is to interrupt early and often.
Or just not even do it. Save yourself the pain and agony of listening.
Oh, it's look, like I said, I think I want to say I think Dustin said that between the channels, I think they had almost 300 viewers at one point.
That's pretty good.
It is. So like I said, if your goal is to get some views, it does work.
I guess. Who hosted it?
It can be a painful exercise, but it does work.
Where was it hosted? On Brian's channel, or
it was on Sports Car Dad and Neil and Ham and Steve. They simulcasted on all their channels simultaneously.
They always do.
Oh, that was smart.
Yeah, so Dustin and Neil got the majority of the views because obviously they have the bigger followings. But the other guys got some viewers on theirs as well, and then they were able to participate in their individual chats. So they all were able to have that if you wanted to. And I think Dustin is able to see all the chats for all of it.
Yeah.
So I think it worked out. So it just depends.
We should see the breakdown of the percentage of how much time everybody had time to speak within that.
Well, apparently Steve. It'll be apparently Steve rage quit at one point. Apparently Steve rage quit at one point. I guess he took his headset off and like stormed off or something. Like he had a moment. It was hilarious. Apparently Steve got frustrated at one point that he couldn't get a word in, and he took his headset off and like stormed off for a minute or something.
Well, he can talk.
Yeah. Well, the problem is he couldn't talk. That was the issue. Steve did not get to talk.
That's the frustration.
That's what he was frustrated about. So look, more like War and Peace. Listen, Eric has given us the odd bit of War and Peace. He learned from Brian Cashman. There you go. Brian Gray essentially sold a company, had no legal license to do business in the field, and conduct the business in unlicensed card. The ultimate grift ever pulled in the hobby. We can do better. So they were under 200 viewers between the 3 channels I was watching, the 4 channels. I know that I saw Dustin and Neo both had pretty good views. I guess it depends, mind you, again, it depends on what time. Because at a certain point, BG will drone on and on and on, and eventually people get frustrated and click off.
Yeah. Really.
But there's going to be little stretches.
I was one of those.
Yeah,
10 minutes.
You'll get there, but it gets frustrating. At a certain point, it's like, yeah, that's enough. All right, click off this. Good evening, Orlando. Champ says, I love BG kept going on about how he doesn't care about money, yet everything he attempts to make, he does it is attempt to make money.
It's about money, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is, yeah. It was entertaining, but it sounded like one big lecture. Yeah, it becomes that. It becomes a symposium.
It is. He invented the hobby, I think, too. I'm not sure. I'm just putting it out there. I have to go back.
My understanding is that he invented Dr. Beckett. Dr. Beckett didn't exist before Brian Gray conjured him up.
No.
True enough.
Like nothing existed before 2016, boys.
Nope.
You know that.
Nope. And that's when Brian Gray invented the hobby.
Yep. He came in as a primordial ooze and just exploded into the hobby, and the hobby was born. And Brian's been king ever since.
And gratitude or curses ever since. Possibly both.
But he gives us good content. Thank you.
He does. But my favorite part about this, Bobby, is he gives us good content, and I led with, I didn't actually watch it. Like I legitimately did not watch it.
We've had 20 minutes on it, and we none of us watched it.
It's like I legitimately didn't watch even 1 second. I swear to you. Not even a second.
Yeah,
I literally, I just had the folks in Discord. I go, just tell me what the fuck you talked about.
Please. Yeah.
Just give me the short version.
I think I'm the one who
short.
told you, Bobby.
Hmm?
I think I'm the one who told you that night. I said it's on. You're like, oh. So,
Yeah,
that was
but I
Wednesday.
thought you were talking about his video, and then I went looking, and I didn't realize there was a live one on by the other channels, because I don't follow the other channels, so I didn't get them. I didn't get the
yeah. I think I've subscribed to all four guys, so I did see it on there.
Yeah.
I think,
but yeah, usually if there is something interesting, I'll tune. I don't watch a lot of the off-centered episodes anyway. It's not my cup of tea. But if it is a more interesting topic, I'll touch on it. I'll check it out. There's a couple of folks though, I'll be honest. There are a couple of other folks though that have been able to build up a pretty good niche in the sports card genre, and have been able to get pretty good audiences. Like I said, Brian Gray is still good to draw a decent crowd, all things considered.
of course.
Brad, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. Good evening, Brad. Look at that. He's got his colorful shirt and everything. What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That is awesome, Yannick. What a jersey.
No, there you go.
That's awesome.
Bullport's very own.
Look at you.
Hi, Carlos. Hi, Bobby.
How's it going?
Good.
You guys finished the trade night tonight, didn't you?
I just walked in the door. Yeah, we had to, we were short a few tables. So Sherry whipped up to Canadian Tire and bought a few more, and I stuck around. And yeah, today was a crazy day, but successful.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Interesting. So a couple of things I want to touch on with you. Obviously, we hadn't seen you in a little bit, so hello, greetings.
Yeah.
Obviously, we got the Spring Expo coming up. I did mention to the guys already. I got my hotel for that and everything, but I didn't realize that my usual hotel got booked up early, and I was like, "What? It's getting wild over here." Especially with the spring, I was a little surprised. And obviously, you guys have been a little bit busy working on PSA Canada business, keeping up. Is that still going pretty steady? It's still good.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should get into details. Yeah, business is off the charts. The submissions that. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
There you go.
I think you were saying that Pokemon was really kicking it.
Yeah, today was the Pokemon release day for the newest one that came out.
I think I saw the fights and the
I literally, so on the AMG thing, it was all Pokemon. It was just whatever, I forget the name of it, but it was basically that one and one restock. Yeah. And it was just, it was all Pokemon. I was like, I know nothing about this.
Yeah.
So I just looked at Blair. Although, Brad, you'll be very proud of us. I did get in when we were talking about the Paul Skeens, and we talked about how much money was paid for the Paul Skeens. Really briefly, we touched on it. I did manage to hit a stray with Alec Manoa. Because I'm always good like that. Just for you, Brad. Just for you. I go, listen, sometimes you take a shot on these pitchers. If only someone had listened to the advice of a sage individual, said, don't do it.
It's a new season. Maybe he can go for Manoa again.
Hope springs eternal.
I know. I joked with some people yesterday. I was like, being the Jays fan that I am, like, we're tied for first. And then all of a sudden, I was busy. I didn't get to watch the game. I was like, let me see. No one mentioned anything to me. 12-2 drubbing. I was like, oh no, here we go. It's going to be a long season, I think.
Yes.
Hope some people are optimistic, but we'll see.
Well, Brad, so I guess in that vein, so I'll talk Jays with you for a second. Are you hoping that, so obviously the speculation keeps going out there. Are you hoping that the Jays give Vladimir Guerrero Jr. $100 trillion, or basically half of the like button rate that I charge Eric?
Yeah, I hope we do. I think as a Jays fan, I think we just need something. And maybe it's not the best signing per se for long term. Who knows what could happen when you're talking that amount of money, but we just seem to be losing on everything. And it's kind of doom and gloom. Rogers has the money. Let's go out and let's sign Vladdy and let's see what happens from there. I think we just need a little oomph. We don't have
so I'll agree with you from the perspective of perception. I think for the perception side of it, I think that's it. But like I said, here's the thing. I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't think signing Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to do anything. I think he's a good player. Yeah. I don't think he's a great player. And let's put it this way. If they sign that contract anywhere where he wants it to, in about 3 years, it's going to be like the worst contract in baseball. It's literally he's even if he plays okay, it's like, yeah, that's like a horrific ripoff. The only hope is that basically the Dodgers spend $100 trillion for like a dead body, and then it'll seem okay by comparison. But they deferred it, so it's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here. So Dan was saying Craig midlife gets consistently over 200 lives. Sure, I don't doubt it. The one that I was thinking of though is blabbing about slabbing. Those guys that do they actually got they sometimes get some pretty good numbers. I haven't looked at it too recently in a while, but some of them actually do very well. A couple hundred viewers, so some of those aren't too bad. So Rob here says, "Hi Brad, will you be at the show tomorrow?"
Yes, all day.
There you go. Dan here says, "A lot of respect for Brad's cool head during the Tariff nonsense. Listen, you should have seen it behind the scenes. Oh my God. Oh my God. The inhalers. It's bad, man. It's a bad scene."
It's true. Like 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'm getting too old for those shifts. It's wearing me down, that's for sure. But it is a lot easier when you love what you do, that's for sure. It keeps the motivation going. And as I joke around with you guys as my buddies, it's Red Bull gives you wings. And today I overdid. I try to keep 2. Today I did 3 to get through the rest of the day, but we'll see.
There you go. So I got a question for you, but before I do, so Eric, if you're good, give me a thumbs up.
Oh,
Listen,
no.
Listen, someone's got to pay for the like button, and it's going to be Eric.
Hang on. I got to change my fucking.
All right, he's going to change it. All right, Eric, we're going to get to mocking you in a minute, so silence. Pretend you're Brian Gray, and I'm ignoring you. So now, going in, Brad, got a question for you. So let's talk about this. Spring Expo. Usually we'll do the business part real quick in a couple of moments, and then we'll go to the fun part. So obviously, submissions will be taken in PSA Canada. You guys will have your booth presence. It won't be the on-site grading. It will be the submissions, but you'll still have your booth and your presence and all that on there. So from that perspective, all good, all according to plan. Everything's right on schedule. You're all good there.
Yep. Yeah, we just finished the booth design today, working with our marketing team, which was great. So we got a call early next week with Menzie. Yeah, everything's set to go. There is a few things I will mention though, and we will be pushing this out there so people are fully aware. We will be taking all submissions, shipping direct from the show to the U.S. under the TIB process. Tariffs will not come into play for any of the trading cards that we ship across the border and back. So we have a system that's in place, so we do not have to worry. Again, this is evolving. It could change next week. Who knows what's going to happen? But as of April 2nd, Liberation Day. As of right now, we are not taking any PSA DNA. PSA DNA will not be there. We're not taking on PSA DNA submissions. You cannot submit your cards to us on your account and have them vaulted or send to auction. We can't do that. We are not taking Funkos or WADA, etc. So it's strictly trading card drop off, and that's it. And
so Eric's first edition of Pac-Man, that will no good. No
go. Yeah. Sorry, Eric. Yeah. So those are the things, and we'll be pushing that narrative out there. But it is unfortunate when you build momentum, like we have DNA on site, and you get things rolling, and then it's like, we're at that standstill again, and as we talked about, Carlos, it's for the customers. It's for the customer's own good. You know, there's nothing we can do about the tariff situation. So many people, as of today, still don't understand exactly how it works. And I've spent so much time trying to educate people because I was educated by our legal team and so forth. I won't get into all the details, but if anyone wants to reach out to me and discuss how cross-border tariffs are in effect right now, it's very simple, and it is true what's happening. And a lot of people have been stung with tariffs coming back, items coming across the border from the US into Canada, paying a 25% tariff on the value of the good. Nothing to do with what you paid for it. Nothing. It's the value of the good. So,
well, Brad, if you're really good, a couple of weeks ago, I gave a specific example use case because now again, I totally put the full amount. I did not stinge a single penny. I assure anyone who's listening, I put the exact amount of the value of the items, just so we're clear, just in case there was any questions about that.
Sure,
So anyway, so I got charged the 25% on it, but then also the customs on top of the 25%.
Right.
So you got to remember that piece. That piece is almost like glossed over. Like actually, the customs also plays into it. Just so we're clear, it's 25 on the total, and then we add on the 13%. So it's actually not 25; it's more.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's steep. I just had a guy with it was a $20,000 card, and it was $5,000. It was even $20,000, and it was a $5,000 tariff on the card to bring it across the border. And he's kind of in limbo right now and trying to figure out what to do. So
send it back.
Bobby Champ says there could be hundreds in here, but Eric, truth. Rock Layton says show is going downhill from here. You're no lies detected. Paul here says, how much does slab Eric? Does PSA have a holder that big? No, but you know who does?
Beckett does.
Beckett.
Beckett does.
Beckett has a holder big enough to hold his house with Eric in it.
Yes.
That's the kind of slabs they got. And usually they use that just for T206s. Bobby Jeff says the Underground Railroad for cards. That's right. Eric is the card mule who smuggles the cards across the border. Let me tell you. You know that scene in Pulp Fiction?
Yep.
With the watch. Eric has lived that scene out a couple of times. Just saying, Christopher Walken, that was taken straight from Eric's memoirs.
Yep.
It wasn't a watch, though.
And let me tell you, my lawyers, even though it was from 1994, my lawyers are still working on copyright infringement.
Indeed.
Wow.
So, Brad, now with the business conducted, by the way, if I think I'll pull up, I think because right now at the moment, the actual words on it is still valid. I'll include a link in the description to the conversation Brad and I had on the channel about this, because at the moment that hasn't changed. If it changes, then we can update or do whatever. But for now, the actual words and what we said, the instructions, what the process is for people, it remains unchanged. If it does change again going forward, we can talk about it more. But for now, it's still accurate. So I'll leave a link in the description for that for anybody who catches a replay. But what I was going to say, so with that business taken care of, so since it is submissions, I think you get a little bit of time, hopefully. What is Brad the Collector looking for? What's he got an eye out for these days?
The number one sports card that I'm looking for is Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to. There's two versions of his first Rittenhouse autograph that I want.
Oh, yeah.
Eric knows I'm also collecting certain Looney Tunes right now. TMGs from Looney Tunes out of 100, some oddball stuff. I've been picking up just a whole bunch of cool stuff lately. It keeps me sane. I love it. So from sports-wise, I don't know what I picked up.
I saw Blair's video. Was kind of interesting, showing the back room there.
Yeah, I picked up. Steve bought this at AMG, and then I bought it from him. It's a Larry Bird, beautiful looking card. It's a 101 Superfractor. Now I'm kind of at the crossroads. It is from this year's Topps Chrome something, so it's not licensed, but it looks licensed. Like you can't tell. Like
where's Brian Gray? We need him for.
Yeah. Anyways, it's a 101 Superfractor. That was cool. One of Eric's favorites. Right. So. Yeah, but I have been picking up a lot of stuff. Is everyone going to be like Yannick? I know you'll be there, Bobby, Carlos.
Eric's not invited.
Has the 12% moved? Are we 12% or higher now?
I was going to say we were at 12.6, so like we were 12.65.
12.6. I would say now to
don't say
to be fair.
No, you gonna say it to yourself? Please do.
He was thinking that through. You can see the hamster was turning.
To be fair, more accurate, I would say now we're at like a good 13.2.
And he doesn't do maths. That's
I was going to say
good. That took a while.
So hold on. So for the record, I must ask, Eric, is there a reason why you're literally moving this? And like, honestly, you either have the time or the money, or you don't. Like, what do we do? What are we doing?
Things, have to move.
Eric, you're a person who bikes 51 miles because you're an idiot. You have no life. What are we talking about?
He could bike to the show. That'd be a good run.
The only argument you have is financial. So either you have the cash or not. You could get a ski mask, be a man, go to the local bank and ask them for samples with a gun. Allegedly,
yeah.
Allegedly, for legal purposes, Brad. For legal purposes,
yeah.
That is merely for comedic effect. But Eric, do it.
Yeah. And
Eric,
get a video live, put it on live on my Instagram.
You probably should. Listen, that would go viral, as the kids say.
I think you're right.
yeah, if you
Just
want to
saying.
stay with me, Eric, I'll get a pull-out cot for you. You can stay in my room if you'd like.
Oh, that'd be a dream come true.
You missed
Oh,
out,
yeah.
Eric. By the way, Eric, you missed out. I mentioned earlier that my usual hotel was booked because apparently I guess the spring is really exciting. Like there's something going on and people are getting really excited. Maybe LT's entourage needed a bunch of hotel rooms and it all got booked up.
Well, you gotta
So
put
now
the
I'm
plane
actually going to
somewhere.
I'm going to be at the what was the name of it again?
Elements.
I already forgot it. Elements. So I'm going to be at the Elements. So I'll have an easy path down to the restaurant, which is a decent restaurant. It's actually pretty good, all things considered.
Actually, I just got a bill from the Expo for $1,400 for my booth
You're getting a booth this time? Are you
No.
moving some trinkets? What are you going?
from spring of 2024. What is this?
You just got the bill now?
I get the bill and I'm going, yeah, I kind of
wouldn't
paid this.
pay it.
He goes, well, it's not in our records. So then I went through my email records and I see I paid Steve Menzie directly, right? So I
Okay, yeah.
transferred him, and
Yeah.
then I had to send him that, and then he goes, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we're good. I said, thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay that.
It was already paid.
I know.
That
I
was
paid
the price of it. Yeah.
Yannick, who do you have? Is there any number on the back of your jersey by any chance?
There is.
Not. It's not
26,
52.
52.
52 is Dimitri Gubar.
You're making that up, Brad.
Is that another? That's an SB signature legend? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's Dimitri Gubar. I'm sure of it. He played with me. 52.
Really?
Good to know.
Yeah.
How does Gubar? What kind of name? Like what nationality?
He was Russian. Yeah, Dimitri Gubar. He didn't speak to anybody. He just kind of sit in the corner and smiled every now and then. I don't think I had any conversation with him.
Now I'm trying to
If you
imagine,
called
Brad,
him
because
Mr.
hockey
Goofball?
players always have nicknames for everybody. It's like if the man's name is already Gubar, what do you do?
Yeah.
Call him Mr.
Gooby.
Gubar.
Gooby.
Yeah, Gooby. Like what are we doing?
Oh yeah.
We don't have much in the way of options here, Bobby. Like we're already kind of we've been put into a corner here. Literally, we've been pushed right into it. There's not a lot of options.
Yeah, Mr. Goodbar is really an American joke because they have that chocolate bar there. We don't have it here. Never did, never will, because it's Hershey's and it sucks because it's dark chocolate and your chocolate bars suck. Anyways,
Okay, well there
You
you
know
go.
what? Actually, I think I just lied. I just told the fib. Because
Liar.
and the reason why I said that, my dad's phone number used to be 499-5216, and it was Bobby Orr, Wayne Gretzky, backwards Dimitri Gubar, Brett Hall.
what the fuck goes through your mind?
So it was so Dimitri Gubar was actually 25, but he was backwards Dimitri Gubar. 52 was my dad's phone number.
So it's Gubar Dimitri then.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
that's how Brad remembered the phone number if he had a state of mind
If
that
I'm
he
out,
couldn't
yeah.
remember. So now he's like, okay, that's
See,
Bobby
and Dan,
Hall.
you were trying to give Brad so much credit for his poise. He is on right now in the middle of a 6-day Red Bull bender. This is what happens.
I think so.
This is how the Alec Manoa thing happened. He was in the middle of a 5-6 day Red Bull bender. He goes, "This guy is going to be the best. He's going to be the greatest. He's going to be like Sandy Koufax on steroids." And he just lost his mind. He was, "I got to buy it all."
He's got these
And it's like,
pilot
"Brad,
wings in
no,
the
no,
corner.
Brad, don't do it." That was Carlos's voice in the distance. "No, Brad, don't do it."
Did you
I've
guys
been
actually
trying to
get-
warn the public about this fool for like 5 years, and no one ever wants to listen. They're all like, "Oh, Brad's the best. Brad's the best. Eric's a jerk."
Eric, the state of Massachusetts has been trying to warn us about you for 40 years. So what's your point?
My
They
mother's
don't
been trying to
say
warn
that.
everyone for 51 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad. You were saying?
when you had to remember people's phone numbers, like you didn't. Again, you didn't store it in your phone, but you had to dial. You had to actually dial
I
the
just
numbers.
remembered them.
I used to
didn't.
always try to do something so I could remember
used
that.
to remember
Well, you were
tons of
actually getting
numbers.
ready
Now,
for the
like,
future, Brad. Is
There are
because
look, there
now
are
we just do
devices.
by names, right?
Well, actually, so Brad, you inadvertently reminded me of something. So, and Dan is correct. Brian Gray invented sports. He invented everything. These are
Yeah.
facts.
Accurate.
But you did inadvertently remind me of something. So the other day, earlier, I think it was last week, my mom. So I call the house. You know, I live a couple blocks down from the house. So usually I call Carlos Sr. to make fun of him and remind him he's old, as you do. You know, it's important because he's old. He might forget. So I have to remind him. So I call down, and then occasionally my mom will overhear. So she'll chime in on the conversation. But the other day she told me something shocking. She told me something that is life-changing. For all these years that my entire life that I have lived in and around this neighborhood. So we moved into this neighborhood in the house that my parents live in.
I knew it.
It's important. Carlos Sr. could not possibly contain this. If you talk to the man, we're nothing alike.
Yeah,
nothing
you
alike.
gotta be. Yeah.
So anyway, since we moved to this neighborhood in 1992, we've had the same phone number. Years ago, they switched to one of those VoIP systems, whatever, but they kept the same phone number. They ported it over. So since 1992 until right now, so 33 years, they've had that phone number.
Wow.
And my mom essentially he goes, we canceled the number. And I was like, what?
What?
And he goes, yeah, well, we used to have, we kept it the last couple of years because, you know, just in case we needed it for certain specific scenarios and certain specific contacts that had it. It's like, yeah, so now we're just going to use our cell phone. It's like, end of an era. 33 years, Brad. 33 years.
Now you can tell.
My God.
Now you can tell.
I had that number. So speaking of, so the reason why your story reminded me of that is like, that's like the only phone number in my life that I have memorized. Even my own, sometimes I have to think about it, and I've had this number for longer. But that 33 years, Brad, like that's just been memorized. It's like ingrained in my brain. And I'm like, what? Now this number's useless to me.
Yeah.
I still remember ones from when I was a teenager. It's like, it's just ingrained in your brain.
It's true.
Yeah, Bobby. That's what I mean. After 33 years, I'm not going to be able to forget it now.
No.
But now it's useless to me, Brad.
I go back before there was 416. Jesus. Jesus. Sorry.
It's tough times.
You go back before there was an area code?
Yeah, you didn't have to do the area code. You could just do the direct 7 digits.
I remember that. I mean,
There wasn't enough people in Toronto yet. That's how long.
No.
Yeah, that's right. Because otherwise it wouldn't go. Yeah, it would go through your local area. Yeah, that's them. Yeah, sorry.
My number was 6916716. It was.
No, listen,
easy, 'cause you only have to
Eric
hit the
remembered
number
it when it
7,
was
not-
like a name. Eric remembered it was a name and a number. Meridian 457.
Oh,
Eric remembers when it was like a
60s,
long
50s.
and a short and a long short again, and then you had to crank the
That's-
block.
that's what-
No, like if you really want to go old school, if you really want to go old school, Eric remembers when you had to pull so that the string got tight, so that you could be like, "Hey, how's it going? What's up?"
Hey, Ma.
Just saying.
I'm old.
Yeah.
I know.
It's good to see
You know
Yannick
what's
and
funny?
Brad
I
and
just
another guy who
heard-
came in late.
I just heard something on, I forget where it was, and they said, you know, if you're 50 years old, you know, you've lived 66% of your life, and your average age is, 76. So you only got like 26 years left. So I heard that, but I'm a lot older, but it didn't pertain to me because I've already been 50. So I'm just putting that on Eric right now. So just to let him know.
I know.
You got 33% left, you know.
Yeah. And it's not
No,
going to
Bobby,
be.
if worst comes to worst, you can always do the Carlos Senior line. Like he says he gave up aging cold turkey years ago.
It doesn't matter.
He just quit. It didn't work for him, so he quit.
Yep.
And I was like, hey, listen, whatever works for you, man. Whatever works for you.
Just saying.
Me too, Bobby. We had party lines as a kid. Eric used smoke signals. Facts, Orlando.
Yeah.
Orlando got jokes. I like when we bring some Eric's old jokes. One other thing, though, it did make me laugh, though. You know, following up on his birthday celebration. So, Brad, you can understand this. Normal people would celebrate birthday with a variety of different things. Stupid people would be like, hey, I'll buy 51 miles for 51 years because he's an idiot. But an important thing, though, we did learn something important. And this is science, Brad. So this is important. Hashtag science. I was explaining this to poor Eric because Eric unfortunately didn't understand it. The truth is, everybody knows that if you're going to cycle, which by the way is stupid, but if you insist on doing it, it's important science. Everybody knows that anything beyond 8 minutes is completely pointless. It's as if you did nothing, unless you go 100 miles plus. So 51 miles is right smack in the middle of useless town. Like, and Eric resides there. Like, he hangs out there. And I was like, so he sent us a little text message with like a screenshot of the thing. He goes, I went the 51 miles. And I'm like, cool. I sent him a screenshot of my stationary bike that I hadn't used in a while, but I moved the pedal and it said 6 minutes. And I go, see, I actually did something useful. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Unless if you go next year, he says he wants to do 52 miles. Like, no, 152 miles. Now we're talking.
Like Nacho Libre. I don't believe in science.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
So, Brad, the important thing for science, if you're going to use an exercise bike, under 8 minutes or over 100 miles, anything in between is worthless.
It's 51 or nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up to 91 miles for the week. So I got
so in a whole week you've done nothing.
So how many is that per day that you did?
I did 20 on Monday, 51 on Tuesday.
So you've done nothing in the last little bit while then.
I
Good
did biked Wednesday night. That was like 8 miles or something. I took
8
yesterday
miles. What do you?
off.
8 miles.
Right?
Where's Eminem?
I did like 9 today. I don't know. I have it all written. I have it all.
You know, Eric, there's a
Get
thing
one
called the
chance.
motor vehicle. If you utilize it, you can go 100 miles really, really easily. Doesn't take that long.
I got like if I bang out 5 miles tomorrow on the mountain bike and then 5 more on Sunday, I'll get 100. If not, I'll just go in the garage and just do my average 20 miles and do over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Do you? The question is do you always wear the tight outfits?
No, not always.
He does that getting out of bed in the morning.
Mountain bike,
he's just what? He just does it to feel alive.
Maybe.
It has nothing to do with biking.
When
Like,
I'm-
like stretchy pants. Do you wear stretchy pants in the morning?
They're
no,
not stretchy.
I wear baggies when
They're
I'm out.
clingy.
So I did 9.36 today, 6.6 on Wednesday, 51 on Tuesday, and I did 22.25 on Monday.
Very consistent.
And a beer.
And did you do it in under 8 minutes?
So I got a few more to go to hit 100 for the week.
Did at any time you stop somewhere for a chocolate stick?
I did stop on the 51-mile ride. We stopped at a convenience store
That
at
just
the halfway point, and I had a Gatorade and a Snickers bar.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You were getting cranky.
Wait.
Wait.
Hold on, Yannick. Let's not bury the lead here. He said he stopped at the halfway point. So that sounds to me like he did not do 51 miles. That sounds to me like he did 26 miles and change, and then 26 miles and change. Fucker, get back out there and do 51 miles like a man.
Straight through.
You stay on that fucking bike until the 51 miles are over. And then you still haven't done anything because you need to go to 100. But the point is, if you're going to do it at all, Brad, you see, this is how embarrassing this is. This man, he half-asses everything. He doesn't do anything properly.
I don't.
Hashtag science, Brad. I'm bringing science into this.
I'm ashamed.
He looks like a defeated man now.
He should be a defeated man. I'm here to defeat him because you see, Brad, because I'm not an idiot and I don't spend a bunch of time on a bicycle like a moron. So I have the energy to be able to defeat this man and pummel him into the ground. That's stamina.
The abuse.
Yeah. Listen, Brad, well, not everybody has. Listen, I actually was in the office today, Brad. So against my better judgment, I actually had to be up in the morning. So as far as stamina is concerned, right now, what I'm doing right now, doing this with you and actually having to get up at a reasonable hour in order to get to my office at a reasonable time, Brad, it's like I did a 510-mile bike ride. Not 51 like a peasant, 510. And I took no fucking breaks. There's no chocolate stick breaks in the middle of that. I'm still going.
Just break. I didn't take a chocolate stick break. I took a
You're a peasant. You're a peasant.
Snickers.
You gotta have.
You did
some-
nothing. Nothing. You did nothing.
I'm sorry. I only stopped. Listen, I stopped for like 15 minutes. I apologize.
Too long. My good says, what's the over under on hamstring pull or torn muscle? Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, it is yes. Yeah.
Hot Sauce Sports Car says, Eric just voted Sexiest Man in the Hobby 2025. Is voted by himself. Congratulations. Much deserved.
Good Bill.
6.6 chocolate sticks. Impressive. That's right. Was he over under a pulled muscle or some kind of surgery? Yes. Very yes.
Yeah. Well,
Twisted testicle.
so if anybody cares, the reason for doing this was I turned 50.
Because you're an idiot.
Did anyone ask?
So I turned 50 last year. I could not ride last year. I was in bed for almost 6 months. I weighed 250 pounds. I was in horrible pain, the whole thing, needed surgery. But I had wanted, before I got hurt in October a year plus ago, I was getting ready. I was training. So in March, I'd be able to do a 50 for 50. And I got hurt, destroyed my back, needed surgery, in bed 6 months, blah, blah, blah. Couldn't do it. So I knew laying in bed last year, I'm like, next year, 51 for 51 is happening. And I now weigh 217 pounds. And I had to get it done in March because my birthday is the 14th. But if you remember, I was sick as a dog on my birthday.
Yes,
So
we all remember.
I did it in March. It's going to count. So I got it done. Did 51 exactly. I mapped the whole thing out. And as I pulled into the driveway, the computer went 51.0. So
now, did you realize on the back of it, the computer says plus or minus 5 mile margin of error? It's like
not.
You either overshot it or you weren't even close.
Yeah.
And by the way, Brad, you see how he's trying to play for sympathy. He's like, "Oh, I was sick as a dog." Listen, Brad, for the record, and this happened. I was on a live stream the very same day that I cut myself trying to demonstrate a broken coaster. I could have died from the blood loss.
All for science.
And you know what? I came on. I put a bandage on it, Brad. I walked it off, and I fucking did the live stream. Like a man, Eric. That was like my flu game.
Yeah, that was Jordan. Yeah, that was.
Could have died from the blood loss there, from the loss of blood.
Yeah,
I love it.
And to think, listen, I know there are some investors in that thing who wish harm upon people. I know for a fact.
That does seem to be accurate.
Imagine the kind of company that you would wish harm upon people that use your product.
I could.
Disgraceful.
It does seem to be. That does seem to be an accurate statement.
Brad, I'm so good at this. I really am. So you got that Robert Downey Jr. So Robert Downey Jr. Anything else? Anything else that Collector Brad is out there on the eye looking out for?
Honestly, whatever comes by and catches my eye. I'm at that point now. There's very few things that I actually chase, but when I see something that I like, I know it, and then I'll go for it. So besides that, that's just something. I'll probably get that in Chicago at the National. I'm assuming the Robert Downey Jr. Well, actually, there is. Mr. Angel has. I know he has one or two of them, but I don't know if he wants to part with them. So there's a possibility it might surface in Toronto, but probably not. So, but boys, I wish I could stay. I'm going to bed. And
got a big show tomorrow.
Well, you got to do your card show. So, Brad, we appreciate you hopping on and joining in. We appreciate it. We appreciate the colorfulness of your shirt. And most importantly, for everyone, wave to Loud Phil.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is my bedtime shirt.
The important thing is, Brad, you got to do it like this.
I like the Queen's waves.
I do that.
By the way, Brad, we'll talk later. I have scheduled now because of something that I talked about already with the Toronto Maple Leafs baseball team. I'm guaranteed to go to one Jays game this year. I have one Jays game in a box. And listen, I might know some. Listen, I've heard rumors, and I'm wondering if Brad Hartland is going to do something with the Jays. Because listen, I am willing to sacrifice myself and take time out of my busy schedule to go Jays games if someone else has already bought some tickets. I'm just throwing it out there.
There you go. I will be a season ticket holder to the Blue Jays. There's no doubt.
What, Brad? I'm shocked. I didn't even realize.
I got the
shameless, Eric. Shameless.
Covered. I gotta buy Jays season tickets. It won't be for the first. It'll be like second. They have those second half deals. So yeah. So if anyone wants to go to the games besides Eric, I'll be happily going with it.
Well, listen, Eric has been begging. It's ridiculous. He literally said, "I will crawl over broken shards of coasters to get there."
I love it.
All right, Brad. Have yourself a good night. We'll talk later.
See you guys.
Later, buddy.
Take it easy.
Thanks for wearing that jersey, Eric. Yannick, that made my night. I love it.
Nicely done.
Speaking of jerseys, I want to show Yannick something.
All right,
ready,
give me a second.
buddy?
Let me finish reading. Let me finish reading the last couple of comments here. We'll get caught up and we'll go. And thanks to Brad for joining in. We knew that he was going to be a little bit late if he was able to join us, so we were able to get him on for a little bit. So it was good. That's why I wanted to make sure I at least let him finish telling his story about anything that's happening in spring. All right, so Dan said, I did a YouTube guest spot the same day I had surgery on my neck. I had a used bandage on my neck. Ray from Philly's channel in November. See, Eric, you're wuss.
Yeah, I've never done the show injured or sick. I've never done that. Ever.
Eric, I did not see you die and become a zombie a single time.
Or from a bathroom toilet. I've never done the show from the
Eric,
bathroom.
you did that for pleasure. That you would have done that anyway. You only haven't not done that in your house because your wife put her foot down. And she was like, nope.
Twice that you
Nope.
couldn't do it on the crapper.
There'll be none of that. Again, you did that for yourself.
Yeah.
Dan says, I once did a live stream where Eric said he hated me. This is a thing that Eric does.
He
That hurt a
did
lot,
do
exactly.
Where that was said. That is true.
Hurt feelings are real, Eric.
I will say by the end of the live stream, I hated him less.
What percentage would you say less?
Oh, like 7.3. 7.3% less.
I see. Is that with like a 7.3% margin of error?
Probably somewhere around there, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, something. You're in good company if he says that to you. Yeah. He says it to a lot of people.
Screw you, Bob.
The secret Dan is to embrace not actually caring what Eric says. This is what has worked for me. It's worked really well.
That's how my relationships with most people go. That they ignore what I have to say usually.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So you wanted to say something about Yannick's jersey?
No, I don't care about Yannick's jersey. He looks stupid in it. I wanted to show him my shirt.
No.
Oh my
How
God.
dare you?
Holy
Fucking dare you.
Wow.
That is a nice shirt.
That is a nice shirt. I had somebody that I actually like gave me that.
Wow.
Who
So
would
Paul has
ask
a question
me?
for you, Eric.
I don't think they like you that much.
Yeah, nobody likes you that much. Paul has a question for you, Eric. The Shore show up yet?
Sure.
Eddie Shore, your matchbook.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting impatiently for it. No,
You bought a diamond matchbook?
I really want to get it. So
A diamond matchbook?
what, Bobby?
You bought a diamond matchbook?
I bought a 1933 Eddie Shore matchbook.
Nice.
Thanks to Paul.
It's pretty
That's
nice.
nice.
Actually.
There you go.
Colors are nice.
So I mentioned earlier as well that I'll save it for the podcast because I think it might be a fun. I like adding the silly card of the week was a fun segment that I enjoyed adding. But one thing I want to do, obviously, we'll have whatever topic or story that we'll talk about. But if I pick up anything interesting or fun, I'll do a little thing on the podcast. I think that'd be kind of fun, especially if something interesting comes along. I was able to successfully. I won. Obviously, I mentioned after we finished recording the last episode or the one before that I'd won a case hit from EX2000. But now that is going to be shipping on its way, I'll talk about it on the next episode. And then the other one was I did win something from the Slab Sharks auction this past week. So I was able to win something on there. A nice card. But like I said, I'll save it for the podcast because then we can talk about it a little bit. But if it's just something generic, I won't mention it. But if it's something a little bit more interesting or something that has a reason or a story behind it, then we can talk about it a little bit more. Otherwise, we'll just do the usual thing here. But mail days will still be mail days, but it's nice to have something like that on the podcast to talk about. So I figure I'll save it for that. But it's been, that's what I was saying to Bobby at the very beginning. News-wise, kind of a quiet week. Hobby-wise, pretty good. Like I said, the Spring Expo plans are finalized. Got the hotel room, got that set up. The consolidation project is working. Been able to sell some more stuff this week. Got a bunch of eBay packages out this week. That account is starting to get healthy. That account's looking pretty good, and it'll be nice to have a little bit extra cash that I don't have to pull from anywhere else. It's kind of nice to be like that came straight from eBay. That account is just building up just from eBay funds, and I was like, all right, nice.
Yeah, I
Good
even had
result.
a sale from eBay last night. That was great. Something I picked up for $2, I got $30 US. It was nice. I love those little garbage bins at the expo. They're wonderful.
Yep. One.
So that's something.
$2.
So that's something I'm looking at possibly doing a little bit more for the spring, since the spring is a little bit better for it.
What's up?
I have a couple of deals already lined up with Steve potentially, so that's great. But then, and then I'm gonna have that little challenge with the 7071 O-Pee-Chee set. I'll work on that. That'll be a fun little project for videos and stuff. But then I want to see if I can pick up some stuff to move. I've had a little bit of good luck with that, even on ComC. I bought a couple of things literally on the platform, repriced it, and then sold it within a couple of days. A couple of them literally sold within days, and I was like, nice.
I have
Just
the entire
odd item here and there.
71 tops set, but the O-Pee-Chee obviously is nicer, and it's better to have. And I have a lot of.
I didn't think it was nicer to use.
I have a lot of it, but I definitely don't have the entire thing. But I do have the entire top set for 70.
Does it concern you that given
It's
that everything
smaller.
is O-Pee-Chee, your 7071 top set is fake?
Is it 71
Everything
too
is
or
O-Pee-Chee.
7071?
I learned that. I learned that again yesterday at work.
No, we learned, like I said, Bobby, but we learned that everything is O-Pee-Chee.
Everything-
So
I
tops
know.
isn't real.
I could just because the wrapper says O-Pee-Chee on it doesn't mean it's O-Pee-Chee. But
What?
the wrapper from 1966 says O-Pee-Chee on it.
1966.
The 1966 Bobby Orr Tops wrapper.
Does not
That
say
is-
a peachy. It says
That-
top.
It does. I went on your app and looked at it and blew it
Wow.
off.
Are you
No, you
questioning
were-
the Burrell
you were-
about
you
his
were-
own app?
It says
were-
O-Pee-Chee.
Elbow
Yannick,
deep.
Fight,
in-
fight, fight, fight.
You were
Oh my
elbows
God.
deep into Richard Scott's book, maybe.
No, I'm telling you. And it's like I understand why people that don't know say it.
Are you saying the Burrell doesn't know?
No, he
No.
does know. That's why it's tops, because he does know, and I know. But the reason people will say it's O-Pee-Chee is because it says so on the wrapper.
It says in
You know.
Canada distributed by O-Pee-Chee. Yes.
O-Pee-Chee. The words
It
O-Pee-Chee.
says that on the 65, 64, 63, 62, 61,
Yes.
59, 58, 57, and 54. Yeah. All the way back.
So those who aren't in the know, I can understand why they continue to make this mistake.
Well, then they're not watching the show.
I know.
Scandalous. Truly
You're
scandalous.
not buying the app.
You know,
So
I had-
this one,
people at work, because I showed you guys the piece. I don't know if Carlos wants to put it up or not, but I showed you guys the piece.
I can
that
take a look.
came in.
Yeah.
And
What was that?
Be all over it, and I'm like, what the F is this?
What was that? A frame piece?
It's a big piece.
I thought
Frame.
it was big.
It's big, right? And we have Jordan's rookie card, and
So someone did this offshoot kind of.
yeah,
They
kind of
did a
thing
good
with
job
all
with the
these-
O-Pee-Chee logo
with
on
all
it.
these rookie cards, right? And we got like 3 or 4 of the Bobby Orr ones, and I'm like,
60.
why does this say O-Pee-Chee on it?
That's the one year that you could almost get away with calling it O-Pee-Chee, even though it is tops, but because the tops did their test set, right?
Right. So
So
again,
we
I had
can
this whole
honestly,
discussion.
yeah, that's that weird piece. That's cool. It almost looks like I didn't know if it was like small, like real wrapper, but whoever did that, the quality is really good.
It really does look nice. We have a
They
few.
did the O-Pee-Chee. Is that a sticker on the outside of it or inside?
Yeah, no, it's like on the glass.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I thought. Yeah, because the depth, right?
and it all really looks
So
nice.
who
Again,
does that?
we have a guy that's making them, and
That's copyright infringement. You know that, right?
I don't care. I just work there. But
Eric does not care about the law. He flouts
So-
the law.
so we have a few of some of the
He's
bigger
the what powder?
cards of all time.
Yes.
And- I was looking through them, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
It's
The
a
law
cool
does
piece
not
to have on your wall.
No,
honestly.
it looks great, but I'm like, oh, wait till the guys see this. Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
It is cool.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
I should have
So
put
real
up
quick.
Jordan Flair and said everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Listen,
But it
Flair is
is.
double O-Pee-Chee. Flair is double O-Pee-Chee minimum. So real quick here. So this one, have we touched on the Beckett VIP grading experience yet? Thank you for bringing it up. I will touch on that briefly. In a
We
moment.
have not.
We have not. But
But-
any opportunity to talk Beckett, I know no one who has more passion for Beckett. Think about
I
it.
have my books out still from Monday.
Just saying. So here Mike says, once again, I don't know this has
The
come up
three
much,
Bs.
but who's got new pickups? So I already mentioned that I'm going to save a couple of things for the podcast. However, does anyone have any pickups they would like to show?
I'll be back.
Sure.
I picked up an odd item today.
Yannick, while I get my beer, show the odd item. I always got the big O.
That's the Montreal toilet bowl.
I don't know what this is.
1976.
That was the baseball stadium, Eric. It's the Olympic Stadium.
Oh, it looks like the Starship Enterprise somehow.
That
I
was the
know.
thing. There would be like a string that would connect to the top of that, and they would be like there was like a Yannick.
It
It was
a
like a
retractable roof,
yeah, but it was like a fabric kind of thing,
but it
like
never
a
worked.
mylar or
It's like
something.
a big ass Kevlar tarp, and this was supposed to basically like on game night they were supposed to be able to retract the roof. The roof would basically come off and kind of just hang halfway in between the masts. So that was all like on winches and cables
And by the way,
Didn't
so
have the
Yannick, real
radio
quick, real quick, while we're on the subject. So this was for the 1976 Olympics. The 1976 Olympics, it was supposed to be in Montreal, but Yannick, tell them how long it took to pay that shit off.
Oh, like every smoker in Canada, if you smoked anywhere between the 80s to about like a year or so ago, you were basically paying for this giant toilet bowl. That looks like a spaceship of some sort.
Yeah, it looks like the Enterprise.
And now, basically, too, they just announced that this ring over here, because that thing is over 50 years old, they're going to spend another, like, I don't know, $600 million to replace this crap. That is just stand there empty. But anyway, for $5 on Marketplace, Facebook today, because this was made in 76. Even says made in Quebec here, which is, you know, nothing's made in Quebec or anywhere anymore than China. So this is it. So cool. Another one too. Last week that I went to the little local sports show, and I got a little corgi car. So with the Quebec Nordiques there.
Oh, cool.
So
what year is that?
1982.
Nice. All right, that's cool. Yeah,
it's like a little Porsche or some sort.
Yeah, it's still in the bubble. That's awesome.
You got basically all the teams too that you can collect.
Yeah.
So
nice.
What else did I got? Cool. Cards. Those were distributed in chips. So here's Michel Goulet. And the chips were called Yum Yum, I guess. And here's Peter Stastny. Man, I love their jersey, the blue. I miss that jersey.
Oh yeah,
it's so cool.
And, every time I see Michel Goulet, you know, a photo or something, all I think about is how Glenn almost killed him.
Yeah. This was from 19. I can't remember the year. I think it's like 70, 71. The Lipton. Or 71, 72 Lipton soup.
Yeah.
That's the little booklet to put your basically your set in it. So pick that up for they're cheap. Here's a goaltender from the Detroit Red Wings. His name was Connie Dion. He's a French Quebecer. He played with, you know, Terry Sawchuk and Gordy and Ted Lindsay, and it was like in a dollar bin or something like that almost.
It's autographed? Yannick.
It's facsimile.
Oh, okay.
But you know, I have a photo of him too, like an old type one. That because he was from Val-d'Or or some sort, and the Commerce Chamber give him some kind of a suitcase for in like a puck drop off before the game of some sort. So
right,
it was kind of like a cool little neat piece. And the last one I picked up, this is the original edition of the Quebec Nordiques with the Willow Hockey Association. So 72-73.
Look at those powder blue. Woo.
That's it. That's it for
look at you with the thematic pickups.
Yeah,
Very
and
nice.
I got a little show tomorrow. It's one of those they call it the Great Collectors. So it's kind of like a little bit of everything. You'll have like all the way from the coins to the stamps to the postcard to the gun guys, the army guys, sports card, etc., etc. So it should be cool.
Some of those can be sneaky though. Some of those can be sneaky because you can find some random stuff there sometimes.
You can big time.
Yeah,
big time.
Yeah, because there'll be some folks that'll have a table full of miscellaneous stuff, and they won't necessarily care about like the hockey stuff or the
and
trading.
exactly.
And they'll be like, "Yeah, sure, $5," and it could be something interesting, and you're like, "Okay, sure, $5." Yeah,
I did good there before because there's like one or two sports guy-ish, but they're busy sticking up their stuff, so you kind of just dip around and.
I love those shows. Those are the best.
It's just down the street from my place too. Like literally, I'll just go down to McDonald's, grab a coffee and a sandwich. Then I'll head out there. It's $5 to get in. It'll probably take me an hour to go around.
$5, $5 is fine. Yeah,
you know,
you can go take a look. $5 is worth.
Anything,
For $5, it's worth taking a look.
Like, you can just shoot, talk and ask and look at, and so.
Nice.
And you got to give the guy the $5 though, because some guys will go, "I still need a deal. Would you take 4?" Then you just got to slap him in the face. Go,
yeah, right,
asshole.
Yeah.
Throw the gauntlet.
I did picked up some cards.
Oh my God! Hold on. So, Bobby, before you show, hold on. This is a lot of excitement. We're about to get to it. Let me read these comments. I'll get caught up, and then we'll show some cards. So, Mike here says, "Yannick, I love the oddball pieces like that. Very nice." Dan here says, on the other hand, Bobby was one of the nicest guys I've ever been in a live stream with. Well, in fairness, you haven't seen Spicy Bobby. Spicy Bobby's kind of fun. And then also, like, if we're doing on a spectrum, Dan, we're talking about Eric, who pretty much is a piece of crap, and everyone hates him. So you've got like that end of the spectrum. Like at that point, the devil is like pretty swell. So like it's all grading on a curve, but fair enough. Either way,
Dan will like this pickup.
There you go. Hold on here. So not big with hockey. Love seeing things I've never seen before. That's cool. Good stuff. I do have some hockey McFarlane's though. Thank you, Mike. There you go. All right, I'm all caught up. So Bobby, what do you got?
Okay, so I picked up these cards. Now they're very small. They're the smallest cards in the hobby. And what they did, these are from vending machines. What they would do is strips of 13 different players on, I think there was, in hockey, I think there's 8 different strips. And on the back, they have like a crossed hockey stick design kind of thing, what have you, and all in blue. So you have the top end players. These are from 1950, 53, I think it is. Yeah.
Oak.
No, they are actually Oak. Yes, Oak, not Coke. Yes. And you have, you get Howie Morans, you have, all the big goalies, King Clancy, Bill Durnan, so you have a lot of the shots that were used back in the day. And those are really kind of cool. Very big following for them. They're called R423s from the Burdick. But also, they did baseball. Whoa. And the baseball has a diamond on the back, right?
Oh, very good. Around the same year, Bobby? Same early 50s?
Yeah, these came out actually first. So they came out in 52. Actually, PSA asked me, because I documented these, and then PSA asked me, do you know the baseball? And I said, yeah, they're 1952. Everyone calls them 50, but they're actually 1952. They're all R1
from vending machines.
From vending machines, they were accordion folded into 13, so it's a very thin little strip, and then you can take them, and then they're perforated on the side, so you can take them apart, right? But the baseball, they did 100 cards, and I got some big stars here too. I can't even read them; they're so small. I
was going to say that's good. So Dylan here was saying that
Rogers, Hornsby, Ted Williams. I got some of the big stars.
Oh, if you got Ted Williams, that's pretty good. Yeah,
just no names.
Yeah, just no names. Yeah. So
then so for that one, Bobby, I'd be very interested to get a little bit of a closer look. If you're able to take a picture of those, that'd be kind of interesting just to get a little bit of a closer look at them. But very interesting, like especially considering the size and everything.
Yeah, they're actually quite small. Actually, PSA does grade them. So you get this holder and you get this little card like this, and
don't send them to Beckett. You get.
I was going to say it could be worse. Beckett gives you the house size slab for those ones too.
So Tim Wong, the director of grading there at PSA, goes, Bobby, I know you got these down because you sent me the ad and everything. Do you know anything about baseball? I said, yeah. Yeah, they're 1952. It was done by Oak. I gave him the whole information. He goes, "Oh, great, we can redocument them." I go, "Yeah, you're gonna have to change the holders, but I mean, because they have 1950 on them, right?" And I sent him 3 ads of baseball because when I do the research, I also get the hockey, the baseball. They did movie stars in these too as well.
You're telling me they couldn't put it in the Sheriff Coins holder, like like they're.
Oh, the Sheriff Coins hold. That's another issue. Too bad.
But
Brad's
like they got tiny little holders. They could put little.
No, it goes in the regular slab, unfortunately. But like you can see, like on my finger, it's just the size of your finger. Barely.
So these are when you're saying oak. So like the
oak
tree.
Vending.
Oak vending.
Oak
So, but is it spelled like the tree? OAK.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So a lot of them did their own little. It was kind of weird back in those time period because a lot of the manufacturers would create their own stuff. You had Guggenheim. You had there's quite a few different players in the field, and they're always jiving for the next biggest thing. And this was a great thing when it came out. I thought they were
very cool, Bobby.
Phenomenal.
And is it all major leaguers on those ones? Is it so big? You obviously read some major leaguers on it, but is it just major leaguers?
Yeah,
as far as we can tell.
There's no juniors here, but some of the guys I don't even know. Like I said, I have to. Oh, geez, man, they're so small. Even with my glasses on, I got to get my reading glasses on. These are just my regular glasses for distance.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that was my pickup. They're always nice. If you get the uncut strips, they go for quite a bit of money. I think I think Ruth is even in here, if I'm not mistaken. You got Ted Williams, Anyways, the second
we can talk. So Bobby, we can talk later. Depending on what you want to do with those, maybe we can talk about it. I might be interested in grabbing a couple of those. So
okay,
depending on
sure.
what your intentions are, we can always discuss.
Yeah, well, the hockey are gone.
Yeah,
I'm
thinking the baseball ones. The baseball ones are
baseball are available. Yeah, and they're actually reasonably priced.
Yeah, because I would love to grab maybe a couple. And like I said, we'll talk offline. But we can do something, and maybe I'll because then I would do a video with it. I'd like to zoom in, and we can take a closer look at some of them.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
It might be interesting to get a bit of a look at.
They're listed as R423 in the
R423 is the but there's no designation -1 or -2 for the hockey or the baseball or the movie stars. And they did the movie stars in regular black and white, and they also did them in color later on. I haven't really followed that. But any vending stuff that I looked up, most of the information I found, what was it? Billboard magazine. They used to have a whole section on vending, and all the machine ads and everything that came out was in there. And they have this wonderful archive of all the different ones. And then you can do a word search, and it's all there. It's beautiful. And the second thing I picked up was Canadian Sports Magazine. Yay.
Nice.
So this guy had a random one. I picked it up and I went, okay, what year is this? 2008. I said, I was writing for Canadian Sports Magazine at that time. So I said, okay, hey, Bobby Burrell did an article on the 72 Summit Series.
On the foamy hat.
I have all the ads, but I didn't keep the magazines. So I cut them out and I put them in this binder, all my different articles that I did. So this is one of the, so I'm trying to get them all back because it's nice to put a time and a place and what else was written in here. You have Hirsch Bornstein and all these other little small articles that are in here. There's a beautiful shot of Tretiak there. But it was the 72. I think it was an anniversary series or something like that. Yeah, 35th anniversary. So
can you show the back cover there, Bobby, with the Sports Kings and everything? That was when Leaf kind of redid. Oh no, that was
no, that's
I think it was actually that was Dr. Price. That was Price. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was when Price redid them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how nice it is looking back, and you kind of look through the ads and you go, hey, that's kind of nice. Game Breakers, wow. There's a lot of good stuff in here any which way.
Hopefully that helped Dylan. I was hopefully you were able to see that. Can you find things like that at Expo? If so, could I hang out with you? I like mayonnaise.
Dig, though.
That was just for you, Eric.
It's hard finding that right year, but I just went, oh, so what date is that? And then I will look
through
it.
It was funny you mentioned that, Bobby. So this wasn't a recent pickup. It was just that I finally got around to organizing some of the stuff in the office. And one of the things that I did is I was feeling productive. So I started disassembling boxes, opening up things that I hadn't gone in and checked for a while. And one of the things was that Mike, who had been here earlier, had sent me some magazines. I had bought the magazines from him. And I just hadn't gotten around to cracking open the box and pulling the magazines and everything out. And a lot of them were Canadian Sports Car Collector. So a whole bunch of back issues on that. So I'll show a couple here. So here we've got from October 94. Got a Felix Potvin there. Special CFL preview and price guide inside. Oh my God. And obviously in 1994, Felix Potvin is just coming off that big playoff run with the Leafs. So it makes all the sense in the world that he would be like featured on the cover. And then on the back, you got Skybox International, the distributors. Man, let me tell you. So I'm basically grabbing a couple of these. I'll grab a couple more here in a second. But I was grabbing a couple of these because I wanted to go back. Canadian Sports Car Collector is good because we've got some more articles in it. So obviously in contrast to what Beckett was doing at the time. Beckett has good pictures, but Canadian Sports Car Collector has more in terms of the articles. And it would be a good contrast because I did some 90s Beckett's, and it'd be good to have a little bit of contrast with some of these because very different in the way of that.
Yep.
And then here, January 98. Very appropriate as well. We got Jordan on this one. It's a very thematically appropriate. Nice. And if that isn't exciting enough, let me tell you, on the back here, we've got some distribution stuff. And look, we got Sailor Moon prismatic trading cards. Eric.
Oh my God, Eric.
Gilligan's Island, Mr. Bean, the Munsters.
Oh yeah.
Available from these fine distributors on the bottom there. My God.
I have met Butch Patrick. So that makes me a legend. Butch Patrick, for those who don't know, played Eddie Munster.
Does it make you an SP signature legend?
It makes me an SP signature legend adjacent.
Yep. And this one here is January 99. And this was the 100th issue, which looked back at the crazy 1990s.
Oh,
so this one I'm looking forward to. Look at that.
Oh, that one looks cool. Wow.
Yeah, that's a very busy cover, but obviously there's a lot going on there. So I'm looking forward to kind of scanning through. And on the back, we've got an ad for Skybox. Eric, I don't know if you're ready for this. This is very exciting. Here we go.
Oh my God. That's the crap.
Deal with it.
Oh my God.
Deal with it, Eric.
I guess I'll have to. I don't see
it says so right on there. You got to deal with it. You got no choice.
I don't have a choice.
This is very 1990. This is very 1990s, and I'm appreciating it.
I would have to say, if you went back and looked at the 90s Sports Collectors Digest, they did wonderful magazines, great articles. They also did a very, very good job for, in general, the whole hobby, but not much in hockey, but regardless. I also looked in the front of this book, and I see that there's Jeffrey Morris. He was running it at the time.
Yep.
You can see him there. But I actually had mentioned one time that what Jeffrey did, as we were going through, what he would do, like the people who were writers and what have you, he would name them after the Sopranos. So Bobby Burrell is this, or somebody, Bobby Bacala or whatever. So he did Jeffrey Morris's Lord Voldemort. So he would do a theme. So it's obviously, Harry Potter and what have you. Who did Bobby Burrell become?
Who did Bobby Burrell become?
Baron Badetsky
he used to be somebody in this hobby, and then he lowered himself and ended up on this show, and now he's really not much.
So I don't know Harry Potter too much, but I'm Hagrid.
Okay. I can't help you there. I don't know. Harry Potter, I don't know. Harry Potter, I don't know.
So anyways, it was kind of funny. He did a different theme every so it's all right here, written here, which is kind of, he really tried hard, but the hobby was kind of, in 2008, we had the crash of the marketplace and stuff like that. So it was going through really tough times, and cards really weren't in that stage, and just wasn't really working out well. And I think today, or if he would have held on a little bit longer, I think he could have really kept a good running, because honestly, for hockey, one of the best magazines ever.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. But that's the reason why. So Mike obviously was mentioning in there. So thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. So part of the reason I was intrigued was I was looking forward to the idea of going back, because I did read the magazine back then. Yeah, I didn't have a ton of issues, but I definitely read my fair share of them over time. Because sometimes I just go to the bookstore, and while I was killing some time, I'd be flipping through the magazines, reading the issues. So I'd still read it, but I didn't necessarily have a copy. But it'll be nice now with the distance and the
Yes.
time to go
Mhm.
back and be like, it's the same thing I did with the Beckett letters to the editor and everything. Like, so what were we talking about at that time, or what were the articles focused in on, or
What dealers were around? You know.
yeah, exactly. And especially with the Canadian slang, obviously I'm going to be even more familiar with the names because some of those names are going to be super familiar. Some
of
of them
course.
probably set it up at Expo. And Eric, that's where it's going to be super beneficial to me because I'm like, even if it's a late 90s dealer who maybe hasn't set up in the Expo in 15 years, I'm still going to know who that is because I was attending those shows back then. So it might be a blast from the past. There might be a few in there that are like, oh yeah, I remember this guy. I remember this person. Maybe I did a deal with him.
John
So I can
Tavares
give
is
some
a lucky
context.
man.
There you go.
You can read back through it. It's just really interesting how almost naive we were back in that time period. You know, so it seemed. Look at some of the cards. Wow, look at those football cards. I have to save that for BIC, but anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So those are
It
the
worked
early signed.
They did a good job with those because that was again Brian Price. So Brian Price did a good job with those in terms of coming up
Yes.
with that idea, and he used artists because they had the comic renderings of the players.
There's my ad for my book.
Eric, you can still buy. Call the number.
How much is it?
I don't know. What does it say?
It says 2,800 pictures. Okay, so that book actually had the most amount of pictures that I had in any other book. So I had 2,800 pictures. The app has 36,000 pictures. Anyways, just saying.
And Bobby, that's all well and good. But
For
know
all
what's
you
really important?
Luddites out there, 36,000. Anyways.
But you know what's really important though, Bobby? On
Yes.
that same page, if you look at the top,
Oh,
everything's
yes.
O-Peachy. Everything's O-Peachy. Eric, everything's
Everything
O-Peachy,
in this
including
world.
Cecil Fielder 86.
Oh, peachy.
Those top,
Everything's O-Peachy.
those black corners, man, they're tough.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the book.
I actually like the 86 set is not worth a lot. I
It's
actually
a
like
nice
the
looking
86.
set.
You know what they did right though? I like that the top font is all color coded by team.
Yeah.
So if you collect a certain team, you can actually see it there. Yes. And if you notice there, we got O-Peachy 87 for Cecil Fielder.
Mm-hmm.
They did a little comparison with Prince Fielder. Yeah.
That's a nice card. I like that card.
Wood grain borders for Paul.
Yes.
Because that's the 87. That's the 87. O-Peachy. Everything's O-Peachy.
Everything is O-Peachy.
So it seems.
That's right. So Kyle here is saying, good evening. Bobby should get those mini carts graded, establish a high comp, and you're printing money. Isn't that how the hobby operates? Damn right. Hashtag money.
And Carlos is saying, shut up.
I know. I got plans, man. Don't ruin this for me.
You're ruining it.
Brendan says, I thought your Smurfs #1 comic book made you a legend, Eric. Eric thinks a lot of things make him a legend.
First of all, that was not mine. That was Brad's.
So you say.
Oh.
So you claim.
Here we
Okay.
go.
So you claim.
Your buddy Brad.
No, not my buddy Brad.
Yeah.
Brad.
Your best friend for life, Brad.
No, big,
Yeah,
stupid,
Brad.
ugly, dumb Brad. I hate him.
Yeah, that you hate that he gave you what? They gave you a not O-Peachy, Boobior.
He gave me herpes. And then, yeah.
Again, you're into that kind of thing. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah. And then, so he has.
It was herpes.
They have stuff mailed to my house, this garbage. And I end up having to store. I had to go between the two of them. I had to go get one of those rent a storage units. I have to pay out of my own pocket, and half of it is Yannick's
Well, you're
crap,
fucking rich, man.
and half of it's Brad's crap. And so yeah, that's why Smurf comics show up at my house. Because they're getting taken advantage of.
I see.
Papa Smurf.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
So what year was it? So what year was it
my
that O-Peachy?
sister's 10 years my junior, right? I actually just wrote a little bit of an article about I was standing in line in 1984 when the first Cabbage Patch Dolls came out. It was at the Woolco up here, and there was a lineup, I guess about 50 people on the outside of the building. It was attached to the mall too, the Woolco. So we were actually standing on the outside of the mall. I was about 10th person in line. We were walking in calmly, and all of a sudden, the mall entrance opens and people start running. This is the hype and the craze in the first day. And then we went, oh shit. So we started all running. Honestly, Cabbage Patch dolls were going left and right, and everybody was grabbing it. It was right. I was right there in the mix. So I actually referenced my sister in that article, and she still has the doll, which was kind of nice. So I still.
It was like what, 83, I think.
84, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Coleco did the first ones, and then they branched off to another company, and then another company, and yeah,
it was utter insanity.
It was, and I was right there in the mix on the first day.
Oh, Jesus.
Because my sister's 10 years, so I'm 18 at that time. She's only 8.
You're lucky some 34-year-old woman, trying to grab one for her kid didn't murder you.
Oh, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Or Eric, he was in his early hundreds. He would have fought you for it.
Well, I actually say that is basically the first toy that was ever hyped the way it was. That's when, it almost made look the Pokemon Costco fights look like nothing. Like it was insane.
Well, Bobby, in fairness, to be fair.
Okay.
To be fair.
Thank you. The Pokemon fights are a bunch of geeks. They're trash. Like the Pokemon fights, they're dorks. Like it's the worst.
It was mostly women actually that were there in the line.
But the women are vicious though. We're talking about with the Pokemon. We're talking about some of these like dorky kids. Like I'm sorry that fight was always going to suck. The women's there'll be eye gouging. There will be purses with like bricks in them that are to be swung. Like violence. We're talking some serious violence.
And they weren't cheap when they came out either. I remember they were quite expensive. I think they were like $34 or something like that.
Which in that year, like is a lot of
that's a lot of
serious
money.
cash. That's serious cash.
$24 maybe. Yeah, but it was like I was like, holy.
That's a lot of money.
Yep.
So real quick, I'll read a couple of these. Brandon Ryan says, "What year was the O-Pee-Chee broke from the Topps card design?" I believe it was 93. Through 92, you could still get 92. Well, it depends on the sport. In baseball, 92 still matched the design because I remember 92 baseball. I had that box. I remember 92 baseball still had the same design for O-Pee-Chee and for Topps. 93, I think, is where it changed up.
But wasn't there Leaf something tied into that or something? What was the other company?
That was Donruss. Leaf was
I know.
Leaf was the Donruss.
Something else that was tied in with O-Pee-Chee. It was half O-Pee-Chee, half. Oh shit.
Yeah, but specifically for if I'm thinking baseball, 93 was the year they came up with their own design. 93 they came up with their own design. 92 baseball still looks like 92 Topps, except it's got the O-Pee-Chee logo and the English and French and all that.
Yeah.
So Mike here says, "Sorry, Brad, if it upgraded the little baseball cards, Bobby, I would give him to SGC or give him to BGS.
I could
get a house
actually.
size
I don't think
holder.
SGC does them, and I don't know if Beckett does them. I've only seen them in PSAs.
Yeah, so far I've seen them only in PSA as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Zach says, "Good evening. Missed the PG interview and your all's reaction. Need to quit my job falling behind on content." I know. We had a fun discussion, especially Zach, considering I didn't watch it. But we did talk about it. We definitely talked about it. We talked about it. For sure. We got value out of it. So Kyle says, "Can you look up the Rock's perforated SI rookie?" I'll see in a minute if I can do that. Let me finish reading these comments. Jim here says, "The rumor is that Ovechkin has privately stated that he doesn't want to play next year." He hasn't privately stated. He wanted to get to the end of his contract. That was kind of the goal. If he doesn't break the record in his next 10 games, does he come back next year for a few games and then retire? I think this close to the record. So I believe that he is hoping to finish it this year. I think he wants to finish it and be done.
Opinion, though.
What's that?
I'd like to know your personal opinion on that, though.
My personal opinion is if he doesn't break it, he's come back.
No, will he or will he not?
Oh, he
100%. No, if he doesn't break it, he will come back because he's too
what's
close.
Your personal opinion, though? Do you think he will or not?
I literally just said yes. If he does not break it, he will come back 100% because he's too close. Like you can't leave it like you cannot. If you're this close, you will move heaven and earth to now in the next 10 games.
He's do it this season or the following.
I think he can do it this season. I believe he can.
So too. I think so.
He's going to do it against the Bruins because the Bruins are letting.
Oh, I love that.
I think they should give up. I think they should just give up and let it go.
That would be my rock on and off.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Right, the Bruins in the last handful of games have let up 6 or 7 goals a game.
Well, who do they play coming up, Carlos, towards the end?
There's a couple of teams, including the Bruins, that are really bad.
I think
so. There's a good chance.
I think Tampa Bay, and then we had
There's a couple of matchups where they look. Eric, I'm going to take a different tact on this. I think the Bruins should try to be the ones that he breaks the record against. I think they should pull the goaltender at the face-off.
Is
Sure,
there any original six
as well.
left in
Make
the
history.
playing
Play
six?
the entire 60 minutes without a goaltender.
Yeah, might as well.
Is there any original six left in the schedule though?
Other than Boston, I'll double check.
I don't
So-
think
finish
Ron
reading.
was in there.
So
let me
what
finish
we
reading.
said before is that since Washington has already made the playoffs, they
Yes.
don't have to try.
They don't have to, no.
So all they have to do is every single shift Ovechkin is out on the ice is try to set him up. They don't care about winning. They don't need to win another game. All they need to do is get this guy more goals.
Yep.
So they're going to go out every single shift, feed that guy, feed that guy, feed that guy.
Yep.
And not care about defense or winning games.
No.
When they play Boston, who absolutely effing sucks, this guy is going to score as many goals as he needs. With Washington's mentality and Boston being as bad as they are, I'm telling you, April 1st, Boston, he's doing it.
Yeah, it'll be worse than the 10-point.
As they should.
Belief.
So here,
Fiddler.
Dylan says, what about Teddy Ruxpin? I do remember that one as well.
Oh my God.
That wasn't as bad, but yeah, that was something.
Yeah,
I
but there was
remember all
a
that
mini
stuff 'cause
craze.
my
There was a mini
sister's-
craze for that too.
My sister's 10 years younger, so I know the Teddy Ruxpin, the Holly Hobby, and all that other stuff that
Yeah.
he would buy for her.
Oh, yeah.
To get
Remember Tickle Me Elmo? That was another big one.
Tickle Me Elmo was a monster.
That
was
was
a big
later. That's like
Yeah.
one. No, but I'm saying that was another big
was
one as
another
well that had a
parents
run there.
beating each other up in the toy aisle.
Yeah, but that's only 5 years ago or so. That wasn't that long ago.
How about
Teddy
you? Just gonna
Ruxpin,
get into
though,
12
that's getting back there. That's 80s.
Yeah, that was the 80s.
And who else? Holly Hobby, and then you had oh boy, there's a few others.
The
Can't really
Furby.
remember.
That's a good one, Bob.
Oh, actually, I had a Furby story. So my brother's girlfriend, she had 2 young girls, and we actually scored Furbies. We stood in line at the Toys R Us, and we got they had this last little bit of Furbies, and we went in and we got them, and we scored them for next to nothing. They're selling online, offline for like $100-$150. We got them for $40 each. We get into the kids and they go, "What are these?" And we stood in line all that time, and they just went, "What are these?" They were the biggest thing too at that time. That was probably 2008, 7, somewhere around there. 6, maybe. Can't really remember.
Yep.
No,
I've actually got a Furby story for you here in a second as well.
Oh, please.
Actually, since it was
I
brought
never
up.
had to worry about it.
Capital versus Bruins, 6-on-6, no goalies allowed. Facts.
What?
Dylan says classic toys. Bobby, the original Elmo craze was mid-90s. It was a while ago, yeah.
Mid-90s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't Tickle Me Elmo the year before or after the Furby? They were close to each other. I don't remember the exact order or timeline on that. But actually, I got a quick
Well, I
Furby
think
story
Tickle
for
Me
you.
Elmo had a secondary run, did he not?
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. But yeah, the
Yeah.
Tickle Me Elmo, I remember, was a big one there for a little bit. So Furby story was this. This is when I was working at the satellite company. And apparently somebody had actually encountered this. And I can't remember how we came across the discussion about it, but it actually became a thing. For the Furby, if you paid attention, the Furbies have the ability, I guess they can pick up signals, but they can also like send, like they can create. Well, apparently the receivers we had were such trash. And this is how trash these receivers were. Apparently, a Furby under the right circumstances could interfere and wreck the signal of the receiver. And some people would have an issue. And what they discovered,
something that.
And what they discovered was that the person, they kept trying to fix it, and they had one of these Furbies, and nobody even thought about it. And then they kept trying to fix it. They redid the lines. They put the satellite in and out. They completely swapped out the receivers multiple times. And they're sitting there trying to figure out what's causing a signal interference issue. And then finally somebody noticed the thing was, he's like, "Does that have batteries in it?" And he goes, "Yeah." And what they did is they took the batteries out so that it wouldn't do it. TV was working perfect. It's like, "God damn Furby, you TV terrorist." Right? I was like, turns out the Furby could knock out the satellite signal for that
I don't know if my mother's listening or watching the show right now, but back in the 80s, she screwed up people's electronics in the entire neighborhood unknowingly.
What?
Because for whatever reason,
unknowingly.
Yeah.
What was that before or after the cackling?
Yeah. So her radio went on the fritz somehow. And everybody, back then turned into the local the radio show and listen to the radio in the morning for your news and weather and whatever. Okay, as you got ready for the day. That was what you did back in the 80s. And there was a popular morning show. I think it was Dave Maynard or something here. For anyone who grew up in this area that's old, remember Dave Maynard. And everyone in the neighborhood started complaining that their radios weren't working. The radios weren't working, and nobody could figure it out. They brought in, all these professionals and from the electric company. No one could figure it out. Come to find out, long story shorter, is my mother's radio was on the fritz, and as soon as she unplugged it, everybody's radios started working in the neighborhood. Plugged it back in, everybody's radios went to shit.
What?
Everyone
that doesn't make any sense.
I swear to God. I don't know if she's listening, but Mom, tell everybody about how you destroyed the neighborhood with your radio.
Yeah.
I don't.
Are you sure it was a radio and it wasn't a Russian spy?
There was things, things weren't as good as they are now, and her messed up radio screwed. I think it was her radio, or she had something plugged in the wall. All right, I don't remember. I think maybe I'm wrong. If she's listening, maybe she can fix the story, but.
All I heard from Eric is that she's saying that his mom sabotaged radio for people on purpose. That's all I heard.
Up everyone's radio signal in the neighborhood, and
kind of a Russian thing.
I think so.
Calling the electric company, calling the radio stations, calling, and it was my mom had something plugged in the wall. She unplugged it. Everything in the neighborhood worked.
Really?
Yep.
Good evening, Paul.
Really?
How could a draw put out an output of a signal that strong that would back in what day? When was this? 90s? 80s?
It was the 80s.
Yeah.
Some kind of poltergeist shit.
That's back. That's it. Yeah.
She messed up the whole neighborhood. It was hysterical.
You gotta understand though, like, some of those radio signals get a lot weaker. That was back in the time period where people could hack signals. Like you could do certain things to hack a signal.
No security.
Yeah, but also because the transmitters just weren't strong enough. Like they couldn't overwhelm. You could actually get in on the signal and get into it because the transmitters were not strong enough to do it. Yeah. You'd have enough power to do it.
I'm calling her. I need to know. I'm calling her. Hold on.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I am going
downstairs. Get her to come.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm going to go through the schedule here for Ovechkin.
Oh, please, yeah.
So next game is going to be on Sunday. So this will be against Buffalo. So that's one bad team. So he could potentially get a goal or two there very easily.
I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Then the Tuesday game, April Fools, appropriate, Boston. April Fools. So that's why I say just pull the goaltender and you can have it. Then the Carolina Hurricanes on Wednesday.
Okay.
On Friday is Chicago, who's horrific. That's a potential multi-goal game right there. That might be a
breaker right there. Yeah.
Yeah. The Islanders on April the 6th. The Hurricanes again on the 10th. Columbus on the 12th, Columbus again on the 13th, the Islanders on the 15th, and the last game of the regular season is the Penguins.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
The Penguins are not great either.
Sidney Crosby.
The point is there's a couple of teams there where you could. So my statement was, if he's going to break it this season, my belief, he's got to have at least one or potentially two multi-goal games. And the simplest way for him to do that is really simple. The simplest way is for him to score a goal early and then get an empty netter late. And there's your two goals.
Yeah.
Do that once or twice and you're basically there. You're like, that's all you need now.
And I can see him hitting Pittsburgh at the end with the final extra bonus.
Sure. Go for it.
All right, so go ahead, Eric. She said she was typing, but it was taking too long. So go ahead, Mom. Tell everybody the story.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi, Mom.
Hi. I had a night light plugged in to the wall. One of those that goes on, when it gets dark out, it'll come on at night. So I had it for the longest time, just plugged in a plug in the kitchen. And so for some reason, it was arcing on the wires outside in the driveway. And I noticed it, like when I pull in the driveway, my car radio would always get real, scratchy and stuff. And my neighbors were complaining about how they couldn't get the radio stations, on their radio. And they were asking me if I was having trouble. And I said, yeah, I was having the same kind of trouble. Mm-hmm. And this went on for the longest time. And I don't know why one day I decided to unplug the light. And I noticed the radio cleared up. Mm-hmm. So I plugged the light back in. And the radio was all screwed up. Mm. So I called my neighbor. And I said, are you having trouble with your radio still? And she said, yeah. And I unplugged the light. She goes, oh, it's fine now. And then I put the light back in. And she had trouble with the radio. I said, it's my light that I had plugged in my kitchen. I mean, it made the newspapers and everything.
What? Wow.
My mother's a terrorist.
Now, very important question. So when Eric was telling the story, his version of it included you asking for additional wires, cackling a lot like a Bond villain, and trying to amplify the signal to see if you could take down the town. So is that an accurate retelling? Because that's what Eric was telling us.
Well, not quite. I did contact the electric company and complain to them about it. And so I had to call them back and let them know that I finally found the answer to it. That's how it made the newspapers and all that stuff. But that's what it was, this stupid little nightlight. And it was affecting the whole neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying there's no truth to the rumor that phone call was you making demands and saying you will never get your radio back if you do not meet my demands.
And it wasn't the Sesame Street Electrical Company, was it?
No? Yeah, it was the regular big electric company.
Gotcha.
All
right. Well, thank you, Kathy, for clarifying this. No matter what Eric was saying, he was alluding to much more devious side. Like we were getting a completely different view from his retelling of this tale.
And Kathy, I didn't know you were famous.
You should know by now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should, yes.
Understandable.
We digress.
All right.
Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I like it. It. Thank you, Kathy.
All right.
Okay.
Bye. Love
guys.
You.
All right. Love you too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, there you go.
So there you go.
My takeaway from this is I don't understand why you're slandering your mother by making her sound
terrorize the entire neighborhood. See, I tried to explain to everybody, how nasty and evil she is. No one ever wants to believe me. They all think she's all sweet and everything. She terrorized an entire neighborhood. And
Eric, all I got out of the story is seething jealousy that you couldn't do it first.
Well, where do you think I get my evil from?
Yeah, thank God you're not a historian because that story really went sideways on you.
Yeah, just saying. Jeez. Eric has had a lot of concussions. Facts.
My buddy had one today. My buddy crashed. And that was one of the reasons I was a little bit late for dinner because he crashed.
Because you were sabotaging his wheel so that he would crash?
He crashed and knocked himself out and had a little concussion today. So we had to take care of him and get his wife to come get him and drive him home and stuff because he was a little dizzy.
You can't throw those chocolate sticks in the spokes. It just, throws people.
I would never do that because I would never waste the chocolate.
Waste a chocolate stick, yeah.
That's the only part. The throwing something to try to hurt somebody. That part's fine.
In there, rocks. I don't care, but I'm not wasting chocolate.
Weapons grade plutonium. Where did you get that? Don't worry about it.
It's level 2.
Just throw it. Just throw it.
Yeah.
Albert Jam says Mother Mayo. I think that's a valid.
Mother Mayo comes to me.
Yes.
Speaking words of wisdom.
Yeah.
Let it be. Let it be. Octavio says, finally, got Bobby Burrell's book. Geez, great book. $200. Consider it cheap. Thanks, Bobby.
I paid $75 for it. Yeah. That was 20 years
ago. That pisses the shit out of me because I was which book did he get though?
That's a good question.
2015 or 2006? Any which way, the 2015s, they were $25. Straight across the board, $25. I just wanted to get them out there and everybody to be educated, what have you. And now they're going for $200. And now they're going for $200. So I got a half a basement full after the first year or so. And I'm sitting there going, okay, I made my money back. I was good. So, I was just giving a few out here and there. Now they're $200. They're $150, $200 US, whatever. It's just like, what the hell? They become a collectibles item. And now I have none left. Huh?
Well, that's because Bobby, you did it in reverse. First of all, you
I
didn't
know.
call it the Burrell Guide, which we already discussed this.
I know that was the big.
That's number one. That's
Yep.
number one. And number two, you should have started at $200 and had Don West hawk it. We've only got a limited amount left. It doesn't matter how many you have. That's not the point. The point is we have a limited amount left.
Get women. Guys, you gotta get this book. If you get this book, women are gonna be coming at you left and right every single day.
See?
I used to love when he
You could, by the time he was done, you could have sold him for $2,000 a piece.
It did
Oh
happen
my
at that
God.
time, but I'm just saying, you know,
But I'm saying right for the first one, Bobby. Like
It
for
was
the first one,
usually
like they would
older
just throw
men,
money
but
at you.
anyways.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah.
They would just done it right from the get-go. Done. We could have been on the 14th printing by now.
Yeah. Well, I only printed once because you have to print the same amount every time that you go back. So it's the cost of, you know, if it's $25,000 to print the book, it's another $25,000. If you print less, it's still $25,000 because they're going to get you on the upcharge on printing less. So it didn't matter.
But after Don West is done, you make $25,000. You sold 5 books, then you can sell the rest, and you're in the black. You're good to go.
I mean, again,
$25,000, but only 2,000 books.
he would sit there and tell all these guys that if you got this card package, next time you walked into a bar, all the women were going to throw themselves at you because they're going to know that you're a stud that knows how to make good deals and make good decisions and get cards.
So you're saying, Eric, that didn't work?
I don't think it might have
I don't
worked.
think so.
No.
It didn't work. It didn't work out for Eric?
Oh my God. I used to sit and watch that guy for hours. He was awesome. He couldn't even say the things that he used to say.
No.
But so that was so the funny thing is though is that there would be people that would specifically tune in to watch it, not because they wanted to buy anything. They just wanted to listen to the man work. They wanted
There
to just
wasn't
listen to
many
him.
channels we had that were entertaining. So
Oh yeah.
honestly,
Never bought a thing from him, but I'd watch him for
I
hours.
never bought. No.
Yeah.
It was you.
But-
it was in the United States, so we really didn't get our part from them up here too much. So we couldn't order, and it was complicated, and exchange rates and credit cards.
The Don West thing, you'd only do it for like watching the entertainment value of him going through his shtick, like going through his whole
That was
spiel.
fun. It was fun
And then he'd have call-ins from Kenny. Kenny would call in.
Yeah.
Good old Kenny. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, right. He'd be on the
Future
phone.
hobby goat, Ken Golden.
Oh my God. It was
Is he a goat or is he just a? I don't know. Anyway.
Bobby, the bar is so low. Like
It
it's
is.
so incredibly low.
I think we have to get rid of the goat and add something else there. Maybe a ram or something.
I'm currently trying to figure out if we have more hobby goats or SP signature legends. The numbers are close. We're getting close, numbers wise.
Yeah, I'd say.
Bar's about the same.
Yep.
There's a guest idea. Someone that bought cards hawked by Don West.
Oh
on
my
the Home
God.
Shopping Network.
Hawk.
You mean other than
Hawk
Eric?
is the right word. Yes.
He's only angry because the women thing didn't work out.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
He goes, I kept buying and buying. He promised me things.
I would sue him for false advertising if he was still alive. Because let me tell
There were
you,
a couple good deals on there that are good today, but other than most of them, no.
Do we have more hobby goats or hobby donkeys? The numbers are. What's funny is there's close to a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
If we check the hobby goats and the hobby donkeys, you might find it's the same list. It might actually.
What is
just
the
different size of
qualifications?
piece of paper.
I need the qualifications actually.
Yeah. We had the old large style dish. Watched them for hours. Great memories. Yes.
Oh, he's
Don't forget, he said coins, Beanie Babies, then cards, sales, as if like magic.
Yeah,
Yes.
Beanie Babies was the next one after Cabbage Patch. That was 93 was the Beanie Babies. And it's funny, even the Beanie Babies are still worth money today if you have the first gen. Sort of like the Pokemon, you got the first gen, it's 15 grand a pack or whatever it is. It's the first generation. Otherwise, Beanie Babies are nothing. And I see a little bit of that with Pokemon right today. I think we're almost reliving 1993 again, 92, 93, somewhere in between there, with a lot of what's going on in the hobby, the way it's going. So just saying, there's a lot of differences, but I mean, very similar in what's going on in perception of values of what have you. Just saying.
Hey, I'm in favor of it. I lived it the first time. I enjoyed it. I had fun. So I'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
so
but
Hobby
died
Champ
there
says,
for 94, 95, 96. You had this.
let it die,
Right.
Bobby. Let it. If he dies, he dies. As the
Yeah,
great patron Saint Drago once said, if he dies, he dies.
That's what he said.
Yep.
So he says.
Hobby
Let it
Champ
be
said,
written.
I watched the hell out of Late Night Shop at Home with Don and the other guys. Same never bought, but watched religiously. Collector's Edge dumped so much there. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Collector's
pro
Edge,
grading.
yeah.
Pro grading was a big one. Pro grading was a big one for them.
Pro. Yeah, they're the pros, all right.
Yeah.
Nobody wants
The
pro
best part
now.
is like 3/4 of them were all trimmed. if it was in a pro grading holder, there's about an 85% chance it's trimmed.
It's hard to believe we're at our infancy at that point. Really. Like, you know, if you look back at the hobby and how
modern infancy, absolutely.
Yeah, and if you think back at that time, he's like, yeah, I'm into stuff and everything's going on, but you don't know everything starting. And like I said, it took like me getting into the wrappers and figuring all that out, and it actually took the other hobby probably another 8 to 10 years to really get into the wrappers and defining them and putting the dates to them properly. So, you know, because I fixed a lot of them, even in baseball, what have you. Because I don't know, the Goody wrappers, you know, it's a copyright 1933 and 1934. So it's like, well, how can you call it 33 and not 34? It has 34 copyright date on it. Like, I never understood that. Like series 1, series 2, like that's the way I determined it and broke it down. I never understood. And eventually they caught on, but I mean, it took like how many years? And I'm just a small guy in the hockey hobby. So it's just like, who's this guy talking? So like, it's right fucking there. Have a look. And it does. It has that circle with the different dates.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yep.
Yeah, the baseball. Not the hockey. And the hockey, because you had, you know, a couple, 4 guys.
All I got out of it is that it's so peachy. Bob Jackson
Thank
said,
you.
I heard earlier that Funko Fad was starting to crack. Funko Fad has had a
Oh,
couple of
Funko's
runs.
gone.
Yeah.
Funko came and went.
The only thing I think that they're going to have their last grasp is going to be to try to get a little bit of mileage out of the graded
There's no
Funkos,
grasp.
and that'll be about it.
There's no grasp.
Bobby,
No.
I guarantee you, someone's going to pay $1,000 for a graded Funko. It doesn't matter which one it is; they're going to pay for it.
Graded. Okay, that's another story.
That's what I'm saying. The last grasp will be the graded. There'll be a handful of them that some people will grade. So, look, the man who bought an $87,000 Cheeto will pay $1,000 for a graded Funko.
Obviously.
It's happening. It will happen.
But that stuff, I see it at the shows, and it's just, guys,
because there's a crap ton of it. Like every
used
single
to set up
property is there.
where they were doing really well, but now guys don't even set up with them. Like at that show in Hamilton,
Yeah.
nobody
Because
sets up
there's stacks of it. It legitimately, if someone wants one, you can get as many as you want. Like what brand do you like?
Because they produce
The only ones that people have any interest in. So for example,
short prints of the special issues.
Yeah, AMG did well getting the autograph ones from the Trailer
That
Park
was
Boys
smart.
because they're autographed because they signed them. So therefore, there's
That's
something
key. Yeah.
in it for you. If
Yeah.
you're a fan, you can get an autograph one. Then sure, yeah, okay, great.
I think that's the
Sign the
difference. That's the defining part is what is maybe not so rare because I actually bought, you know, a couple Funkos of the Trailer Park Boys, or one actually, and I want to get it signed for my brother-in-law. So, you know, I'm going through Brad and what have you. So eventually we'll get that done, Brad. Just saying. This is where it's at, is like if you can get it signed by the original artist or the original, you know, star or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think that brings it to that level that it will be collectable later down the road. But
It's a collectible to a fan of the person. Yeah. So there's still
otherwise,
some value.
The
there for
regular
them.
one
Sure.
is just worth like what I get, $26, something like that. You know, it costs you more in shipping. Really.
And that's just it. Exactly.
I know I've said this before. Now, I want to preface it with I'm a huge Letterkenny fan, Shorzy fan, right? Just absolutely love all that stuff. Loved long history of loving Canadian humor. You know, the Mackenzie brothers. You know, I mean, I go way back, right? I got 5 episodes in to the Trailer Park Boys and said, I can't do this anymore. This is not entertaining or funny.
I had a hard time with it too. I haven't got into it yet.
It's not for everybody. It's different.
So does it get better after the first 5
I
episodes?
think you have to be Canadian to really get it. It's sort of like
Even like
Eric's like 95% Canadian. I don't know if that
I
helps.
just can't. I don't want to go back for episode 6.
13.2% Canadian. So
yeah.
Oh, based on his math.
I mean, I don't know if anyone in the chat is a fan, has watched the entire series.
I never watched the series. I've watched a few, and
I think I've watched half an
I haven't
episode.
had
It's
the
not
time to watch it. I haven't had the time.
called
to watch
that.
it.
If I
Not
got
like
10
Squid Game or
episodes,
something,
then that's
I
about it.
can't get past the 5th one, man. It's so the guy's out of jail. He's back in the trailer park. There's some security cops in the trailer park, and then there's guys with the weird glasses. I mean,
hockey sticks
I
everywhere.
can't go back for episode 6. I just can't do it to myself.
Oh yes, you
It's
can,
not
Eric.
good.
You're
It's
not
just
missing
not
anything.
good.
Eric.
You're a man who rides 51 miles on a bicycle without a seat in it. Like, you can do it. I believe in you.
Up a lot. That's
Just
my
saying.
story. But
Just
I
saying.
mean, listen, I'm watching Letterkenny for like the 10th time through. Right?
That's different. That's different.
You know, I mean, again, love the McKenzie brothers, right?
Yeah, Eric, look, I look, there's a lot of things I will make fun of you. Lord knows there are a lot of things that I will make fun of you about. But it's like, I got nothing here. I haven't even watched one full episode of the Trailer Park Boys, and I haven't watched one episode of Letterkenny. I don't care. Like, it's none of that interests me. However, there are people that will swear by it. There are people that enjoy it. So I would say, yeah, if people are into it, they're into it. That's why sometimes Billy will make a Letterkenny reference. Like, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. You know what I have to say about Letterkenny? Woo! That's what I have to say. Woo!
Yeah, Nick, I think we got to drag him across the border to go to the Spring Expo, and then we're pulling the jersey over and we're pummeling him viciously,
Popping in with
without restraint, and then we're hitting him with frozen mayo packets, all the frozen mayo packets.
No, we're not doing that.
A tractor trailer full of frozen mayo packets. Viciousness.
Gotta watch for the sharp edges.
Indeed. So real quick, two things. First thing, I want to briefly acknowledge, Brad was on here earlier tonight. We talked about the card show. They had a trade night tonight. They had a card show on Saturday they will have. We want to thank AMG for supporting the podcast and the channel. There will be the next podcast episode. We'll be talking about the next products that are coming in. So they're starting to get hot and heavy. And there is one thing that I do want to touch on. And by the way, if you paid attention to the last episode, we did have a vintage pack as promised. So we did have a brief discussion about that. A little bit. It's been a nice bit of mix. There is some modern, there's some vintage. You know, it's been a good mix. Steve has been able to find some good vintage recently, so that's been actually quite good. And we've been able to touch on it. And since it was a Pokemon episode, we basically talked about other things. Yeah, just, you know, but in the Pokemon one, I can't help you.
Furby,
I know about
Patch,
Cheese Stringamon. I got you. Cheese Stringamon. I got you. The rest of it, I got nothing. I know about Pikachu. I know about Charizard and Cheese Stringamon. And that is the end of my Pokemon knowledge. I have exhausted it.
Mewtwo. I really like Mewtwo.
Well, yes. Well, Sherry's got that locked down. But
yeah,
as I said, that was it. There was just a lot of Pokemon. I was like, sounds good. I'm sure the cars look nice. They do look nice, but not my cup of tea. I can't help you there. But nonetheless, we thank AMG.
Yeah. It's kind of going gangbusters right now. It's actually surpassing the collectible market, I think.
No, Pokemon's on fire right now. Like they're super on fire. Almost all the products, like they're selling like crazy.
It's the rise and fall though, because with every up, you're going to have that down, and I think that down's coming in about a year or so. I think a lot of people.
I think it'll be quicker than that.
Well,
the Pokemon.
Well, somewhere around there.
No, the thing is, the Pokemon content folks are already complaining that they can't get any of it at retail because the resellers have already gotten into it. But here's the reality: like, it doesn't really matter because a couple of the folks. What happens? So the downfall is it slows down so that it starts selling for retail, and then the kids start buying a crap ton of it at retail. Like they if you bring it back down to a reasonable price, they'll just buy a crap ton of it.
But is it investors or it is guys making money, or is it collectors? And I think that's where
right now it's super investors.
It's super investors, and you need the residual will be the collectors at the end, and that will be pretty cheap actually for them. Except big cards. Big cards.
Ish. No, you know what? Ish. Because what happens is there are enough collectors in that. Let's put it this way: there are more collectors in Pokemon right now than there are in sports cards in a lot of the categories. Because those kids are ravenous. It's not pretty close. The sports card guys are aging out as we speak. They're getting older every 5 seconds. And the Pokemon kids, some of them don't even watch sports. So they'll still be there. They'll be there for the Pokemon. They'll be there for the Pikachus and the Charizards and all that stuff. And they don't give a crap about the hockeys. They don't care about the baseballs. They don't care about the basketballs. They don't care about the footballs.
We
at
have
all.
a shift and change in the paradigm. So,
So
and we
if
have
the
to
price comes
recognize
down,
that.
that'll
That's
actually make it more accessible to them. Then they'll be able to buy their boxes and get their cards, and they'll be happy.
and be
And
reasonable, and yeah,
and it'll actually keep it at a decent level, because even for some
Fair
of
enough.
those, some of them actually right now the grading is almost 50-50 with the Pokemon. The
It is.
investors, yes, but there's a bunch of them that are for PC and they just want their cards in a slab. They don't care. They're just sending it in bulk.
I think the investor outweighs the personal collector by 3 to 1 at this point.
In terms of number of people?
Yes.
No.
I
The
would say.
amount of investors are buying more per capita, because what they're doing is it's one person who will buy the whole shelf. But the amount of physical collectors, there's more physically of them. But the investor can go in and just buy out the whole shelf, and then there's no
I
availability.
think the collectors are investors. A lot of them, who keep them because they remember it, but
Yeah.
their collection's always for sale because they can make some money on it. So, and we get a bad economy. We always, kind of look at things and say, hey, listen, this is a good investment. Look at that guy who divorced his wife divorced him after they just had their kid because he spent $26,000 in 1 month on Pokemon cards. And I said, well, why would you divorce? Well, because he bought Pokemon and because he spent $26,000 on his credit card.
Yeah, I think,
Two strikes, you're out.
my wife and I would have a disagreement that may lead to divorce if she spent $26,000 on Pokemon cards. I think we'd have a disagreement on that.
More so
Anybody
than her
who would
hanging out
do
with
that
Ham?
is just silly,
More
because
than hanging out with Ham. Yeah.
But
I'd rather have
25.5 is okay. But 25.5 is okay.
yeah, that's skirting it, but yeah.
Just
Yeah,
saying. Just saying.
close.
There's a line. Pokemon is crazy because of flippers. Yeah, the price right now, it definitely is.
It's flippers.
Because what's funny is that in the same context, in the same conversation, right now the Pokemon company, like I will scan through the odd Pokemon channel because they talk about some of this stuff, and I'm listening just because I'm curious about how they're talking about it. And the thing is, the Pokemon company, they are actually printing a fair bit, but they've realized
But
because
they're
of the
not
amount of
catching
stuff
up
that's
to supply, though. That's the
That's
problem.
exactly it. So right now the issue isn't that they're not printing; it's that they're sitting there going like, "But you guys are literally clearing shelves constantly
Thank you.
and fighting really lamely, but nonetheless you're clearing shelves. So that means we're going to have to increase it, but we can only increase it at a certain speed. Like they can't 10x the amount of print
No, they
run
can't,
because
no.
they're already printing a lot.
But demand will reach supply. So, anyways,
Yeah, right now demand exceeds the supply just because
does.
the people that are hoarding it are literally stacking up tractor trailers full of the damn stuff and they're sitting
Yep.
on it just to keep that price going. And then in 20 years, they'll blow up as the younger generation starts making it. So right now for the OG Pokemon, that's where we've arrived. So like for the original
We're there.
ones, that is the original Pokemon collectors are now in their 30s and early 40s. So they've just about hit that age bracket where now they're spending
40
big
to
money on those.
45, yeah, somewhere
For
in
the
there.
newer stuff,
But it's earlier now because there's no history there. Like it took 20 years. Like most people, it takes 20 years. They're 20 years old. They get a job. They've been working for 20 years, and they're 40. Most of their house is paid for. They've had their kids. They have this little extra income, and they move on. They say, "Hey, listen, I want to recapture my youth. Maybe I'm going to get, some old cards or some old sports or something." These guys are doing that constantly through this. So it's a different kind of paradigm, really, of what people are doing because they're living through this whole run where we kind of recaptured at a certain point. The 90s, we had that boom and then people recaptured. See, I think that happened. The baby boomers, you hit the highest in 1960. You had the highest population of people that were ever born. It was 3.9 per family, right? And then you ran into that time of the late 60s and early 70s. So by the 90s, that's when they hit that age, and then that's when the sports card boom kind of happened. Right now, it's just been running straight through. So it's really unpredictable what's really going to happen going forward because we're not experiencing recapturing youth. We're just continuing our youth, right? Like they've been collecting Pokemon since they were 20 to 30 to 40. So what
Bobby, I don't think if I remember 1999, there weren't a lot of 20-year-old collectors. Most of the collectors of the Pokemon were like in single digits.
I said 90.
No, but in 1990 there was no Pokemon.
No, I'm talking about sports cards. Sorry.
Yeah, sports card, sure. Yeah, sports card, sure. Yeah.
So we had that, but in Pokemon, we're hitting that stride, where kids who were born in 2000 are at 2025, so they're 25 years old. So they've been running the gamut through this whole thing.
So right now,
it's not
Pokemon's
like recapturing their youth. They've been living through their youth. So I think we're in a different area
right now. The reason Pokemon is having a really good run, in addition to the kids today that like the current stuff, for the OG stuff. If somebody was 9 years old in 1999 when Pokemon came in North America, so they're born in 1990. 1999 is when English Pokemon started. So they'd be 9 years old. Perfect age demographic for it.
True.
So that person is right now just turning 35. The 40-year-olds almost don't exist yet. They will in a couple of years, but 40 years old, you would have been a little bit old to be getting into Pokemon, because a lot of the kids were like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old.
So
there weren't too many teenagers collecting Pokemon.
Category, really.
No, I get it. But most of like I said, I was in the store when the kids were all over it, but it was kids. It was literally like 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old.
Fun stuff. Yeah.
Perfect age demographic for it. They were chasing the Charizard. That was the big chase. Blastoise. I remember it, but I wasn't, by that point I was in high school, so I'm not interested in that
gap
category.
Turned into a 10-year gap.
Yeah.
Opposed to, sports cards was 20 years, and Pokemon's been, they were still playing. Like, I remember the kids, they would set up these at the sports card shop. They would set up this extra room across the street, and the kids would play the games, right? And that was all through that time period. But they became collectible at a certain point, and that's when everyone started to go. And we've been nonstop ever since. Really, it's just been going and going and going. Where kids have been in trance with it. But now it's the money factor, and now we've been 7, 8 years now of money and grading and stuff like that. So they haven't had that 20 years gap. They just keep growing through it. So it's a different paradigm from sports cards, I think. And then what's going on with sports? Not much, really. It's not like the Leafs are winning anything. It's not like
I don't think the Leafs are good. I don't think the Leafs are the main concern.
You know what I mean? In Toronto,
It's the season. The Leafs are out.
Yeah.
What?
So Baz here is quoting something that is correct. So in 1 year, 21 to 22, Pokemon production was 9 billion. Now, the second part is that I'm going to have a little objection to. They print thousands of times more than sports cars. No, that's not true. 9 billion is not thousands of times more.
No,
it is more.
Thousands would be, that's trillions.
Yeah, that'd be trillions. Yeah. So
No.
So, and here's the funny thing, and people always forget this. The 9 billion is a huge number, by the way. It's huge. But quick refresher, Eric, you'll appreciate this.
Okay.
I'll use an example, one of my favorites. 1991 Donruss Baseball, one of my personal favorites.
Okay.
A high watermark in the hobby, all-time classic. They made between 3 and 4 million of each base card. It's a 700 plus card set. For the sake of this conversation, let's call it 3 million. Let's make the maths a little easier.
Okay.
700 card base set, which by the way is low. It's actually closer to 800 cards, but let's make it 700. That's 2.1 billion of one set of 1 year of one brand. That doesn't count 1991 Topps, which also is in the same production figure category. That doesn't count 1991 Fleer, which also is in the same amount kind of category. And also in 1991, you got Stadium Club, and also you've got, my point is, they made way more than $9 billion.
It was like 776 cards, I think.
Yeah. So and they did that for years.
Yes.
Plural.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, it wasn't 1 year.
We're
talking about this 1 year of 9 billion, which by the way, it's a lot. Let's be clear. But the point is that for basically the mid to late 80s through to about 92, 93, they were making billions of cards per year, every single year. And it was growing, and it was doing this. 91, 92 was like the apex. 93 and 94, when the player strike happened, then it started doing this because the player strike killed that segment of the market. 94, suddenly you have a strike, so they produce less product, less cards, less sets,
less interest,
and then they start doing serial numbered cards, so they start scaling back production further, and it stagnates for a bit, and then in the late 90s you start getting a bit of a pickup.
But then the creative increased too at that time too.
It did, but it also production was much lower because now you were numbering stuff because what you did is the market no longer could handle it.
Stuff, right?
The market could no longer handle it, so you had to drop production to decrease your cost, but also allow you to actually get through it. That was the only way you could move through it.
They decreased production, but they increased the creativity, I think, at that point, because I think they had to be more creative to sustain, growth going forward. And they actually did some nice changes through that time period, right?
Yeah. And right now, it's Kyle's point here. Pokemon right now is playing with a couple. They got like the full kind of art cards. They've got a couple of different versions of it. They're producing a fair bit of it. Don't get it twisted. But at the same time, right now, the demand, again, when you go to the PSA Pop Report, you're going to see that right now TCG, which is largely Pokemon, is half of
it is
comfortably 1 million cards a month and change. That's a lot of TCG cards that are getting sent, and that's just the ones that are getting sent in for grading.
And I think that's too many in the marketplace. They're going to find out that crash is going to be coming fast, as you said, Carlos. It's going to be hitting a little bit faster maybe than I'm anticipating.
And for some of the kids, and here's the thing though, for some of the kids, if you tell them they can have that slab card of the character they like for $5 or $10, they're going to be like, great, sweet. Like they're not going to complain. Like this awesome sounds good to me. And that's so I don't think it's going to be a bad thing for those kids. It's not a bad deal for them.
I said that about hockey, the 50s and 60s. Yeah, go down to, $2 a card. Like, shit, yeah, why not collect it, right? Why not collect the set? Because it's $2 a card. No big deal. So it makes it affordable and it makes it obtainable. At this point, it doesn't, or through that time period, maybe, 2000s, whatever, 2010 to 2015, 20, it wasn't obtainable. Now we got all the pop reports to the highest degree. And then we have the other ones that are just dropping because nobody cares about, PSA 5, 6, 7. They're just, 7 and above. And all those cards are sitting there and they're going to be cheap. And it costs you, $30 to grade. So if you can get the card for $5 or $10, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you put make a set? Like, honestly, at that price? You can't grade it for that, so why not buy the graded one?
Well, for certain sets and certain years, Bobby, it's already there and no one's buying it.
It's already there, yeah.
It sits.
First, now it's hockey, yeah.
It's sitting, and they're like, yeah, I don't want it.
Yep.
Good to know, but I don't want it.
I think a PSA 6 set is awesome to get maybe in 71, 72, 73, 70.
And I think the set would look just fine. The set would look just fine.
Honestly, a lot of them are really nice. 6s are really good.
You can get nice ones. Call in here. Good evening. With no seasons, they get the product out on time. Yeah, the Pokemon company's been good at getting the product out.
Yeah.
It was funny is they're actually still trying to ramp up production to meet that demand because there's a lot. Sellers in the lie above values, gem rate low. In some cases, slab GMT 10s and low pop are the only thing that makes those cards desirable. Yep. Are we in a Pokemon junk wax era? I won't speculate on it, but I know they make a ton. It'll be great for collectors in the future.
I get parents coming in every day asking us if we have Pokemon. Got any Pokemon? Got any Pokemon? Kids coming in asking for it. We got boxes filled with singles, right? They don't even want to look at them. I mean, just boxes, monster boxes filled with singles. Nope, they want packs. And it's like, you can go through this and take all of it. Nope, kids don't want to look through it. Parents don't know what they're looking for. And all they want to do is buy boxes or packs.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Every day. You got Pokemon? Got a new Pokemon in?
That's actually the reason why though. Like, so I was talking about the thing with AMG and this past week, because it was a Pokemon product week. Like it was the new it was one restock product and the rest of it was the brand new Pokemon series. The name escapes me right now. When we did the episode, I read it off and they had all these different formats and it was all the same product. It was literally one after another, like this type of box, this type of box. It's the same product, different types of variants of, this one's got some extra stuff included with it. This one is just the packs and this one is this and this, but it's all these different formats of the same product and it's to offer. But even then, with all those SKUs and all those formats, they are designing it in such a way where they're controlling how much is going out because they don't want somebody to just come in and buy all of it and not leave the kids a chance to get a couple of packs of some of the stuff that they want. So they're saying like, okay, well, let's make sure we at least limit a little bit so that, hey, you want to get a couple boxes? Sure. But then, this kid wants a couple boxes. Let him have a couple boxes. This other one wants a couple. So you try to spread the wealth a little bit, right? So that at least the kids that want to open some boxes, you give them a chance to open some boxes. Otherwise, like it becomes this disaster where like the first person that comes in with a wad of cash just buys everything and it's done.
Yeah,
And that's not much fun, and that's not much fun for the other folks because they, to your point, they want to open some packs, right? I laugh at small card shops don't get into TCG. Like, why wouldn't you take the time to learn about it? And right now, some of the card shows, people are complaining, like, "Oh man, it's like 50%, Pokemon or whatever," because that's where the money is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
When we come back, actually, when Bobby comes back, I'll remember I was telling you guys, I gave you guys stories about that card show that Bobby and I set up at, and I had my 25-cent box and whatever. The 25-cent box actually did pretty good, but one of the things that's there that we can share is the person beside us to the left of me when I was sitting there didn't show, and beside them was a Pokemon dealer who had all these boxes and all these different types of Pokemon boxes. And he actually had way more shit than he could fit on one table. So when the guy didn't show up, he asked the promoters, like, "Hey, do you mind? Is it okay then if I put my stuff on the table?" And the promoter was like, "All right, well, the show was about to open. The person hadn't showed." They go, "Well, go ahead." He was able to fill in 2 tables entirely full of all this Pokemon product and everything, full to the brim of all of it. And he was selling it like it was moving. People would show up. I'd like 2 boxes of that. I'd like this. I'd like that. It was all over the place. And he was moving it like it was going out of style. Boom. Straight in. Pile. I'll take one of those. Boom. Cash. Shut up and take my money. Boom. Yep. Next. Well, Eric, I'm sorry. Like, if you're in the business of being in business, if that's where the money is, what should you be stocking?
I mean, I was going to say, do you think that we like selling Pokemon? The name of
I think you personally love selling Pokemon.
All right, well,
Eric loves Pokemon.
But the name of the store is Sports World. We don't want to carry this shit. We don't want to carry Taylor Swift autographed, memorabilia.
Don't you though?
No.
As a Swiftie, are you sure?
No. I know I could tell you only one song that woman even sings, and it's because we make fun of it in this house. Other than
what if I told you that every single Kiss song was just a Taylor Swift song?
I will fly to Canada and kick your ass.
I don't think you'll make it.
So
there's two flaws to your plan. First of all, I don't think you'll make it. Second of all, you're not kicking anybody's ass.
I might.
Nope. There will be none of that.
Warm up if I have time to warm up, maybe.
Listen. I literally will start pummeling you, and then I'll tag Yannick in to finish you off.
I might, if I warm up, you guys might be in trouble. I
don't think we have anything to wear. Yannick, we're gonna have to destroy this man.
I have to do my calisthenics and stretch.
Yeah. Listen, a man who bikes 51 miles like a peasant is not someone I concern myself with.
But the point is, we don't want to sell this stuff. We have no interest in selling this stuff. We don't have a ton of knowledge when people come in and start asking all these questions. We try to learn as much as we have to move it. But the thing is, the stuff sells itself and moves so fast. I don't have to learn about it. You have Pokemon right there. How much?
All you need to know is it the new one? Yes. Yep. Sold. Is it the new one? Sold.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need to know all the characters and stuff. I don't need to know anything about it.
Yeah. And by the way, for the record, because occasionally it's important that we make clear here, I wasn't being dismissive of it. When I'm being dismissive, you'll know. I wasn't being dismissive of it. I genuinely did not remember the name of the product because I've seen a lot of different Pokemon variants. But here's the thing. I don't know the difference between one and the other. So I can't tell you. I literally read off a list. So in that scenario, I read off a list and I defer to someone else on the podcast who can fill in some of the gaps because I'm knowledgeable in a lot of areas in this hobby. On the Pokemon, it's a complete blind spot. Other than the Cheese-Stringamon, Pikachu, and Charizard, I got nothing. Yeah. And Mewtwo because of Sherry. Like, I genuinely don't know anything about any of it. I couldn't tell you a damn thing.
I couldn't either. It's over there. That's how much it is a box. That's how much it is a pack.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a cult following, really, from their era that they grew up in. So, you have to give them their due.
Yeah. An important thing.
When guys wear those Pikachu things that out their hat and they're 40 years old, I kind of sit there and go, okay.
Listen, don't judge Eric. That's his fashion sense.
I know,
but
I'm just saying.
One important thing, and I also want to be clear about this, and I'm speaking seriously. I am never going to be one of those people that is ever going to brag about ignorance. If I had the time and the bandwidth, I would be happy to learn. I don't mind learning new categories. I enjoy understanding more things.
500 hits on your,
Probably.
Yeah.
But realistically, here's the thing, I would. But the reality is I only have so much time in the day, and I just don't have enough time to now relearn another entire category. I just don't have the bandwidth to be able to do it. But there are some people that will literally brag about being in it. Oh, I don't know anything about that. That isn't something to be brag about.
No.
It can be a reality. Like, that's okay. But again, we've only got so much time. But if I had the bandwidth, and if I'm a business, I need to learn about the Pokemon.
I think so.
I need to, because right now there is business to be made. So I would do my best to at least have a passable knowledge of it. I wouldn't brag about not having a damn clue what it is I just don't have the bandwidth. I just don't have the time. And I already have enough other stuff going on that I collect anyway. And I'm not going to collect it. So it doesn't benefit me. But if I'm in the business, no, you better learn the fucking Pokemon. You better know what the hell it is, because it's your business.
That extra source of business, yeah, of course.
Yeah, if you're operating the space and it's your living, then you better learn the damn thing. Being ignorant is not a virtue. It's a negative.
Hire a young kid or something like that who specializes in it.
Exactly, or bring somebody who understands it. Yes.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be ignorant of it, because I know there are some dealers who literally will be dismissive. It's like, well, that's why your table is empty, and that guy over there with the Pokemon is selling literally boatloads of money, and you're complaining about it. Well, then maybe you should learn about it, because if this is your business and you're making a living of it, you probably should learn.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, the collectors will survive.
I'd just like to say, screw you, Paul. Thank you.
Wow.
Paul's so nice, though.
Paul is
he?
not nice, and I do not like him.
Wow.
Really? Wow.
What about Bob? Bob has a question for you.
I like Bob Jackson, too.
Yeah. Show some respect to Bob. Beth says
No,
Nintendo
Paul-
laughing all the way to the
Paul
bank. Yeah,
also-
they're making
Paul
bank.
also can go
Serious bank. They're making serious money. Pokemon set names are slowly turning into Panini parallel names. There's a lot of them.
But everything
go
isn't
little
about
bit-
money, though. We get away from the hobby and we get into too much money, and I think that's the dominant factor on the videos that we see. And I think people have to really get away with, collector. As a collector, I think, or Carla, you're a collector. You don't care about Pokemon. You just want to collect what you collect. I think you will survive the test of time. I don't think all these people will be in and out and they'll be gone, and Pokemon will be left to the collectors. I think most of the hobby will be left to the collectors, and the rarity will rule.
Yeah.
And
I think the floor. I think the floor though in
survival later
Pokemon.
down the road. I don't see this progressing and keeping going. It cannot, because you run out of people at the end of the game looking to purchase for their collection. You're going to run out of those people. You're going to hear about all the great stories and the one-on-ones and all these PSA 10s and stuff like that, but that's fine. At the end of the day, it's the collector that sustains the hobby. It's not the money people that are trying to just make money in the hobby. And that's the lion's share of what's going on right now. And we need to get back to the hobby, and it'll come back to it anyway. So, and we'll see where that ends up anyways, because like you said, and I always say that, we are aging out. My age is, I'm 60 already. So whatever, I got 16 years left. Yeah. So after that, like, how many people are going to be my age and collecting? I don't know. Not too many. So we have the
Eric's already passing. He's given up.
We have the X Gen, and they're into video games, comics, and sports cards. My generation is basically sports cards, a little bit of comics, not too much, but we didn't have. And as we go through the ages, we kind of expanded and everything. Now it's comics, Pokemon, sports cards, whatever, videotapes now, and we keep going from there. At a certain point in time, the collector is always left at the end. And we'll see where that ends up in the next 10 years. That'd be a very interesting paradigm that we're going to have to look at in 10 years and see where that changes. Just saying.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting.
See. So I found the list because I wanted to get it. So it's not even a complicated name. It's called Journey Together. So when I did the AMG thing, I get a list of some of the products that are coming in, and that's literally what I read. So on the podcast, part of it is that I'll read some of the new products coming in. And the new set is called Journey Together. That's the new one. But here's the thing, just for context. So one store, this is just from the order sheet. And I read off on the podcast as well. So I'm just repeating what I already said. They got the booster display boxes, which is the booster box, with the packs in it. a 3-pack blister, which is the same product, but it's a different format. It's a kind of a retail SKU. You've got the booster bundle, which is, I guess, the individual packs. It's another version of it. Blister packs, which is a different version of it.
Holy
The
shit.
trainer box, which is a different version of it. And so these are all the same product, but different SKUs and different formats, so that when the kids come in, they can get the trainer box, or they can get the booster, or they can get the 3-pack blister, or whatever. So, and even then, they go through it fast. All those different formats, all those different SKUs. And then there'll be some people that'll come in and it's like, I want one of those. Like, fill it up. Fill up the shopping cart, hit the cash register, and you hear the cha-ching. It's wild. So think about that. All those formats, and even then, the stuff flies out the door. It's wild. So real quick, Paul says, I feel you doing a 90s baseball sheet for Ludex right now. It's a pain in the ass. Learning, but I can't relate it to football. Yep. Like I said, we only have a certain amount of bandwidth. We can learn a lot. I like to keep learning. Personally, I like the challenge of still learning. And I still feel like I've done a good job with a lot of it. But sports cards are enough for me. I already have enough of a challenge keeping up with all the stuff going on in sports cards. Adding TCGs to it is a bridge too far. I just don't have the bandwidth to even attempt it. Kyle says people are wiping out Walmarts, leaving the sports card on shelves. People in Pokemon are making a shitload right now. There is. Yeah.
There's videos all over the internet of adult men at Costco, Target, Walmart, getting into physical altercations, trying to grab this stuff from each other. It's just mind blowing to me. Because I mean, they're not collectors, obviously. They're grabbing this stuff because they see it as potential money for them. And I mean, it's just utterly ridiculous to see a bunch of grown men fighting over a child's toy.
It is.
You know, it's again another Letterkenny reference. It's fucking embarrassing.
I don't know Letterkenny, so sorry.
It's all right. Yannick does.
Just for me, he's doing it.
In the end, rarity will rule. Okay, I
just want to say real quick, if Bill, you're around, still watching, I saw that you made a comment. I sent you a direct message through Instagram a moment or two ago, just to let you know.
DM, we call it. Yes.
Yeah, the DMs. I slid into your DMs, Bill.
Oh no, we're not going to get back into the baby oil conversation again, are we? Eric? Eric, don't take us down a dark place.
Please.
Between Bill and I just want.
What happens between you, Bill, baby oil, and Emmanuel in space is your own business.
Wanted Bill to know I slid into his DMs. That's all.
Listen, I don't think he's that interested. Like, I'm sorry. It's a very, very niche thing that you're talking about. Like, that's a very specific, and you're on your own, buddy.
Yep.
Just saying.
You're niche.
So here it says, Beth said, I felt overwhelmed by Pokemon, won't get into it, but one of the 3 kids collects Pokemon. It's a learning experience to go around a show all day, just listen and learn about Pokemon. It's completely fine. It's that's why I said that is the reason why, Bobby, though, I wanted to make specific emphasis, because it's one of my frustrations. I will literally listen to someone brag about ignorance. And I'm like, if you don't have time, if you don't have time, again, if you don't have time and you don't have the energy, you don't have the bandwidth, that's cool. And I just said a moment ago, I don't have the energy or the bandwidth. No. But if I had the time and the energy, no, I'm interested. Like, I still would. I love learning about other things. I get interested in learning, even if it's not something I'm ever going to collect. I still want to know stuff.
At this point.
I want to know stuff.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I would rather know stuff than not know stuff.
Yeah, I would rather learn a little bit, but I don't have the time to spend to get too deep into it. So,
yeah, but the time though is a factor. But I'm saying, if all things being equal, if I have a little bit of bandwidth available, I'm always happy to learn something that I don't know. I would rather know more than less. So for me, it's never, I'm embarrassed for somebody that brags about ignorance, because it's like, no, you shouldn't be bragging about that. No. You may not have the time. You may not have the energy. It may not be something that's important enough for you to do.
I think that's completely everybody's problem right now, is they don't have the time, because there's only so many things you can watch, and you still have regular life to live and shop and associate with families and all these other things that go on in your regular life, you know, getting back to work, because everybody, you know, is kind of living in that past tense of what was the pandemic there. So, you know, we're getting out of that. And look at the difference. You know, Carlos, we could do a 6-7 hour show back in 2001, 2. And now it's like 4 hours and yeah, we're pretty much done. There's not much new in the hobby, and, you know, that's just the way it is. And so we've sort of went through a different shift of, you know, the way things are. And where are we going forward? I don't know. You want to learn some more stuff? Yeah, you got some extra time. Sure. Nothing wrong with learning a little bit about Pokemon. You know, I was there with Steven, you know, buying packs back in that time period. And, you know, just saying.
I just think this. I think this statement is a factual statement.
I will not.
Everybody's gross, yeah.
I will not argue.
No.
Same. Yeah, I think it's funny though.
I'm gonna go for the evening. I got a long day tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Oh yeah.
Report back from the card show.
Yeah,
I will. Hopefully, I'll find some goodies for sure. I'll
I
let
have
you
to
guys
go
know.
to a card show tomorrow too. So I mean,
look for the
I have to
R23s.
stick around to this shit show. Why do you-
Counterpoint, Eric. No one cares about you.
No, nobody.
I did. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Thanks for
Just
having
say-
me.
That's
No
good.
worries,
Have a good
Yannick.
week.
Have yourself a good night.
Yeah, I didn't think that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Screw you, Bob.
Just saying. But yeah, kind of touching on though. Like I said, in the vein of that, in the same category as there hasn't been a lot of news this week. Like I said, it was a good week for the collection thing. Like I said, I'll touch on it more. Some of the stuff I picked up on the podcast, I want to save it for that because I think it'll be fun to talk through some of that thought process and some of the stuff I picked up. Also, I'll talk about the consolidation thing more because it's been successful. So far, the operation has been a success, and I'm going to add some more stuff in the next week or two. So I'm working on that. But what's funny is that in following with what I said in that video where I talked about wanting to use my time more effectively, I'm still doing my eBay save searches. I'm selling some stuff. I'm doing all that. But it's like, because the content has been so dire. And like, there's the people that I follow that still are making some videos. That part's fine. But because a lot of the content has been so dire, I was like, this week, I was actually able to read through most of my book. I'm like, oh my God, it's been so long since I actually was able to sit down and actually read my freaking book. Good Lord.
Yeah.
What a notion. What a concept.
Yeah, you know, like these cards actually stand out. I'm impressed that you like them, but I'm not so impressed because I understand that most people who see them like them because they're different, they're unusual, they're rare, very rare. You know, it's nice to see that because rarity does rule in the hobby, and people do like.
Bobby, there could be 100 million of those, and I'd still be interested in certain specific players. The rarity does nothing for me. I get your point, but the rarity literally means
rarity
less
keeps it at a certain price point. Otherwise, if they're everywhere, they're a dime a dozen, they're 10 cents each.
Yeah, but then I would get the handful that I want, and it'd be 10 cents each.
Of course,
That'd be
10 cents each.
That'd be
Why
great.
wouldn't you?
That's awesome.
Right?
That's fine. Yeah,
but they're not.
It works. It works both ways. Yeah, I think the specific niche with the back of it being almost like the playing card thing, and specifically the players they chose to put in that.
Right?
No, I understand, but I'm saying it's got. If I enlarge it to a playing card size, they've used designs like that on the back of some playing cards. That's why I think it's kind of funny they decided to go that route, which, by the way, works perfectly fine for what they did with it.
Actually, I think you'll find a lot of these cards are on other cards from 50s Tops or Bowman's.
That's kind of my curiosity. My curiosity is an intellectual curiosity because I'd like to look at some of those pictures, the photos, the little photos they put on there, and see where else they've used it. Because I think with that form factor, it's kind of, because I know sometimes they'll replicate, they'll borrow it or crop it a little differently or use it in other spots.
Yeah, I think most of them are from the 30s or early 40s.
It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, especially with some of the, especially with like a Roger Hornsby or whatever, like you're going to use an older photo, so you're going to need that. You have to. I think Lou Gehrig's in that set. Like I did a quick search just to see when we talked about it. And so Lou Gehrig is in that. So again, that would be like a perfect example of somebody where they're going to use an old photo. So there's an intellectual curiosity to it. So that's an interesting thing. And I think they did it's kind of funny that you came across that.
Exposure is a really interesting part of this hobby, is that sometimes you don't know what you want to collect until you see it. And my premise of the hobby is based on that. If nobody knows what something is and you see 40 of them listed, you kind of go, what is that? And it doesn't matter until you actually define what it is. Then you kind of go, oh, okay, so that was a viable company that was back in the 60s or whatever, and they did that and they issued it through this way. You know, I think that information is really lacking out there on a lot of issues. The stuff that I don't know, you know, baseball, football, whatever. You know, I think, and that's why the tip top has actually become something new that is to a lot of people is like, hey, that tip top is, you know, hey, maybe that's the new rookie card or something, like, you know, they're trying to do whatever they're trying to do. I think that discovery is really interesting, and it stimulates a lot of people in a lot of different ways in the hobby. And like I said, the rarity is a real stimulating part of that. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh shit, that's a tough one.
So what happened to the graded ticket craze? What's his name? Darren Ravel. Darren Ravel stopped pumping the graded tickets.
What's that?
I think I'm sure he's still into it, but he just hasn't talked about it as much.
I think
it was
tickets had their time. They came, they went, and they're still strong. But when you try to pump something, and everybody was into tickets for a while, but you realize how many tickets are really out there, and then you start to realize how collectible are they. You have that 1 of 1, and then all that 1 of 1 turns to 1 of 10, 1 of 20, and then it gets into the graded aspect of price wise, and we've hit that stride very fast. It took 2 years, I think, to really hit that point. And Darren Bell, as much as they want to talk about tickets and stuff like that, the tickets are kind of came and went very fast.
Well, because there's I think what's funny is that Ravel really tried to pump this super hard.
He did.
But
well,
the problem was
for that Boston, what was it, Bobby Orr ticket?
But yeah, I think it was one of the big ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem was there are certain ones that will be of interest to people.
Always.
But there is like a price point thing. So what was funny? So I'll give you an example of I have one graded ticket. One.
Graded?
And one graded ticket. And that was a Not So Fella ticket. And he had actually autographed it. My interest was that he had signed it. So it was from a game. Cool. And I think, if memory serves me, I think it was actually his last playoff game or home game as a Packer. So like it actually was significant to his career in terms of his career there. And he had actually signed it. And he had a nice autograph on it. So for me as a collector, I'm an autograph guy. I like me some autographs. So you combine a nice autograph on the ticket with a ticket that at least has some segment of his career, some relation to it. Great. So now that's a good combo for me. And the price on it was very reasonable when I bought it. So I'm like, okay, great. Price is reasonable, interesting, autograph. I like that. Cool. So, but I bought one. I'm not out there trying to get a bunch of them. Like I'm not interested in a bunch of them.
So that's really key. What you said is it has the right combo. It has this and has that, has this. That hits me. Signed. It's significant for its era because it's a ticket, and I like baseball or whatever. Whatever sport it is.
But there were other ones that were also listed there, and I wasn't interested. So it's one of those things. Like I could have bought a whole bunch of them if I really wanted to, but that's why I think Ravel failed, because he didn't understand that. Like, look, there are going to be some significant. Maybe if it's a super collector, the person who has everything. And this is like the one thing that maybe is a missing piece of the puzzle for their collection. But they're going to buy that one thing, and then after that, they're done. Not everybody's Eric buying every game that Reggie Lemon ever played and buying 15 tickets. He actually will buy all the tickets that everybody had. All of them. Every section.
Seems like fads don't last as long this time around. It seems like everything comes in and people get into it. They drive it hard and they get good money, and then it really subsides quite quickly. I seen the Gretzky tickets, where he gets 3 points in a game or something like that. They were getting $60-$80. Now they're down to 30 or 40.
Yeah, because generic games
in 2 years.
Yeah, because they're generic games. Gretzky played a lot of games where he had multiple.
That he had scored 3 goals in that game. That's actually.
I get that, but Gretzky scored 3 goals in a bunch of games.
It's not especially 82, 83, 83,
yeah.
84. Those
now, if you're talking about now for that category, if you're talking about the game where he scored the 50 and 50, okay,
that's a big.
That's a little bit more interesting.
Actually, people doing
bump it up a level.
A run of that, right? So a lot of guys have satisfied that, and then the secondary market is kind of sitting there going, well, I don't feel like paying $70 a ticket, and I got to get 50 and 50. That's going to cost me 70 times 50 is, it's a lot of money.
So that's the thing. Like, there's too many games where, like, a multi-point game for your favorite player. Like,
to be honest,
that's too much.
There is, and people don't realize it, and it was the first hype and the first jump, and everybody wants to be in. What's that one?
This is the
86 Red Sox.
This is a ticket I've kept in my wallet since like 1996. It was the first time I saw Wayne Gretzky play live. I even wrote on the back, first Wayne Gretzky game. It's so worn out and everything, but it's been in my wallet since the game.
Nice. That's awesome.
Do you think I could get something for that? Rangers, Bruins?
See, the only time it's worth money if he scored goals in those games.
Well, yeah, I do remember him scoring.
What year was that?
96.
No, nothing. It's not worth anything.
You can get a spot on the bonfire.
But it's all worn out.
82, 83, and 84 is
It's
only
game
really
worn. Look at that. I mean, and I got
Not game
worn.
worn. It's in
What?
your wallet worn.
What?
That's game worn.
It's you sat on it with your ass worn. That's
Yeah.
not,
at the game. At the game. I mean,
You're back in a sec.
It has more
It's
money in
worth money
memento.
now.
Bobby, please make fun of him in
No
my
problem,
absence.
don't
I'll be
worry.
right
I
back.
got it
Right
covered.
back in the wallet.
It's memento worn. That's how it is. to you.
It's been there since 96.
And I think people, tie too much into, what they personally experience. And I actually do respect that somebody collects a 1998 card or 2006 card because they were at the game and the guy did something special through that game. And I think that's really good for them. And they want to pay, for that one-of-one card or whatever they want to pay, or whatever they think is significant to them. That's personal. And, people will pay more for personal stuff than they will pay for the generic stuff that's out there. And like I said, the Gretzky stuff went down dramatically, cut in half. Now it's going to be down to a half of a half very soon in the next 2 to 5 years. And, all those people who paid $60 are going to be pissed off for a ticket that they can get now for $10 because they realize how many tickets people really saved.
We have thousands of tickets at work.
And you should be looking through them to see what game are significant and jump on that because you're a business. You have to jump on that really quick and see who, maybe Pud got a game Pudge, home run, whatever.
We have a handful of them, when we have some.
And you have to look them up.
And got to sit and look them up.
You do. And you have to do it now because in a year from now, they'll be worth half the money. And 2 years from now, they'll be a quarter of that money. And this is the problem: is everybody wants to get in on the ground floor. It's almost like stock. Everyone wants the penny stock before it turns into $10 stock, whatever. So this is the hobby that we're in. It's not even a hobby; it's a card investment. The hobby still stays with those who are dedicated collectors who like to collect Medano or Bobby Orr or Hal Gill, whatever.
It's all about the Helgo.
And that's really where the hobby will sustain itself. And we'll see how big the hobby really is after all that settles in.
Now, thing that I'll
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say is one thing that I'll touch on, though, that kind of plays into what you were saying and also kind of plays in this ticket discussion.
Sure.
One of my rules of thumb when it comes to this is that if you have to spend an inordinate amount of time explaining why something should have value, if you're showing it to somebody and you have to spend an inordinate amount of, the more you have to explain it, the more not obvious it is.
It is
the harder, the more of an uphill climb you have, because then you're trying to say, oh, there's a whole value down the road. You just have to give me a 45-minute thesis on why this is significant. That means it's not that apparent. It's not that obvious. It just looks like, okay, oh, but you don't understand. Like Wayne Gretzky, had, he scored 3 goals. I was like, yeah, he scored 3 goals in a lot of games. Oh no, but you don't understand. Like he had a drink of beer and sweat, and it's like, well, how do you know that? It's like, well, with the game, it's like, you already have had to over-explain this. Yeah. It's not that interesting. Like, if you have to give me a whole backstory to try to make this more interesting than what it is. Yeah, you're working too hard here.
Yes.
And I can tell that you're working too hard, which means the value isn't there.
We have
it should be more apparent than that.
So we have a ticket. Mario Lemieux's first game.
That's a big one.
In the Boston Garden against his first goal, first shift. He went around Ray Bourque and scored on Pete Peters, right?
Ray Bourque was a zombie, though. He was dead.
I don't know. I don't think he was a zombie at that point. He went around living Ray Bourque and then scored.
Oh, so you're saying, wait, Bobby, he said then. So he acknowledges that Ray Bourque is a zombie now.
Oh, sure.
Go on.
So
we're using past tense there.
Mm-hmm. So we have the ticket. The shop, basically, Phil, is very good friends with Eddie Johnston. EJ was the general manager and coach in Pittsburgh for a long time, is very good friends with Mario. We sent it to EJ. EJ had Mario sign it.
Mm-hmm.
So we now have autographed first Mario Lemieux game ticket.
So that was played away, and then the home game was the second game, right?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, it was. Actually, our friend Dave, you know Dave, stupid Dave, doesn't he buy the Mario Lemieux for what, $30? First game, unused ticket, gets it graded, gets an 8. I'm sitting there going, he goes, Bobby, is this worth anything? And I went, fuck off, David. I said,
the advantage,
it's worth thousands. Darren Ravel will pay you $10,000.
Probably. Yeah, Darren Ravel overpaid.
Like, honestly, like it's the best. And he's got Pudge. He's got all the key games. And are you kidding, David? Like David was a collector back in the 90s. Like, he bought stuff. Yeah, I'll give you $10 for that. And it's like fucking 50,000 today. It's like, Dave, what the fuck? You know, every time I take him out gambling, he fucking wins. Hey, is this good? Yeah, it's $2,500 fucking dollars. What are you fucking kidding?
No, the correct answer is no, it's not. Hand it over.
I could say that. But
yeah, it's trash.
No,
hand it over.
Why?
Yeah, it's garbage. So anyway, so the thing is that when it comes to that, so in Eric's example though, so now to Darren Ravel, it's like $1 million, but to a Mario Lemieux like super collector who has everything,
well,
that's a great piece. Like that right there is like a centerpiece kind of deal for them. It's like, this is a combination of all the things, and Mario signed it on top of everything else. That's a great piece.
And Mario's not dead, so that actually helps. But you know, Dave could get his ticket signed by Mario Lemieux too, right? And
yeah.
So where do you end up at a certain point? So Dave has the only unused game used ticket from that game, graded in PSA. He's got the best of the best of the best. It's just like, how can you beat that? Like, otherwise, you maybe get it signed. Would that add more value? I guess. It's just, you know, it's kind of silly, you know. And we've already played through the ticket game. You know, we're at that sort of stage right now that either you get the great ticket or you get nothing, and it comes and goes really fast. It rises and it goes. And I think Darren Ravel was he started and it didn't go, you know, for some reason, Carlos, or Eric, it didn't really take as well as it could have, you know.
I think it's too niche for most
everybody
folks.
in, but it didn't. It only got certain collectors in, and then like guys like Ravel, we're sitting there going, hey, yeah, this is the best, and I'm fucking showing it off, and everybody follow what I'm doing and get into the hobby. You know, we need more people in the hobby collecting tickets, whatever he wants to do.
It's too niche. I think there's a place for it, but I think you need to
good place for it.
Yeah, significant games are going to hold a little bit more, but let me throw a different angle at it. The Mario Lemieux one, I think, is a great example because there's some Mario collectors that are like hardcore.
Oh.
So for them, like, they're going to look at that as like, if you're going to get a ticket, that's the ticket. That's the one. So if you're going to get one, that's a great one. And if it's signed and it looks good and signature's nice and crisp and everything, that's going to be that right there to that Mario collector is going to be a wonderful centerpiece for their collection to show off.
Here's something I'll give you an example on. Daryl Sittler, 10-point game, 1976. That program sells for $1,200.
Yeah,
you can find that if you go through somebody's thing, you can find that program no problem. With the ticket sold on Classic, $3,200 US. Mm-hmm. Ticket and program, 1976. Like, honestly, you can find those. I could have found them for 20 years. $3,200 US, and I'm sitting there. That's like 4,500 Canadian. I guess after all the fees and everything. Oh my god!
I forget. Did that happen in Maple Leaf Gardens or Boston Garden?
No, it was Maple Leaf Gardens. It was It has the goalie on the cover. You can't miss it. There's certain programs that you know the covers, and then you just go, oh, is that the January 7th or January 17th? You know, 17th, big difference. You know, I know all those key programs, and I see them all the time. You know, Horton's last game, Barocco's first game, all these different things that you get to know in the hobby that you're looking for, you know, sort of like the pickers looking for the Hammond 88 or what's the Hammond, what was that organ? Storage Wars, remember? What was that? The Hammond, whatever it was. Any which way, you get to know those key games, and I've seen that program over the years, and it, you know, sells for $100, $200, $300. Now it goes for $3,200 with the ticket, and it was stapled to the freaking thing too. It wasn't even separate. It's like, holy crap, what's going on out there? That's insane. Because I said, you know, my friend just bought one, and I got to pick it up tomorrow, and he paid like $1,200. I said, why did you pay $1,200, Wayne? It's not Wayne. Some other Wayne.
Oh,
Sorry.
Gretzky.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, him. And I said, Jesus Christ, like fucking find that somewhere else for like $200 or whatever. It's just like, and that's the demand of people who really want stuff. They just want to pay. And that's the sad part of it is, I would sell it for 200, but this other guy will sell it for 1,200, and he'll buy it because because I don't have it. Like it's, oh my God, it's a really weird, kind of funny hobby, I guess, that we live in. So anyways, supply and demand.
I think though one key piece on this, and I'll read a couple of these comments. I know there's some good ones. I want to make sure I read them. But one of the key pieces though, and I think the reason why that whole thing fell apart is that outside of very specific items, most of them are going to be maybe personal significance kind of deals.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's something special, so I'll give you a silly example. Like I said, I'm not a big ticket guy, but I do collect my wrestling stuff.
Sure.
One of the ones that would be, and it wouldn't be worth much, honestly. The value would be very low. But there was I have attended 2 WWE shows in my life. One as a kid and one as an adult. One of them was in 1992. It was in Maple Leaf Gardens. The only time I ever went to Maple Leaf Gardens for anything. The only event I ever attended in Maple Leaf Gardens was a WWF show. Carlos Sr. took me to that show. And Macho Man Randy Savage and Ric Flair was the main event for the WWF Championship. So that was when they're in the middle of their feud there. Owen Hart was there when he was still part of the tag team with Coco Beware. And I remember the neon pants and the checkered pants because they were part of that tag team, High Energy or whatever it was. So that was the whole thing. Yeah, Coco Beware was there with the Bird. So I was there with Frankie the Bird. Again, I remember this. Very specific things I remember from the show. But I remember looking up the card, and there were some great people on that card.
Oh, yeah.
So that specific ticket, I wouldn't mind having it.
Yeah.
Am I going to pay a fortune for it? Absolutely not. No.
But you'll pay up.
I pay a couple bucks, but way more than most people would because it's a house show from 1992 in Maple Leaf Gardens. Like it doesn't stand out. It's not a WrestleMania. It's not a SummerSlam. It's not a special
that personal attraction. And that's what I said about collecting is the collectors are always ended up.
But most people, that ticket is like a $2 ticket at best. Or $1, or it just sits there and collects dust for all time.
They're kind of collectible now, but even still, okay. So you might pay $50 for that ticket, where the average guy would pay 15, 20.
Yeah, and that would be like the only one that would be of interest to me. Otherwise, I'm just not interested. Like, there's other stuff that's fine, but like I have no interest in it. So Eric, I use that example because that's that's an example of one specific that has more value to me for that reason, than to most other people.
And from what I could, if I do the maths right, you're about 8 years old.
9. I forget exactly what month it would have been, but it would have been about 8 or 9. Yeah. So that was great. And then the next show I attended, by the time I attended the next show, I was in my 30s.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a big memory. You and your dad, you go to Maple Leaf Gardens, which, is a holy place for sports in your area. Wrestling is real when you're 8 or 9. These guys are absolute monsters.
I got to be honest with you. I kind of thought Hogan was bullshit even when I was 8.
Yeah.
Like Hogan was such bullshit. He was such bullshit.
I mean, the majesty is all there, And,
I enjoyed the show. The show was the thing. The show was the thing.
It's so everything you're saying, that's why we do what we do anyways, is to get all that back and to relive all that stuff. Why do I keep a ticket from 1996 in my wallet? Because that was the first time I saw Wayne Gretzky up close and personal. I still have photos because I had like glass seat. I had, I down by the ice, ringside. So, I mean, it was that was a big day for me. And I still carry it around all these years later. So, I mean, that's why we do what we do, right? Is a lot of it was based on reliving those childhood memories, times with our dad. Especially for us, that have lost people over the years, it's, you collect this stuff and it reminds you of those people and those events. And, that's what all this, that's, I think it's the most fun in doing all this.
I just found it here. So a quick Google, my Google foo is strong. So a quick Google here. August 16th, 1992. So that's WWF at Toronto in the Maple Leaf Gardens. And it was Crush defeating the Brooklyn Brawler. Good old Crush. The Mountie defeating Sergeant Slaughter. Classic.
No.
Oh, yes.
Because it was in Canada. Whatever.
The Nasty Boys defeated Owen Hart and Coca Beware. There's your Owen Hart and Coca Beware. Bushwhacker Luke defeating the Repo Man. Classic.
The Repo Man.
The tag team champions, the Natural Disasters, including the future Shockmaster.
You saw the Shockmaster in real life.
Yes. But they defeated Ted DiBiase. Come on. Hero to the channel. Our boy. Hold on. Gotta do it. Classic. So defeating Ted DiBiase and IRS via disqualification. Money Inc. Love it. Bret Hart as IC champion, defeating Kamala via disqualification. And then in the main event, world champion Randy Savage defeating Ric Flair. How many Hall of Famers did I just name off on that? That was a great card.
I think all of them. Jesus.
That's a strong card. That's a really good card, actually. Really good. And that was a house show. That's pretty good, man. That was a pretty classic show. If you're going to go to one show for the entirety of your childhood, that isn't a half bad one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's not bad. So real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here. There's a good ones. Okay. So Baz was saying, Carlos says, love to watch Tariff video. Thanks for your discussion with Eric and the guys. Last week I found the research segment selling. Wasn't easy to find, but thank you. Not a problem. Glad we can help. Goldens consigns huge tickets to help with that market as well. Very true. Paul says, same applies to cards when it has to be over-explained. That is true. 100%. I agree with that. If you have to over-explain it, it's not as good as you're trying to make it out to be. Mario's second game was home in Vancouver. I was there in the balcony. Still app scores. Thank you for that. Nice. Appreciate that. It's called a pump, Bobby, referring to what Bobby was talking about earlier. So no bother if we can't be sold under 60 seconds. 61 seconds is fine, but not beyond that. That's a lineup. Yep. Anyone see Hulk Hogan's wife video this week? I did not. No idea. Very strange. It isn't real. Listen, it's real to me, damn it. Good old nostalgia. That's right. Gonna have to throw Eric into a thumbtack covered flaming table and have him tell us it's fake. That's right.
Well, only if I knew somebody that may have done that once or twice to explain it to me. Carlos, can you think of anybody that...
You trying to queue up something?
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
If I only knew somebody that I could reach out to and ask them what it's like to go through a table with some tax.
The funny part, in 10 years, you're going to look back at that and say that is the best video of all time because no, really, I'm not kidding you.
Well,
I'm just
because he won't be able to remember any of the other videos.
Yeah, he'll still be bro. Yeah, maybe. We don't know about that.
He and I both have had a lot of concussions. So,
we all have that personal experience that we have with players or, cards or things that we collected. And I think that'll sustain us. We're really looking about personal acquisition, not looking about money. And I think that as we are collectors, I'm more of a historian. I document stuff. I don't really care about the collecting part of it, but I still appreciate everything that I get. Whereas Carlos, Medano is just like, it's great. And you with Bobby or whoever.
Helga's a hero, goddammit.
Sorry, I'm just hero. I'm just trying to, Anyways, no, we are the collectors and we are sustaining ourselves through the time. We need that to keep going on, and everyone's going to have their personal experience. Everything's going to be, whatever down the road. These things will sustain the hobby, and I think that part of the hobby is rather healthy. I think a lot of people don't see that, but I can see that what people collect, how they have that personal attachment to it. I think that's really key. I think with Pokemon, they don't have that personal attachment as we do. Because we saw the games, we saw the players, we saw the people, where these are inanimate objects. I don't think that sustains itself as collectors. I think it's more investment, or maybe just a time and place. Whereas
I think an
actual.
No, I think for the kids, the cartoon. I think they'll remember the cartoon. I think they'll remember being on the playground with their friends and playing the game and collecting the cards.
Yeah, that's fine, but they didn't see the player.
But here's the thing: they're not watching the sport, so they don't care about the player.
No,
it's not about the player.
We are.
I get it, but I'm saying the memory. It's like saying people don't remember old movies they loved or old TV shows.
Historic there, no one's going to look back and Babe Ruth. What? Yeah.
Is the
exactly.
Munsters historic?
The who?
Is the Munsters historic?
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that.
Why
that
is the Munsters historic?
Fred Gwynn was amazing.
It's a
actor.
TV show. The
But-
Pokemon TV cartoon is going to be that for those kids.
But I
That's their childhood. That's
But
their
I-
that's their
Well,
childhood.
Monsters is my childhood, right?
But-
That's what I'm getting at.
but
So
I
I'm saying when we're talking about popular culture, TV shows and certain movies and things like that, they become popular
one is
culture.
a cartoon, one is actual. So we have a little difference there.
I don't think it's going to be a problem for them. I think they'll have plenty of fond memories of the Pokemon.
God damn it! I met Butch Patrick.
Yes,
Good for you.
those personal experiences actually are a little harder ingrained than they are in a cartoon that I watched. Just saying. I watched the Care
understand.
Bears. I watched Hung Kung Fooey. I watched Tom and Jerry. I watched all these different cartoons. That they don't have the same effect as watching Daryl Sittler in his first couple of years, or watching Bobby Orr scoot up or Guy Lafleur flying down the boards. It was just those things are real true memories, and they are actual sports, and they have history, and they have records, and they have stuff like that, whereas cartoons do not, other than Sailor Moon. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was gonna correct you.
It goes without saying.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be as big an issue as you think for that generation. Like I said, they're not gonna have the sports, so they're not gonna be as interested in it. So the records and all
Doesn't
that's
matter
not gonna
about
matter.
interest level. I'm just saying about significance. There's a little bit of difference in between the two, where one is sports and actual and records and stuff like that, where the other one isn't records, it's cartoons.
Oh, well,
And
listen,
games.
we'll revisit this conversation in 10 years when Eric has to go on location to the Pokemon Hall of Fame.
I'll be 70. Are you kidding? Fuck,
You'll
I'll be
see.
old.
Pokemon Hall of Fame.
And
It's
I'll
coming.
be 60, and I won't even know my name.
I'll be
You
dead.
barely know your name now.
I
Hard
know.
latex
That's what I'm
says.
going to be like when I'm 60.
Well, that's going to be really awkward when I send you a location to the Pokemon Hall of Fame and you're confused why there's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
It's going to be confusing. Rock Latex says, I believe the natural disasters are going to the Hall of Fame in WrestleMania. If this is true, then, Eric, that card got even more Hall of Fame star stacked.
That would be.
Is Charizard going to be in the Hall of Fame soon?
Any day now.
Maybe he is.
Space Jam opened the portal. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be there are very specific, I think. So to close the ticket conversation.
Sure.
I think there are going to be significant games and moments that are fine. I think the majority of it is just meh. There's still some folks that are going to be interested in it, but like less so. Darrell tried too hard to make fetch happen. Like it was never going to happen the way he wanted it to.
I think his passion overled him through that point of where things are collectible and they should be collected as he collects. His significance is it should be brought upon everybody else, and you can't do that. You have to do it through different things. I think doing an article or something on these cards is very important. That people go, hey, those are kind of cool. I never knew they existed. I didn't know they came out in that time period. I didn't know they used the Topps photos. I didn't know, and those are the kind of things that are really key to a collectible that people have passion for. Whereas Charizard's Charizard, right?
You'll change your tune when you see the kids in 10 years with their Charizard full body tattoos.
Mm.
Well,
Daryl
they already
Sittler doesn't have
that
full body
anyway.
tattoos.
Don't worry, it's already gone. It's past.
Well, talk to me when we get Daryl Sittler full body tattoos.
Yeah, I would.
Somebody does have one, probably.
My
Well,
guess.
listen, what Eric puts on his butt is his own problem.
Ones.
Ooh.
Just saying.
Yeah. And I think Kyle makes a really good point, and I was kind of thinking about this earlier, believe it or not, is that the Pokies for anyone who wants to be a part of it, where say collecting sports cards, all you have to do is go to any show in North America, and you're going to see white men. That's what you're going to see.
No, Chinese.
Blanket of white men.
A lot of Asians are in Pokemon.
So, but I'm saying when you go to a sports card convention or a show, it is filled with white men.
And why shouldn't it be?
A Pokemon show, which we just had locally recently, and I saw pictures. I didn't go to it, but I saw video and pictures from it. There were people of all ages, kids, boys, girls, adults, men, women, wearing, Pokemon shirts, hats. having the time and the light, and the show was packed.
No,
And-
I don't dispute that.
So no, I'm just saying it's completely different from what we do. I'm not saying it's disputing anything. I'm saying it's completely different than what we do, and I think it is going to last because it has a wider audience. We have the white men locked down.
I think that the 9s and 10s will kind of kill itself. I think we're going to hit that point where the high grades will really eliminate themselves, and then we get down to pop reports, and then we get less people interested because they don't hit those 9s and 10s, so they don't send in as many. I think it'll hit faster, a lot faster than the obviously PSA, 9s and 10s of 70s, 80s, 90s cards, whatever. I think it'll hit a lot faster and end a little bit quicker too. On top of that, I don't think it'll ever end, but I think it'll end in the card investment portion of the that part of the card investment. I can't even say hobby because it's not even really a hobby at that point. So, but there will always be collectors because that's their era, and I can't take anything away from that because we all live through different eras. So, we have to accept what going forward that these kids are deserving of their own era, but they've been brought in at a different point. I would say that it's not collectible. It's cool to be in the in crowd and make money and flip stuff rather than cut grass or shovel driveways. This is their way of making money, and it's easier to sit back on your ass and do nothing and do that than it is to go out and do something. So, anyways, heart attacks at 38.
I have a feeling the Pokies will be fine. Brendan Ryan says, the global perspective, I never thought it would last this long. I was very wrong. Yeah, I think there's going to be there's a couple more waves because right now you're on the wave of the first gen folks that are buying some of this OG stuff.
But the second gen don't grow up through Pokemon because it's not the original, right? What are they going to be into? Apps? I don't know. Because AI is going to change everything in the next 2 to 3 years, right? So we don't know where it's going to go. We can't tell 2 years in advance what's really going to happen. The hobby will still be there for those people who incline, but what are we going to do going forward? It seems like everyone's starting a website to learn how to get as many clicks as they can to go forward in their life, and I think that's their accomplishment, opposed to working a job for 30 years and getting a pension. Things have changed. I understand that it has changed for everybody, so it'll be a different world in the next few years. So we'll see what happens with the hobby and what goes on with Pokemon and stuff like that. So yet to be seen. Do I look forward to it? I don't really care. I'm just doing what I do, and that's all I really care about. Keep talking.
Eric's just holding out for the chocolate Stickamon.
He is.
It's coming. It's coming.
That would be something. I would like to see a card of that.
I'm just saying.
Please.
Even if it's a one, I'll eat it.
Huh?
Even if it's a one of one, I'll eat it.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's entirely possible.
Kind of weird texture, though, right?
I don't care, man.
Pokemon?
If it's chocolate stick.
There's an Eric standards drop every year that goes by. Eric standards drop every year that goes by.
Yeah, I think so.
Pokemon jersey cards, Charizard scale life. Listen, I could see it.
Yeah, but that's like a manufactured patch at that point. So
people buy manufactured patches out of it.
They sure do, and that's not the people that we know. But I mean, it's still some people.
I love manufactured patches. Just sell them to me at the price that they deserve to be sold at,
like $5.
Yeah, or less.
Basically, yeah. There is a market for it.
Don't try to sell me a manufactured patch for $500.
Why? One just went for $500,000.
It's useless. It did garbage.
Yeah, it's pretty much. That was basically
that
NBA.
What was it?
It was the Wemby. It was
Wemby,
one of the Wemby
But,
that's not even the people that collect. That's a different world. That's different people. Like we look at all these videos that are so highfalutin in the sense that they're buying this patch auto thing. It's like $500,000. Like who's in the hobby at $500,000? Like 1.1%? I don't even know.
No,
not even.
I don't spend more than $300,000, Carlos.
Well, you're way out of it, but I'm just saying, just the average. Like who's doing that? You know,
No, yeah,
that's nothing to do with the
exporting
hobby
goods.
in general. That is these upper echelon of investor, whatever, collectors or whatever they want to do. That has nothing to do with what we do, and we don't get into. What's the most you spent on a card, Carlos? Like $1,500 US, something like that.
US?
Yeah, 1,500. I think the last one you bought was pretty close to that.
I bought a lot that was 1,500 US.
Yeah.
You're talking about for one card?
Yeah.
One card like 12.50.
Yeah. 12.50. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, and here's a dedicated collector right there. You know, what did I spend on a card? You know, well, I can't really, you know, oh, wow, we want to talk about Eric. Just getting away from it. You know, when you get into that other level, it's a different sense of collecting. It's not even collecting. It's a different world. It's nothing relevant, but it actually fills the algorithm of everybody's, you know, hey, look at this the Wemby sold for 500 grand. Like, what are you kidding? Like, that's a house.
Well, the thing is, so real quick, I want to touch on this because you're hitting on a topic we've touched on before, but I think we can angle it into this discussion here. One of the key points that we've made, and Eric, we've touched on this on the podcast a number of times. The average rank and file collector, most people in this hobby, we could survey it and we'd find the numbers will match. Most people, $100 purchase is a legitimate decision. They've got to think about it. Like it's not this insta buy automatic. No, there are people for like whatever, fine, but like the majority, if we poll,
over is that price point.
Yeah, that most people are thinking about. There's hesitation there. It's not like just a reflex. It's not just an impulse buy.
A guy just texted me. I offered him some stuff and I said, you know, that's $220. I said, I'll split you on the shipping. And he goes, okay, let me think about it. Some good stuff, I know, but you know,
most people, it's enough money to at least give it a thought. But if we survey people of how many people have spent over $1,000 on one card, it's actually a very low percentage, all things considered, because realistically, most people.
That is the lion's share of the hobby.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Most people will never get to that threshold because number one, they cannot
push that. Yeah, I think 1,000 is a little.
I'm not talking about some. I'm saying most people will never come to that threshold. They just won't get there because
$1,000 on a card. Then
maybe 1,000. I don't know.
Most people, Bobby, we could 96%, 98% will never hit 1,000 US on any one card ever.
So that means there's a lot more collectors out there than investors.
Yeah,
there are always more collectors than investors.
Always.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter. Those investors will spend 99% of the total volume of expenditure.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's something.
It matters to the actual industry. The collectors don't drive anything. They exist.
Well, you said industry, not hobby. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is because the majority of those people will never spend to that threshold. Those items are the smaller number in terms of the amount of actual individual sales. Yeah. Because most things don't get up to that price. It goes back to the ticket conversation we just had. Why didn't it carry? Well, because most people are not interested in paying that much for a ticket. It doesn't matter what it is. The people that are willing to will do so for the items that make sense to them.
Yep.
You give them that Mario Lemieux item will go for comfortably thousands, but that's because you're looking at a Mario Lemieux first game, first goal, like the autograph one. That one will go for good money because it deserves
enough money that will do that. Yes,
and they will do that for that item. But you offer them a generic Mario Lemieux ticket like from 1991, they're not going to give a shit necessarily. It's still a Mario Lemieux, but it doesn't change the fact that but for that one, I don't care.
No.
You might have the money, but you're still not going to spend the money on that.
There's probably 3 tickets that matter for Lemieux collectors. His very first game.
Basically, yeah.
His comeback game.
His first game. His very first game. Yes. Right. His first home game, his game, and when he scored his, 50 and 50, was it? Something.
Well, he had a 50 and 50 for sure, but I think
for him it wasn't too. But
I would think so. I wouldn't put it in the top 5 necessarily, but maybe just outside of it. I think maybe the one where he won his first Stanley Cup would be a good one for him.
Yeah, that would be another.
That would be a good, like for a collector, for like a hardcore collector, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, Stanley Cup
All-Star game, Team Canada. Yeah, that. There's a bunch.
That might be one. Yeah,
yeah,
that might be one.
Like 5 or 6.
There's a handful. Like you'd have to think about it, but that's the thing. For a player, even with all his accomplishments, you'd have to be very picky on the specific occasions that would make sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For most players, we can't even get to that many.
I just want to go through my list of top 3 for a Lemieux collector. First game ever against the Bruins. His comeback,
Vinny or what?
His comeback game after he retired, and they had to lower his number back down.
The first time or the second time?
No, he didn't. When he came out of retirement, he didn't retire with Hodgkins. He was away for the game for a while.
Yeah.
When he retired and was the owner of the Penguins and came back.
You mean after he was already in the Hall of Fame and then he came back? So the 2000 game in Toronto, whatever it was.
All right.
Because they almost went bankrupt. And yes.
So, right. Yeah. So that game when he actually comes out of retirement, and then his last game are probably three of the biggest Lemieux tickets.
Yeah, Kyle's got it right. Yeah, the clincher.
Yeah, the Canada Cup one. Yeah, I think would be a good one.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's
now that one. If you're a big time collector, you could get that one. Yeah, you could get Lemieux and Gretzky to sign the ticket, and then you got
that'd be awesome. Yeah,
because again, you have the pass to the goal, so that would make sense though. That's not just 2 random things you're putting together. It actually makes sense thematically for the game because it actually is the goal. So that would make sense.
But see what we're just talking about this right now, and can we put that in Pokemon terms? No, we cannot. Just saying.
Oh, Charizard's first game.
Yeah, forgot about that shit. No
foolishness.
Not at all.
I've already forgotten about Daryl Sittler. It's all Charizard.
Who's he?
Exactly. Never heard
he's
of him.
Signing at the Expo. He's another captain.
Never heard of him.
Trying to make
Never heard of him. Unless he's signing for Charizard. Don't care. Rock Lake says, I worked at a card shop in 99-2000. I believe parents were very jaded about Pokemon at the time and dismissed it as a fad because their Beanie Babies are scratched. Yes.
Well, they bought their kids their stuff. Yeah. That was the time, everybody was kind of into it. It was kind of kids. It was a fun part of the game of Pokemon. Now there's very little game of Pokemon. It's Pokemon cards. It's about the card. It's not about the game. And it started out as a game. Whereas hockey starts out a game and now it's into the cards, I guess, in volume of money, I would say. Like if you look at one of one or double signed, whatever, 2 autographs and a thing, and manufacturer, patch, auto, whatever, that was in a boardroom, put 101 on, and now it's worth $1 million. It's kind of silly how we look at things like that. Like, I don't understand, but
whatever wants to spend money on
$1.5 million. So that means nothing to anybody here at this point. At anybody in this chat, anybody in all the chats, it means nothing to most of them. Anyways, it's almost irrelevant, and yet we talk about it so much. But we shouldn't. We should talk about more about what is personal to us and what we collect. And as collectors, we shouldn't talk about investments. But clicks rule the world. So there you go.
Yeah, that's where the demographics are, yes. So USS says, what do you guys think of the 101 pre-production cards? You consider them official cards? Yes and no. They're basically so Leaf does a lot of these.
Yes. If you don't own it, no.
No. So here's the thing. No, the question is, do I consider them official cards? So they sort of are. The problem is Leaf does a lot of these. They've got a lot of these. So twofold. My answer is twofold. I have some in my collection. You got to get them dirt cheap because they're not worth much. They are part of the production process because Leaf basically releases them as kind of a little additional, an add-on little chase thing in there. But they're part of the production because they are sort of part of the production of the cards. What's weird about them, and I've got a few Medanos like that, but again, I think for the 2 of them combined, I might have paid $20 total for the 2 combined.
Yeah, I got a parallel to that, Carlos. It's sort of like Uncut Sheets. Uncut Sheets back in 2000 to 2010, like $75, $50, $100,000, no problem. Today, $5, $10, $15,000. Big difference. So what happened?
Flooded the market. They all started popping up on
we're talking about, what Carlos is talking about, how significant is that print or that, that limited, we got away from that. It seemed to, a lot of people got educated in saying, hey, yeah, well, it's cool, but it's not so cool, and that's what happened with the Uncut, the Uncut Sheets, so they were getting cut up, and then they finally, caught on that Beckett was doing the only sheets, and now Beckett's kind of out of the game, so now there's no marketplace for it. right? So that's why the sheets dropped dramatically. The sheets are still nice, but they're not getting anything that they used to. You know, I bought the 1964 tall boy sheet. You know, some guy offered me 75,000, and then somebody offered me 150,000. And you know, that sheet, I won't tell you the story behind it, but I'll just say, you know, that today that sheet's worth 15,000. What happened?
I really hope you sold the sheet. That's all I'm saying.
It's a difficult story to tell, but any which way.
Well, you can tell me another time.
I'm poor today for that.
Now the so kind of to partially answer your question and then also to finish this thought is that the market on it went down because people became less interested in it. Now
Why
the problem
did they
with
become
these,
less interested, though, is the question.
well, you can ask the people that were spending the money on it. Like I've always thought they're more of a curiosity than a value. That's so I'm just speaking to myself
curiosity.
as a collector.
I like
They're,
that.
they, yeah, they're interesting, but it's not like something I would go out of my way
But
to
is it
buy.
a group interest or is it a personal interest? I think it's group that drives, right?
I think for something like that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The issue with these pre-production, because I want to make sure I focus in on this specific question here. The pre-production, part of the thing that's weird about those is that they're also incomplete cards. Because what they did with the pre-production is a lot of times like I said, if I had the Medano, I could show you. It'll say pre-production on the front. And what happens though is it's like you'll get the foil, and if you turn it to the back, you'll see like the indentation of it.
So it
It's
said
not
pre-production
it's
on
not
it?
it literally says pre-production on it.
Really?
And yeah, because Leaf. Let me see if I can pull one up on eBay. I'll see if I can
Yeah.
find a picture of one to show you. Like I said, they're available dirt cheap.
Because we have variations of, like you've seen the Bobby Orr, you know, 3-color proof, whatever you want to call it, you know, that went through Topps Vault and stuff like that. That stuff went for huge. Now, good luck. You can't sell it. You can sell it, but I mean, not at like what people were buying it for. It's sort of like Maple Leaf Gardens, you know, those collectibles in 1993 when they came up. They went for hundreds of thousands of dollars for certain items. Now they can get like 10, 15,000. It's drawn on hype, I think, more than anything else, or perception of hype. It's sort of Darren Ravel kind of, you know, mentality. It's like, hey, this is really cool. You got to get into this. This is like, follow me. I know which way it's going. No. You have to have that inside of you, really, to pay that kind of money. What's the most I ever paid for a card? $3,000 US. More than Carlos.
Yep.
How's that work? I don't like cards so much. I like the history.
It's all that crazy book money.
It is. $25 a book. Are you kidding? So what's that equal for 2,000, 2,500? Yeah, I made some okay money.
My favorite part, by the way, is that the card I spent the most on was actually a wrestling card. It wasn't a sports card.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was a wrestling.
Oh,
card.
is that that girl card?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think it was the gold PMG.
Yeah.
And I had no hesitation. I'd do it again.
Was she pretty?
Because I wanted it. But it's the thing. The key though is I wanted it, so I was okay paying it because
I'm surprised
okay,
you would pay more for that than you would pay for a Medano.
No, I can get the Medano cheaper.
No, I'm just saying.
I don't need to pay
well,
more
there's
for
a lot of Medanos you can get cheaper, so I'm just saying.
There's very few though that are worth it. Like the ones that somebody could put a Medano that I think is worth.
There's a couple good ones there. Yeah, you talked about
the only thing that comes close to that is a shield card.
Yeah,
that's it. There's nothing else that's worth anything anywhere close to that.
Really?
No, they're not. Now somebody could put $5,000 on it just for the hell of it, and it's like,
True.
It's not true. You can put whatever price you like, but it's like the only cards that Medano has that should come anywhere close to that value are the shield cards. There is nothing else that I think, again, as a collector, I don't think any of them are worth even close to that.
Well,
but if somebody else wants to pay for it, I already know a couple of the Medano guys have paid like $2,500 plus for some of the shields. I literally bought my shield for $400.
And then again, we're just talking about Medano here, right?
Yeah.
Not top tier 500. We're talking.
What they did is they pushed the price up. That had nothing to do with me. So my opinion is that for me, I still think it's worth sub $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
But they spent $2,500 on it, so therefore that's the value now. So I'm like,
well,
okay,
you know, that's that's a choice, right? Like everybody does that. Everybody's going to pay. When you talk about the collectible side of things, someone will pay $250 or $2,500, and that is the difference variation between that. Someone will pay $250 for this, or someone will pay $2,500 because they haven't seen it, they need this one or that too or whatever, and they will pay that. I'm not trying to gear your price or anything like that. I'm just saying it's rarity. It's based on what they've seen. It's based on and everybody's at a different level. And some guy sold his house. His parents died. He got 1.5 million for the house, and he doesn't care what he buys, and he just buys it. And that's what happens. You get 2 or 3 guys like that, and that happens in the hobby. That they'll just pay. Doesn't matter.
But that's basically that is the conversation that we've had a couple of times where
we have.
There is as an individual, you have to figure out.
They're not outliers. They're beyond outliers. Actually, they're sort of about 3 or 4 guys, per item.
What you have to figure out
3 or 4 guys for your one of ones, right? There's
but the issue. So the reason why I say though is that the issue with that one and why I don't agree with them is because it's those guys selling to each other. So in my opinion, they push the price up. Because I'm looking at it going like, if it had been on the open market originally, I don't think you guys ever get to 2,500.
No,
I don't think you would. I think it would have gone for less.
Yeah, it's a Darrenville kind of scenario, right?
Yeah. But what happened is one guy bought it. One guy bought the card, and the other collector said, "I want to buy it."
He says the comp,
and the other guy says, "I want to buy it," and the guy says, "Sure, if you give me 2,500." So the other guy hemmed and hawed. I wasn't there, but I think he hemmed and hawed and finally said, all right, fine, I'll do it. But as soon as you've done it, okay. So you've reset the market. Because again, I can tell you.
The market, because it's one of one. Are you talking one of one?
I understand. But in that specific niche genre, the first year UD Premier, where they had shield cards.
Okay.
So I remember that card was available on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, the seller had it for $1,000. And that was high, but plausible. The problem was I had already bought a bunch of stuff right before that, and I was tapped.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there like, I don't think it's going to sit very long. And I snapped up within about a day.
Yeah.
It has not come back on the marketplace. I think that one, because that particular was the first year of Premier, that was a top tier brand for them, a good design, a very popular design that they've reused several times since. Upper Deck liked it so much they've reused it.
But you got 3 Medina collectors that are high end, right?
Yeah, but even those guys, there's only a handful of them that would have even gone to 1,000 at that time.
Really?
And I was one of them. Yeah,
okay.
I was one of them. But today, there's still a handful of them. But the problem is those guys have now, because they've bought and sold it from each other.
They've reached a point, yeah.
Now they're like, now that's basically the minimum bar. None of them will move off of it for less than that.
And I think that happens through time is like we pay the big money at going up, and then we hit this certain point and we sit there and go, geez, no, I'm not doing it. I've already got this much into it. I'm not going this far. And this is only worth this much anyway. So they kind of back off. And, that's with everything, with everybody, I have collectors that will pay top dollar for the top tier stuff. And then you have the other guys that are about 3 steps below that. And those are your next people that are in line, right? For Medano or My Collectibles or whatever, Howgills or whatever,
Yep.
It really makes that difference. And I think that going forward that we will see in the future that most of those guys it'll come to fruition that either it'll show its dollar value through what is left in the marketplace, or it'll just drop and just end up at next to nothing. And we'll see.
Well, I think the one advantage those guys have is that over time, the advantage those guys have is that over time, inflation will just make it higher by inflation.
Yeah.
It won't be because it's worth
part,
more.
Yes.
It'll just move up the price just because a cup of coffee costs $20. That'll be what'll move the needle.
Well, that's already Starbucks anyways, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's what'll move the needle. It won't be that it'll be up in terms of the number, but it won't be up in comparison to today's dollars.
No,
it'll just keep up with inflation. So it'll be 3,000 or it'll be 3,500 because now your cup of coffee is $25.
Yeah.
as opposed to it went up because of that.
Yeah.
So Kyle here. So Kyle, I don't know if you're new to the channel. I have been collecting Medano for 30 years. I have 2,700 Medano cards. So there's Eric. Am I sleeping on Medano? I have a pretty good sense of the Medano market.
No, you're wide awake. You should. Your bank account wishes that you would sleep on Medano, but
yeah,
no, you're wide awake.
Yeah, I joke. I said it jokingly, but I think I was pretty close to bang on because I did the estimate one time as a thought exercise, and like I said, I think in that 30 years, what was my estimate? I think I said in 30 years, I've probably spent 100 grand on Medano cards.
Yeah.
And that's probably about right. To be honest, I'm probably bang on. So no, I haven't slept on Medano, and definitely see these cards going up in the future. Some of them will, and some of them, honestly, you can get for a song because I still do.
You know something? I should work out some kind of deal with you and just buy it from you, but I do not have an autograph card of his, and I don't need, one of his super duper high end cards.
Well, Eric, I'm short. I've only got 352.
Yeah, I know. So I'm guessing you probably have some doubles. So
I think I do. I'm pretty confident I do somewhere.
But
sure.
Like not some super high end autograph patch card from the Cup, but I wouldn't mind an autographed jersey card or something, plain white jersey, or black or something, on card auto of his for the collection. That would be pretty good.
Yeah, we could talk. You know what's funny though? The irony of what you were saying. I literally sold one from the Cup this week.
Oh, did you?
I had a duplicate. Yeah, I had the one of the patch autos from the Cup. I actually sold it.
And you probably got really good money for it, and I don't want to.
No, it was a little over $100.
Yeah, I don't want to spend that much.
Yeah. So some of the other ones are available. The issue with that one is that the patch on it wasn't very impressive. Though I actually upgraded the patch, so that's why I had a second. And that happens. That actually happens all the time. I'll upgrade a patch and I'll end up with a second copy. All the time. Yeah, so I think right now he's top 2. Patrick Kane will eventually pass some of his numbers. He's still first in goals, still first in points.
Joey Mullen,
but he'll get passed shortly.
Joey Mullen better be in the top 3 of everyone's list.
So Brandon Ryan, simple hat time. Medano show bidding. What is going on? No, I think it's actually simpler than that. Here's the thing. I would love to tell you it's nefarious. I actually think it's it's one of those things. I would love to get those guys in a room and ask them, like, honestly, and get have a serious powwow of these long-term Medano collectors. I would love to have this conversation because I don't think there's any justification for what the one bought the other one from it. I'm like, no one else will pay you that much. Like, seriously, who else will pay that much? And now, if the one guy refuses to go off of it, and that's the only way you're going to get it, and you really want that. What's funny is that most of the Shield Medanos, most of the Shield cards, are in the one guy's collection, the other guy's collection. I've got one. And then the only kind of remaining ones, there's a Marty Turco super collector who has a bunch of Shield cards that are Turco and Medano. So that's why he has them. So they're dual shields.
Yep.
So that's why he has them. Those are the other ones that are out there. So most of the shields, Eric, honestly, between about 3 or 4 of us, I can probably account for like 95% of the shield cards that have ever been made. Which is very difficult to do if you think about it, considering all the years and everything. But those 3 or 4 people probably possess 95% of them. And that's the entire marketplace. Right? That's it.
And that's true collectors, and I like to see that. I appreciate that. Whereas, everything else is investment-wise, right? So it's nice to see that. And it sustains the hobby, and I like to see the hobby sustained. I don't know how far it's going to go in the future, but I think another 10 years, something like that.
Well,
before it all just becomes investment or collectors, and that's it.
It'll only be around as long as Eric is willing to pay for the limited.
Yeah.
As soon as he quits that, it's over.
I just want people to know that I broke my sobriety.
What's that?
I did a bad thing.
You've done many bad things. Be more specific. All right, before you say about what the bad thing you did, hold on. Before you say the bad thing, I want to finish this thought because we were talking about the pre-production. All right, so here's an example. So this is a Leaf pre-production proof, okay? I want to be clear about what this is. So it's labeled right on the front. Here's the important part. On the back of the card is the pattern of the foil. So it's like half a card. It's like a test. The pre-production proofs are a test of the design with the foil. So on the back, you can literally see so this isn't like the normal back of the card. You're seeing the foil that is comprised that this card is designed with. That's what the pre-production proofs are that Leaf does. So they've got those. So I've got a couple of Medanos that are like that. So you can actually see the pattern of the thing on the back. So it's like, it's an incomplete card. It's actually part of the production process.
It's pre-production.
You have to make, you have to make them in order to test out, to make sure the card looks right and the pattern is working and everything. So they're part of the printing process. And Leaf makes those available, and that's why they exist. But outside of that, like, that's why I say they're a very niche item. It's like if you've got almost everything else and you just want something that's a little different, you can grab a couple of those. But they're dirt cheap. Like, honestly, some of these you can literally buy for a couple of bucks for most of them. This one is $1.79 with no bids, and it's less than a day left. Like, they're not expensive. And like I said, the Medano I was able to buy from the same seller, got combined shipping. And they were just, because I didn't have any other ones, I picked up a couple of them. I have no particular need to get any more. I'm satisfied with getting a couple from the same seller, getting the combined shipping, and I'm like, all right, I'm good. I got a couple of these just to have that niche in my collection. But now the next time somebody wants to sell one, they're not going to be able to sell it to me because I have no interest. But I'm sure somebody will grab it for a couple of bucks, but that'll be about it. That's why there's almost no market for them. Ham said, what did I miss? Eric's confessions.
Well, all I'm going to say is you were mentioned. It had to do with my wife, and I'm not happy about it.
That is true. So Kyle says, can anyone explain to me why LaFontaine gets no respect? Because Eric personally hates him.
No, I think
if not for bad back, the guy would be top 10 or down. Now after Eric slander.
No, I think Pat LaFontaine is incredible. And if you wanted to go, we would said the top 3. So maybe if he even went top 5, I'd maybe have brought him up. But if you think about it, when Joey Mullen retired, he was the all-time leading scorer for American players. And then you had Medano came in and he broke his records. And then Kane showed up and broke his records. So there you go. 1, 2, 3. So that makes all the sense in the world. Now, at no point in time did Pat LaFontaine have the all-time scoring records for United States players, so I wouldn't put him in the top 3. But he played in the Olympics in '84, I think 84 Winter Games. Had a fantastic career. Never won a cup. Tough as nails in Buffalo when he broke his jaw and kept.
You're skipping. You just touched on it. You're skipping one important thing that kind of answers this question. He started for the New York Islanders.
Yeah.
His problem was bad timing.
Oh, after
the bad back is all fine.
Bad timing.
Yeah. The bad back is all fine and dandy. The problem is he started with the Islanders when Bossy was literally right at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Speaking of injury problems, Bossy literally got hurt almost immediately, and his career ended. And then LaFontaine suddenly was in an Islanders team that now is garbage. Yeah. So he went from being like a 4-time consecutive Stanley Cup champion, perennial contender, to now this team sucks. And he's their only star. And he put up some amazing seasons. Great.
He did, but
and then he went to Buffalo.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah. So for the record, 92-93, Buffalo Sabres. 53 goals, 95 assists, 148 points.
Right, he was incredible.
But you know what's funny? Here's the problem. This is that year it was 92-93. Go look at the scoring. Go look at the scoring year for a lot of players. That's the year 92-93. I think was the year that Teemu Selanne had 76 goals. I think it was the year that McGillney had 76 goals.
Yeah, McGillney.
So that isn't even impressive compared to those guys.
Yep.
And if that isn't bad enough, so here's the answer to your question. He's in the Hall of Fame. He won the Masterson Award in 94-95. Okay, here's a question for you. So Pat LaFontaine's career ended early due to injury. He had 468 goals, 545 assists, 1,013 points in 865 games. That's great. Tremendous.
Yep.
Yes. Question. How many times was he an All-Star?
Never.
Oh no, he was.
Maybe once.
How many times?
Which all? Hold on. Which All-Star? That he went to an All-Star game, or at the end of the year he was a first or second?
And also, how many All-Star teams was he on?
LaFontaine?
This would be probably this. I have seasons here, so this should probably be the
second year and
I
third
would
year.
say he made
So
the
2 years.
All-Star team.
I'd say 2 years.
No, I would say more than 2. I'd say he
No,
made
I don't think so.
5.
No way.
That's crazy.
But it was that time, you know.
He played 15 seasons,
And he made 1 All-Star game. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I thought 2.
He-
Okay, I was close.
Yeah, but the point is, so kind of Kyle's question was, the thing is, he was putting up great. So here's the thing,
He was behind Eisman though.
Kyle.
That was the
I
thing.
have watched highlights. I know about Pat LaFontaine. No one cares.
No.
He made one all. People
Listen,
who were watching the highlights and who were watching the games, one All-Star game. He had tremendous offensive seasons. So did a lot of guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is he's putting up great offensive seasons in an era where there's Gretzky, there's Lemieux, there's so many guys who are putting up a and I'm happy for you. There were a lot of unbelievable players, and he was one of them.
Yeah.
It was the most offensively gifted era. Remember, he started in 84, 83, 84. He played in the 1980s. Everybody and their brother had 50-goal seasons.
Pretty much, yeah.
So the problem is he was putting up great numbers at a time when a lot of people were putting up great numbers. He was forgotten in his own era.
He was the last of the great numbers, yes.
Yeah. And he played for an Islanders team that now was trash. And then he played for a Buffalo team that was largely irrelevant.
Oh,
he wasn't on the Stanley Cup Buffalo team.
No. Carlos.
So he was just a guy.
I sent you a text there, Carlos.
Yep, I got the picture. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll go through
Okay.
it.
You mean the Buffalo Stanley Cup Buffalo team that lost because someone
Of the most legitimate goal in NHL history, yes.
because of a missed
The
call.
only goal that counts in NHL history.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
The most
I
legitimate
just wanted to make
goal of
sure
all.
we knew which Buffalo team we were talking about.
Just saying. The most legitimate
Okay.
goal in history.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying.
It was a stupid rule. Never should have been a rule. And they should have called it because it was a stupid rule, but it was a rule. So call the rule.
I have no recollection of the rule in question.
Use rule in the 3 times in the sentence. Come on.
I have no recollection of the rule in question.
No recollection of anything. I know.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Chelios has to be top 5. Maybe Phil Housley. There you go. Yeah.
Chelios was good. Yeah.
So here Kyle's saying, was Yzerman overrated too? Yes.
What?
3 Stanley Cups, actually winning trophies, and being a much more time All-Star. So 3 Stanley Cups.
Yeah, he was not overrated. He was incredible.
Yeah. And he also played twice as many games and had way more points.
Yeah, you can't.
Outside of that, though, yes, sure.
Yeah, listen.
I'm sorry. Pat LaFontaine is not in Steve Yzerman's league. Get out of
Listen,
here.
I'm the American in the room. I love Pat LaFontaine. I mean, I remember when he scored that overtime winner against, the Capitals. It was probably the biggest goal of his career. I mean, the guy.
That's it for him.
And even, like I said, I already mentioned how tough the guy was when he broke his jaw and had to wear that big old contraption over his head. I mean, and now I know he's got some health issues and he's still fighting. And the guy's a legend. So, but he's not a top 3 American player and not better than Yzerman.
No. Nope.
No. Well, Eisman sucks as a coach, but anyways.
Yeah, as a general manager, yes.
Oh, GM, sorry, yeah.
That's not my problem.
Shanahan
If
sucks,
Mike Bossy
too.
if Mike Bossy had kept playing and LaFontaine had been a couple of years earlier, he would have been on a stacked Islanders team.
Yeah.
It's bad timing.
It's all about timing.
Mike Bossy's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bossy's fault.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, since you asked for the comparison, LaFontaine had 200-point seasons in 15 seasons.
Yep.
Which, by the way, is very good. Still 100-point season, 100-point season. Still good. Yzerman did it 6 straight years.
Yeah.
I was a huge fan. I thought LaFontaine's incredible.
Yeah. And Steve Yzerman's best year. So you talk about Detroit being stacked. It's important. LaFontaine's best season was 148 points. Tremendous. Yzerman's best point season was 155, which is more. For the record, that's more. #maths.
But we don't like math.
That was for the 1988-89 Detroit Red Wings. who were 34 and 34. They were not stacked. That year, they were not stacked. He was the only one playing for
team, though.
Yeah. So they were fine. But let's be clear. When that team got good, Yzerman's offense actually came down, so his focus was on playing a game that would allow them to win, and then they got stacked, and then they started winning Stanley Cups.
Nice.
He was more betterer. More betterer.
More?
Wow.
Something like that.
Yeah. So, like I said, we've all got our favorites, but like I said, what's funny about it is that, ironically, Kyle was trying to make the pitch for Modano to the Modano guy, and I won't push Modano. I have all the invested interest to be able to put. I don't push Modano beyond a certain point.
No.
For me, he's one of the greatest players, a tremendously talented and offensively gifted player. But so here we go. LaFontaine had a bad back. So did a lot of players. Mike Bossy's career ended early. Yeah. So Mike, again, I don't understand why people insist on making these excuses. I understand, but who cares? Mike Bossy's career ended early because of injury. Lemieux had cancer and had injuries and went away 2 separate times. It happens.
That Bobby Orr guy may have played a little bit longer.
His knees, whatever.
Yeah.
If he could stand.
Yeah.
Sure.
The amount of guys who had, like, that's the thing. Like, we're not making excuses here. Too bad. Your question was why he's overrated, and we gave you about 15 reasons, and then you're giving me excuses. If you have to make excuses, that's why he's not the guy.
That's right.
I like Pat LaFontaine. I enjoyed him very much, but he's rated where he's rated for a reason.
And Ovechkin wouldn't even be coming close to Gretzky's goal record right now if Gretzky didn't miss an entire season because of his back.
No.
Stop it.
Right now. Right. No.
Yes, and Wayne Gretzky would have 300 goals if it wasn't for the 1980s. Stop it.
I said right now. He'd have to wait He'd have to wait another season or two.
Bow to the Russian guy.
I'm not.
Who cares if it's Russian or Canadian or whatever it is? It doesn't matter.
I don't care what country
he has the goal scoring capabilities, and he's done his.
I said
job.
right now, as in today. Today, he's about to break this record. If Gretzky didn't miss an entire season because of a back injury, today he would not be close to that record. He would have to.
If my aunt had balls, should be
and that's great, Eric. Injuries are part of the game.
That's the point I'm making. I agree.
If Lemieux didn't get cancer, okay, whatever. If Bobby Orr sneezed, okay,
yes,
whatever.
all of that, right? But it did. It's part of the game.
It's part of history. Yeah. You want to put that up, Carlos?
Yes.
You can see the pictures a little better, clearer.
Give me a second here.
The players, I guess.
Let's see if we can open this up a little bit here. Give me a minute.
Yeah, because I put the advertisement in there too, which was nice. Helps.
Yeah, and just right. The Wings weren't stacked until the early 90s when they started turning it around.
Yeah.
You brought the Russians in.
They got that too.
Well, that's what happened. And that when a player like that starts off, a lot of them are offensively gifted. Like, he was putting up amazing numbers, but the teams weren't great.
No.
And it was when you started adding these other players, now all of a sudden, and by the way, his offensive numbers started coming down because he started focusing on trying to play this team game that would allow, when nobody's playing that great, well, then you got to try to score. You got to basically try to score as many goals as you can because the team isn't that great. In that year, we got 155 points. They were a 500 team.
Yep.
Not amazing, not terrible, but they weren't amazing.
He had to carry everything. Everything was on his.
And then suddenly the team got good. He was still getting his. It wasn't that he wasn't scoring. It wasn't that he suddenly, but he scaled it back. And you've got Brendan Shanahan. You've got Sergei Fedorov. Everybody eats. And then all of a sudden the team starts winning.
The Russian Gretzky. Igor Larionov.
Larionov was an amazing player. Yeah.
All right. So I think I can share the picture now. So I've got it set up. All right. Here we go.
You might be able to see a little bit better if you zoom in.
I'll try to zoom in a little bit because it was starting to get a little blurry.
You should be able
I could kind of tell this part. It starts getting a little blurry. So the problem is I can only zoom in so much.
It should be high res.
If I zoom in, this is what it looks like right now.
Oh, that's it, eh?
Yeah, like you see.
Oh, there we go.
So it's getting a little blurry.
Players.
Yeah, you can see the silhouette a little bit. It's not.
I
think this is Joe DiMaggio. I think.
Yeah.
Is that Ted? Looks like
Ted Williams is there. Yeah.
I think he's
Honus Wag. Yeah.
You just had that was the one you highlighted. That was Ted right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's him. Yep.
Is this one Ted or Joe?
That's Ted.
Okay.
And then
We're doing the 16-bit style, Eric. We're doing the 16-bit style. This is what Billy warned us about. I want to say this is like Ralph Kiner.
But look at the yeah, he's there. Yeah, that's him too. Yeah. There's quite a few popular guys, and you'll recognize them from their regular cards from the 40s, 30s.
Yeah.
And go to the ad.
Yeah.
I think that's key.
Yeah, let me shrink it a little bit here. It'll be a little clearer. Because it actually gets clearer when I do this. Here, it's a little clearer now. So here, sensationally new baseball players. 24 different strips, $12.50 per, minimum order 2,000. Hottest thing in the charm field. Each picture is numbered, and each picture is part of a ball game to give triple
game in
appeal.
the back, yeah.
Yeah. Available with assorted color baseball Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's orange. What's it? Green and blue or something like that. See, some people want to determine the orange as being red, but they're orange actually. Depends on your scanner, right?
And more importantly,
so
it's
there you go.
PA.
Who is it by? Oak
Sales, yeah.
Yeah, Oak Sales.
And more importantly, it's in Pittsburgh, PA, so maybe Dick's can buy it for $1.1 million.
What year was this, Bobby?
1952.
So $12.50 was a lot of money in 1952.
Well, PSA grades them as 1950, and I sent that to Tim Long, and I said they're 52. I gave him three different ads, and he goes, "Oh, okay, that's 52. Okay, yeah, no problem. We have to change our shit." And I said, "It's okay. You're doing it right. Going forward."
And the minimum order was 2,000.
Yeah, but look how much it was for $10 or something.
It's $12.50, but
that's
a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah,
nothing.
But in 1952, $12.50 is a lot of money.
Look how many you're getting, though.
If I told my grandfather,
well, at that time it would be a 5-cent
cards, little tiny cards for $12.50. He'd go, "Are you freaking kidding me? That was more than I made in a week."
Yeah, it's a 5-cent bend, though.
He was probably making $20 a week. Bread was 10 cents.
Yeah, but 5 cents was this.
Yeah, that's $12.50.
Yeah. Listen, Bobby wants to be highfalutin in 1952.
That's a shitload of money.
Big, yeah.
I want to see what
the baseball came out first, and the hockey came out second, and then the movie stars came out about the same time as baseball, I think. Anyways, I supplied all that information to PSA, so they should have it and change it up, and we'll see what happens. With the hockey, they know what the year is, so that's fine.
Right.
Who was the other company? I forget. Guggenheim and I forget the other name of the company. Anyways, vending stuff was really popular in that time period because you'd go up and you buy gum by turning the gumball thing, but then vending was very popular where they would do little pennants of all the different players. They would do so many different things, sports team related. So it was a very big time in 1950 to 1959, and then cards kind of took over at that point. But these cards were the very early cards, and they reflected the 30s and 40s cards. So, well, there wasn't any 40s cards, but in that 40s era. So,
did you see the calculation, Bobby?
What's that? 12 million in 1952.
$12 in 1952 is $143 today.
So that'd be nothing today to put those out, right? For how many sets? How many was it?
It said per M. Is that per meal? Is that what it means? Per 1,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. So $12.50 per 1,000 is not that bad, Eric.
It isn't really. So 148
because it's per meal. 1,000. Because the M was what I was trying to figure out. If M is meal is 1,000.
Yes.
So if it's 2,000 minimum, then it's $25.
Yeah. And that's nothing.
So 280
5
bucks,
cents
and you're
each.
getting and you're getting 2,000.
And you're getting 5 cents.
So if you take 2,000 divided by 280 bucks, it's not bad.
Okay, that's if you got one every time, but there was other stuff in that vend.
That just seems
So
like a lot of money.
some things you would get like a hot dog or something like that. You didn't get that vending strip with that. It wasn't all vending strips. It was all multiple things. So so they would make money on the adverse difference between the vending cards and a plastic hot dog or hamburger or whatever. Dancing doll, whatever it was. So whatever.
My grandfather bought the family home in the early 50s in Peabody, Massachusetts for $5,000, I think it was.
Yeah.
So, it was either 3,000 or 5,000. I forget what he told.
Same thing here. In 60s,
but I mean,
$15,000.
You can get a house. You can get a house for $5,000, and that, took years and years and years of saving and stuff. $250 for little miniature cards seems like a lot of money.
It was 5 cents.
Yeah, the individual. Remember, we're talking about $1,250 for 1,000.
5 cents, right?
Well, that's what you're saying. I think so.
So that's cheap, really.
And by the way, Eric, yes, it took time to
and you got
save
13 cards per vend, so that's not too bad, really.
Yeah.
I guess I don't understand how this ad thing works. Then I don't get it.
What do you mean?
That's why it's remember, this ad is to buy a
batch. You got
batch.
13 cards in a strip that is is shrunk down. It's perforated. It's down to like one little strip, and they're all folded. So you get, for 5 cents, you can get that. So 5 cents divided by 13 is what? It's not even 1 cent. It's less than a cent per.
This is why I don't math, because I'm not getting anything.
So anyway, just to finish that thought, since you brought it up,
Yeah.
the medium income for people in 1952 was $2,300. So the house would have been a little over 2 years. Would have been a little over 2 years worth of.
So what's 5 cents to a kid? Nothing.
It's not, you can get 5 cents. It's not that big deal.
Yeah. A nickel. That's it.
Now, one thing I was going to add, I want to make sure. So we'll finish off on this because we've already crossed 4 hours. So we'll finish off on this thought because I want to make sure we got to it. It's too good. I refuse to end the show without this.
Tired.
It's too important. No one cares. Like LaFontaine, no one cares. I didn't realize I was here to slander Pat LaFontaine, but now I am. Now I'm here. See, Eric, they threaten me with a good time, and I get excited.
I guess so.
All right. Beckett Showcase. Yes. This was mentioned earlier, so I wanted to make sure we touched on it. Because
Webb brought this up about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I know. Eric, that's how far we stranded off the beaten path.
Oh, yeah, we went everywhere.
So, April 24th and 25th at the Great Canadian Casino. Very exciting. Beckett, immerse yourself in a world of collectibles and grading with Beckett. Enjoy a VIP experience. Eric, you want a VIP experience? I think you want a VIP experience.
Yeah, I want that so bad.
Pick between 2 premier packages and experience grading like never before. You can experience grading. Think about it. You got a 2-night hotel and accommodations, access to the Expo. Hold on, let me click on this. Metallica concert, Rogers Center.
All right, well, that's awesome.
Dinner at Copperhorn Meat House.
Yeah, I don't care.
A poker invitational, casino-style poker event.
Don't care.
Man. And you got 2 packages. The black package, $8,000 US.
Oh, my God. Really?
Yes.
Is that at Woodbine?
This is the Great Canadian Casino.
Yeah.
So I think it's that one.
Yeah.
So on-site grading credit, equivalent to package fee.
$8,000.
Grading encapsulation, 75. By the way, you still have to pay for the grading. Even after you buy this, you still have to pay for the grading.
God.
75 USD. What's it called? The GCR, the graded card reserve, 25 USD. One-on-one review with grader. The grader says, "This is a 9.5."
Yeah. Good call.
Now, if you want to be a peasant, you get the gold package at only $6,000.
Yeah. Okay.
And the grading encapsulation is $90. It's actually more expensive.
I am
So
kind
yes.
of empty.
So Eric, you can have the VIP experience. Think about it. From mere $6,000 to $8,000, you're in.
You see how they put this stuff on
Where's
the
the
pedestal?
seats at the Metallica concert?
That
Are they
is a
front row? 'Cause
pedestal
I'm in.
item, and there's nobody in this on this group or in any other group that really can afford that at this point. And that they're not collectors. That's just experience, and the people who have money who enjoy the hobby to their degree get into that. So $8,000. Come on.
But it's Metallica.
You're
It doesn't
getting
matter if it's
Eric.
Metallica.
Eric,
Metallica's
not
like
only is it
$1,000
Metallica.
ticket, like not
Eric, not only is it
$8,000.
Metallica, it's Metallica in a premium suite.
Oh yes. Oh, yeah.
That
sorry
might
about
be
that.
worth
Yeah.
$8,000.
Okay, I'll take a loan out for $8,000. I'll tell my wife, okay, we're gonna take $8,000 in my account just
That's
to go
Metallica.
see that and get that one-on-one, whatever. She'd kill me.
Eric, it's Metallica. It's Metallica, but they only play the Saint Anger album.
That's it. Yeah, nothing else matters.
Wait. Hold on. That deserved a second. That deserved a second one there.
Yep.
He
Okay,
was worthy.
enough said.
There's actually one song on that I liked.
What's that?
Saint Anger?
Yeah, there's actually one song on that I liked.
Was it Saint Anger?
No,
I don't remember the other songs. The only one I remember is Saint Anger.
yeah, there was another one on there that I actually did like, but that was it.
Yeah, the fact you can't remember the name of it is how memorable it was. Wasn't
Yeah.
their best work. Wasn't their best work.
No,
Kyle says, where to sign up? Right on the website. Who runs Beckett Gangsters? Eric.
Pretty much, yeah.
$1 Million Man? Facts. Human Master Wheel turns on. Like I said, I would have been remiss if I left this live stream without acknowledging the Beckett Showcase. So Eric,
yeah.
now with the Beckett Showcase, that gets you up to like 136%, I believe. I think we got to put a multiplier on your original number, like a
Don't do
10x
math.
multiplier.
Don't do math with him. No, doesn't work.
Just think about it.
I do like the Metallica. Seeing Metallica in a suite, that sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, $8,000.
But Saint Anger, Eric.
Yeah, I don't,
Michelle
Nobody
would kill
wants
you
that.
at $8,000.
nobody wants that.
You'd be single,
You'd have enough money. You'd have enough money for the package.
honestly. I wouldn't
I don't
be
think-
single.
I don't think.
But I mean, you would be.
If I took $8,000 out and said, "Oh, I'm gonna go do this," I think she'd burn all my stuff.
But think of the money you save by not having to buy a Booby or rookie.
True enough. Yeah, it would
That's
save you
true.
a lot.
That's
That
true.
money no longer has to be spent on a Booby or rookie. You have one.
That is
Oh,
true.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
It
could
is.
offset it a little bit by that, but you'd still be kicked out of the house.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%.
Mhm.
The rolling truck in Manila would be rolled over.
Yeah.
It'd be rough. Be rough out there.
Yep.
And on that bombshell, that concludes episode
Oh,
232
God.
of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. So thank you to Yannick for joining us as always. Thank you to Brad for popping
Yeah,
in
Brad.
and gracing us with his presence tonight. We learned a lot. We learned a lot about Darren Bell's ticket pump that didn't work out.
Mhm.
We learned about some other things, and we learned that Pat LaFontaine is overrated.
He's not.
So my
Oh,
question is,
awesome.
how many people really read the articles from Collect? Darren
Collect
Bell.
without the
Yeah,
without the
CLT, yeah.
yeah, we're missing letters. The missing letters
Yeah,
collect.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah,
If more of us had read it, maybe we would have bought some tickets.
maybe.
Just saying.
It is
Maybe we
Metallica.
should have read more collect with missing vowels, and that would have fixed it.
Mhm.
Alas. Well, all of you can now start saving up your money so that you can get the black package because the gold is for peasants.
It is.
Only 8,000 US dollars, 8,000 USD.
Yep.
And you can go check out the Saint Anger album with
It's only
Metallica in a
11,000
suite.
Canadian, so it's not that bad.
I think it's more than 11 at this stage. I think it's probably more than 11. Yeah, it's,
12. Yeah. 12 grand.
Listen.
Oh my God.
Listen. For 8,000 US, I could get a couple of those overpriced Medano shields. I could.
Overpriced hookers? Yeah. All of them.
Look, I could have a couple of price Medano shields and have leftover for hookers.
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah. I actually love it though. Yeah. True.
Yeah, like I'm just saying. Look, even if I paid their price, I still have money left over.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even agree with their price, and still, we wound up there. What about Steve Prefontaine? No, listen, Prefontaine is fine.
Yeah.
The problem, like I said, this is one of those situations, Eric. Sometimes it's best just to leave things alone. Because as Kyle asked me to look into the LaFontaine thing, as I looked into it more, I actually liked Pat LaFontaine. I thought he was pretty good, but then I started looking into it, Eric. And as I kept looking into it, I realized he sucked.
I don't believe he did.
Like, honestly, his career honestly was a complete waste of time.
I just want to show people how smart I am about
SMRT.
Steve Prefontaine ran at Oregon. He ran in the 72 Olympics.
He was in the Nike movie.
He
as a character.
He ran in Nikes. His coach was one of the people instrumental in building Nike. And I even know the fact that his greatest rivalry's name was Lassie Viren.
Oh my God. Okay, let's conclude at that point.
Out of all the useless information in your head, that's what you got? Really?
That's it.
That was his greatest rival, Lassie Viren.
That sounds made up by AI. Last comments away from Bob Jackson. Was Lars show me the folding chair he used for a snare drum? Valid. What about Norm Fontaine?
Yeah. His brother.
There you go. There you go. All right. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, all the commenters. Appreciate you. And remember, you can now go back to ignoring Pat LaFontaine as we all do.
Yes.
Important. And Kyle, you're wrong. You've convinced me. This conversation has convinced me. LaFontaine's trash.
No.
I thought he was fine until we started this conversation, but now I'm convinced he's trash.
No. Love me some Pat LaFontaine.
Not even worthy of being an SP Signature Legend.
No. Love me some Pat LaFontaine.
Unworthy.
Unworthy.
Good evening, Baz.
Yep.
Good evening. All right, folks. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you as always. Make sure to hit the like button on the way out so that Eric pays for it because he needs to pay.
I'm just walking.
See, that's not even centered. Why didn't you get a centered copy? How little respect do you have for this man? You couldn't even get a centered copy. Look at that top to bottom centering. That's terrible.
I know. I'm walking blind through the garage of knowledge here. Sorry.
How about this one? This one better?
Marginally.
At
least somewhat. At least a better attempt. Yep. Sounds good. Everybody, have yourself a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy.